This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. Yes, it is week 3, continuing here, day 17 of this European cricket series. It's high scoring, it's action-packed, it's unpredictable, everything you'd want out of an ECS. So we have 4 matches today. We're going to start with a double-header between Magic Badalona and the Catalonia Dragons, or both teams be pretty keen to get some points. First, let's have a look at yesterday's matches. So we had Barcelona International versus Royals first up. Royals narrowly missed out on all the points, but did chase down the score in the 8th over. Hamza Hashim with a quick-fire 40 not out. They chased down the 123. No problems at all. Mirazi top scoring for Barcelona International, but their batting woes continuing a little bit. Could see Basali getting amongst the runs. But then in the next game, Royal Barcelona 182 put on a bit of a show, and Barcelona International, well, they weren't really able to go with it in the end. Royal Barcelona took all the points, including the bonus point, out of that one. And so we know that Royal Barcelona, they've been flying. Barcelona International on the other end of the ladder. So it's been pretty tough. And it took us to the Catalonia Dragons versus Pakai Care matches in the afternoon. And the Dragons just fell over because Prince Demand couldn't really get any there. Teef bowled well to him. Martin Hyder batted well for 42, ran himself out, and Pakai Care got all the points. Isan with a quick 5-48 was the kind of tinder that get them going. And then last game, once again, Prince only able to get 20 is the key to their batting. Yunus came out with a ridiculous kind of finish where they put on 46 in the last over and a half. But ultimately, Pakai Care Badalona were able to get there, although they didn't get the bonus point that time. It took them 9 overs, so they took 3 points to 1 out of that. So yeah, that means that the table is pretty interestingly poised. Remember that we have all 10 teams operational, but only 8 will make it through to the final stage. And I know that Royal Barcelona set up the top with an 8-point lead, but they have played 4 more matches than the teams behind. And Barcelona International, they're down the bottom. You can see that. Now, the teams we'll see this morning, Magic are 10 points ahead, but Dragons with a couple of games in hand of them. So let's say if they got all 8 points this morning, they'd be pretty much in touch with those teams above them. Remember, top 4 get a bit of a benefit, and top 2 get an even greater benefit. Of course, top 8 will go through to the finals, which are just over a week away. So why don't we turn our attention to match 65? Let's go out to the middle, where we've got the 2 captains, and we'll see what happens at the coin toss.
Dragons to call. Tails is called. It's heads.
We're going to back first.
Good luck. Have a good game. Magic have won the toss and they're batting.
Well, there we go. It is Magic Badalona that win the toss, and they've decided they want to have a hit. Why not? They have been putting on some big runs in the series. Dragons will have to play chasey, but probably not a bad thing because Dragons kind of fell over batting first yesterday. Of course, we saw them in the second half of the action yesterday against Pakai Care, picking up only a single point. So they'll want to get going. Let's have a look at the 2 teams then. And Bilal Hassan having some kind of series, isn't he? But interesting inclusion there in Mati Rahman. He has played some national team cricket for Spain lately. And Kuldeep Bra also comes into the side for the Magic. So a couple of new faces there for this series at least. But yeah, players that we have seen before. The Dragons, or Prince Demand's always the key to their batting. But they had a few little cameos yesterday, like I said. And you just see the unit, the batting unit in particular, kind of rallying around them. But I think they probably do start as underdogs in this one. And the who will win does agree. I think about 60-40 to Magic Badalona over the Dragons. But still think the Dragons haven't really hit their straps yet. Let's have a look at the average scores. It was 140 per 10 overs yesterday. It's 143 for the series. And that's even bigger than last year, which was an insane kind of series. We thought 13.7 was high, and it was. But yeah, I think that 140 seems like par to me. There is Matthew Rahman. So he's one guy that at one point he jointly held the record for the fastest century. And that was when he struck 100 off 27 balls for Badalona Shaheen. Now, since then, it has been betted a number of times, including yesterday by Cameron Raja. It might have been 2 days ago now, actually, where he scored it off 24 balls. Also, we saw Shirali doing that a couple of times. But the record century at the moment is 22 balls by Jamshed Khan. That was in Germany. All right, here we go with the start of the day. Raja gets us going. We saw him actually with the gloves in the game last night. I've struggled for a keeping option that's been able to be consistent, the Dragons. They do have Manib Uraman back there today. Hopefully he can hold up that job. It is important, of course. This has worked away, and this can be the first runs of the day. Matthew Rahman, he's a player that we know has a lot of potential with the ball or the bat. Of course, we already saw Sammy Rahman, his brother, in the series. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone that's in the chat. I know that Rob Thompson's in there from New Zealand. Hello to Julian Dawson as well, and to Kroom watching from the UK. Very good morning to you. I'm looking forward to the matches today. Here's Raja, comeback ball. Once again, strays onto the legs, and he knows it straight away, doesn't he, Raja? So that's back-to-back boundaries, and we're up and shaking here on day 17. Yeah, so we've got this match up this morning, and then this afternoon, pretty excited because it's a rematch of last year's final between Pakai Badalona and Cataluna Jaguar. But got to say, both those two teams very different looking in this series, and the results reflect it. Interesting that now the wins batting second has overtaken wins batting first. Wins batting first was winning. Even had the second highest chase of all time, 176 in this series. It was a chaser's day yesterday. I don't think it matters too much, if I'm completely honest. I just think it's whoever bats better. Sometimes people mentally like to have a target. Sometimes it's just how things have been going. So, for example, the Dragons, they lost twice batting first yesterday, so I just don't think it's a bad thing they're chasing. Just a different sort of feel. All right, this one's up in the air. It was a slow ball from Waka. Mati is going to get away with it. And I think he's made the stop there. Watch when he comes back here. Yeah, we'll have to just have a look at this one when he pulls it back the first time, but I feel like it was clean. Don't think that ball ever touched the rope. Let's have a look at it on the replay. As well to kind of just get a fingertip on it here. It's probably around here when he just touches it. Yeah, it's okay, and as long as that ball never touches the rope, which it doesn't, yeah, no problem at all. It wasn't really out of the middle though from Matthew Rahman. Once again, straying onto the pads, but Maka gets away with it. Couple of boundaries in the first over, and we're off and racing on a Wednesday morning. It's 10 without loss after 1. Hello to Shohag. Good to see you in the chat. And the interestingly named Who Cares in the chat. Well, there's a few people that care. I'll tell you what, because the games are running out to score the points. Also, there's days running out until we'll be at the Cartmore Oval for the 4th edition of the ECL. It's the original ECN tournament, actually. The Champions League of European Cricket, first played in 2019. It was our very first tournament. It was only 3 days long then. Now it's 4 weeks long. And will feature 35 teams from 33 different countries. Only one will be the Kings of European Cricket in 2024. Join us. 123 matches over 26 match days. Dreux from France are the defending champions there. We'll also have our 5,000th match ever broadcast on opening day of that ECL. Here's Hamid opening the bowling. Hassan goes to the skies first up. Bit of a top edge and a nervous wait, but he's going to get away with it. And I actually think that's gone all the way. Maximo! First one of the day, and yeah, Hamid. I suppose it wasn't the best ball in the first place, but by the same token, Bilal Hassan wasn't out of the middle. He said just covers the rope. Unib. He's part of that crazy last partnership yesterday for Dragons, 46. They put on in 9 balls. He hit 3 sixes. That's a Gundy ball, really. It's short and it's outside the legs, and Hassan swivels on it, gets 4 more. Yeah, so I think it's very fitting that we had our first match, essentially, our first kind of serious ECN match It was the first day of the first ECL back in 2019, and we'll have our 5,000th match in the first day of ECL 24. I mentioned there's been just over 1,000 IPL matches ever. Now we're going up to 5,000. Less than half the time. Hamid, he's got to pull it to the left a bit. Yeah, too much. Anyway, let me know how you're going this morning. Weather conditions in Barcelona currently 11 degrees. Mostly sunny. A little bit of breeze around. Don't think it's anything like we saw earlier in the week. But yeah, they think it'll get up to about 19 degrees. Rico's off and Georgie's off today. They'll be back tomorrow. And I'll have a bit of a break and I'll be back early next week. Goes after this, Bilal, and he's going to get 6. Maximo, second of the over. Now there's Nawaz and Adnan at their posts bright and early. Good to see. I think they'll spend a bit of time fishing for a few balls out of the nets today as well. It's been pretty regular for them. Here they are. They mustn't have brought the snacks out yet. That's pretty well bowled. It hits that spot near the crease where it can take off. Hey, look, while I'm here, it would be remiss of me not to wish everyone a very happy Valentine's Day. That bounces just short of the front foot and takes off. Well, I hope that if you don't have anyone in mind as your Valentine today, or even if you do, make ECN your Valentine. Spend the day with me. Takes off again off that land. Getting a good bounce here, Hamid. Wouldn't it be nice to get a golden ball for Valentine's Day? I know we talked about it a bit yesterday. Not everyone was super enthusiastic about the Valentine's Day. Everyone had different opinions. But let's spread the love together. Come on. That one is a pretty lovely shot from Hassan. He's woken up on the right side of the bed. Maximo to finish the over. It goes magical in the end. It's not the first magical over. It won't be the last. It's worth 23 and it's 33 without loss after 2. Pretty interesting table. Like I said, it's pretty choked up in the middle. Bit of a gap between 4th and 5th. And that's quite an important distinction. Having said that, Magic, they're 2 games behind, so they can really knock on the door. Remember, the Jags have to play Pack Care later on today as well, 4th and 6th. So it's a pretty important day. You got 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th. But really, the 8th team here, the Dragons, they've got a couple of games in hand of those above them at least. So this is a really important day for sorting out what kind of spots. Waka continues. This is driven down the ground. They won't be able to turn this into a catching chance. So a single to start the over. Not a bad thing, I think, to get Hassan back on strike. He's certainly looked the more fluent of the 2 batters so far. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Goes after this, and Hassan continues his good start today. Well, heads up. Yeah, that one is the first roofer on top of the nets. Maximo, and it's 40 love early in the piece. Again, it's that length, isn't it? It's not quite a Yorker. This length has consistently disappeared on this ground. Just cannot bowl it. Got that 1 metre short of the front foot. It's like a golf driving range, really. This time it's a slower ball, but Hassan picks it. He's going to get 4 more. So, wow, it's like a closing down rug sale at the moment. Everything must go. Making the most of this power play. Well, Akmal's wished me happy Valentine's Day. Well, happy Valentine's Day to you, Akmal. I'll make sure that whoever wishes me a happy Valentine's Day, I'll make sure I wish you one back. All right? Keep the emojis to 5 or less, of course. But they're 5 love hearts. That's okay. Better length, even that. Just a bit fuller and harder to get under. So Hassan He's raced to 33 off 9. There's Prince Demand, and he'll want to have a good day with the bat. Probably not a bad thing they play straight away. And 2 underwhelming innings last night. There's Matthew Rahman. Yeah, his century was quite incredible. It was in that score of 229. It was a world record at the time. Goes after this, but does he get enough? He does just. Maximo! That one's cube bound, and you can see Raja, he's not impressed. He's saying, how did that end up going for 6? But Matty ends up doing it. Good effort on the boundary. Yeah, Matty scored that 27 ball ton, and he was class in that game. It's well bowled. See the difference. If you just get in the blocker versus if you don't, very different outcomes. That will be the end of the power play. 52 without loss after 3. Might even put that scorecard in the chat so you guys can see it. Matthew Rahman, 101, 27 balls. He ended up getting out hit wicket, that's right. I was looking at the scorecard here. Then he was part of a 10th over, then ended up going for 45. It was quite insane. That was in the second half of the game, though. They'd won it easily. So into the power play. 5 outfielders allowed from this point forward. So it's going to be Yunus to take over now. Wakas Yunus. Around the wicket to start to Matthew Rahman. Oh, that's a good one, actually. That one just nips away a little bit of left to right. That one obviously hit the seam. Rahman's a guy they'd want to get reasonably early. Both these two, very, very dangerous. Matty's away, and he knows he's got that one pretty good. Doesn't even stop to watch it. Maximo! And adios, pelota. That one's out of here too short. That'll be a confidence booster for Matty. Don't know how much cricket Matty's had. We saw him as part of the Spain squad last year. Limited opportunities, I suppose, at that level, but still it's good to see him around the setup. Good young player. He sets himself deep in the crease and he punches this one wider point. There was a fielder back there, but he couldn't do anything. And well, there's Andy doing the fielding. The officials' tent's been a bit of a ball magnet zone, hasn't it, so far in this series? Look at this. Back foot back. Wants length, and he gets it. And to be honest, that wasn't that far away from the fielder, but it was just timed too well. Hello to Ashvir. Great to have you with us. Nice to say good morning to you, or good afternoon, depending where you're watching from. Goes after this as well. This is a more difficult length. Kind of crap for room a little bit there, Matty, but he will get a single. Hassan scans the field. He's very intelligent. He's just checking to see where the outfielders are. So sometimes if you're tossing up between 2 shots, you'll try and hit the one that's into the gap. Won't have to do too much with that. It's down the leg side. Actually, it might have, yeah, just grabbed a bit of the leg on the way through, so it won't be a wide. A bit of luck for Yunus. We'll get a dot ball for that. Just flick the pad. It's been an okay over, 11 off it. This ball determines whether it's kind of a par over or something more. Oh, it's a big wide that time. That one hasn't taken any of the pad. Helix, always great to see you. Hopefully you're well. Still yet to hear if anyone's got any big Valentine's stories. Maybe it's a bit early Nice ball the over coming up here. And that's good adjustment from Eunice. So it goes for 12 in the end. I feel like that's a win for the Dragons. It's 64 without loss after 4. So 16 over. Pretty good going so far. I wonder what Rico and Georgia are getting up to. It's got to be a bit tough for them, being away from their partners on Valentine's Day. They'll probably be creative, I'm sure. Prince Demand coming on and might have some success first up. Big moment in the game early and it's taken. And Akhtar Khan is the man that takes the catch. Clever bowling by Demand. He kind of lured Matty into trying to hit across the line there. Wasn't the right shot selection. And he pays with his wicket. First wicket of the day. Nicely taken. So Prince, I've seen him bowling a bit more spin. He bowls both pretty well. I call him like a part-time spinner. And he's like a slightly more time medium pacer. But he thinks in this format, especially with pace being, let's just say, unsuited to this wicket, he thinks that taking the pace off is the way to go. This one's down leg side. It's going to be called wide. Don't think it gets anything on the way through. New batter out there, Shaquille Ahmed. Oh, yeah. That's one way to get off the mark. He absolutely pings that one. That's going to go off the... That's quite a remarkable bit of pinball there. Off the top of the stairs in the second level and came back onto the officials' cube, the forbidden cube. Make sure that ball's all right. Oh, yeah. Well, 2 in a row. Prince finding out that spin isn't always a bunch of red roses. Got the big wicket of Mati, but maybe he's wishing he didn't because Shaquille's come out and he's banged 2 out of the ground comprehensively in his first 2 balls. Doesn't quite get this as well, but it's still good enough. Maximo! That's the bat speed there that just gives the ball enough to get over the rope. You can just hear that was off the bottom of the bat. That's 3 balls, 3 sixes for Shaquille Ahmed. This is where I wonder if Prince should... Yeah, I think he is. He's going to go to pace. Keeper's gone back. Yeah, I'd do that because he's got the ability to switch. So you can't switch the actual human bowler, but you can switch the style. It's clever, even though it doesn't work. So yeah, if you are like a multifaceted bowler that can bowl a bit of spin and a bit of pace, then I think that's very intelligent. Again, Prince showing his IQ. Saying, all right, tried 3 balls of off spin. Maybe you tried 1 ball too many. And just see, it's just changed the rhythm of the over. Very smart. Love that thinking. Good to see a few people getting a bit romantic. Helix has offered me 5 roses, so thank you for that. Got him. I love that thinking by Prince Demand because he got banged 3 times out of the ground and he switched tactics. He switched his mode. That's very, very smart. So he's rewarded with the wicket. Again, I like the length there. He goes very full, almost over a Yorker. Actually hits the stumps on the full. But it's going to be the big wicket of Bilal Hassan. And he's going to go for 33. End of the 5th over. The score is 85 for 2. There's something for everyone. 12 days until the ECL. And we're really looking forward to that. Maybe tell us who you think. I want to put it to the chat. Who's your 3 favourites? I know it's tough to pick a favourite. Pick 3 that you think are going to make it. Or maybe even pick a top 4. How about that? How about pick your top 4? No particular order. Let me know what you're thinking about. One of the things we love about the ECL is it's so unpredictable. I mean, no one predicted Dreux from France in their wildest dreams would be European champions. Paco Care, of course, won it the year before in 22. Oh, good to see new name in the chat. Ru Juan Kerban. Where are you watching from, Ru Juan? Nice to have you with us. I'll answer your question in a minute. First, is Adil Shah. Hit pretty well, but gone. Nice catch low down. So this game's changed, and it's Shaquille that's going to have to go. He goes 6-6-6-1 out. And this is just one of those shots. He's not really in control of the angle that he's hitting it. Slightly outside half of the bat, and that's a brilliant catch low down. Caught it as clean as a whistle. The Dragons playing the way back into this one. 85 for 3. Essentially, it's 2 wickets in 2 balls across the 5-over break. Still Shaquille. Certainly made the most of the 4 balls that he faced, hitting 3 of them out of the ground. I suppose that's what you want. It's a good T10 innings, as we say sometimes. Rather than stick around and waste balls, it's Faizan Amjad that took a very good catch low down there. Yeah, so Paul was just saying it was a full toss he missed, not a Yorker, but I still think low full toss, it's better than being a metre short of the Yorker. Well, that one looks highish, you know. We might need to see this from side on. Oh, and it's going to go for 4 as well. Mishandled out there. Well, how quick your over can change. Faizan Amjad just took a great catch low down. But the next ball, Fahad Hassan just punches it out to him. It's going to be a height no ball, plus it ends up going for 4. So it's going to be a 5, High 5. A free hit to come. So to answer your question, Rujuan, about the scores being so high, that's ECN cricket for you. I'll tell you one in a sec. Misses out on the free hit. So, look, European fields, we standardise them with a 50-metre boundary. And it's basically so we can get consistency over our cricket on the European Cricket Network. Now, we broadcast, last year was over 1,600 matches in the year. This year it probably will be even more in this fast-paced European cricket format. And as you can see, it's all aggression, isn't it? And the thing is, yeah, the field's at 50 metres from the centre of the field. So from where Hassan's standing there, if he was to hit one straight over the umpire's hat, it's a 59-metre hit. Because it's measured from the centre of the pitch. And so dead square would be around about 50 metres, just a touch over. End of the bat, doesn't really go too far. So with the format, and then the other thing, okay, so that the field being, let's say it's kind of minimum 20% smaller, maybe 30% smaller than kind of a regular cricket field. The other thing that makes it pretty high scoring, I think most of the pitches, they're artificial, and they're typically their batting tracks, especially here in Barcelona. So it's definitely a batting track. Edged and just flies over the keeper, Muneeba Rahman. Oh, tell you what, that was almost a very good mini golf shot. It's going to end up being 4 runs. That's so frustrating, though, for the bowler. He'll end the over 94 for 3 after 6. Oh, I mean, didn't really time his jump. And then this one, stuck between the jaws. Not really about that part of the field. We saw one go through the mouse hole, I think it was yesterday. And so we have a look at the run rate currently. So it's almost 16 and over. So to answer your question, how's the scoring so high? Well, it never used to be so high. I think it used to be our average run rate was about 10 and over. I think he was ready to bowl 7th ball of the over there, but oh, maybe they didn't see the no ball. I don't think they did. So I actually think he will have an extra ball. Because remember we had, the umpire sticks his hand out because he's getting told, hey, that's the over. But actually, I don't think it is over. I think they missed the no ball. For height, they got hit for 4. That was the 2nd ball of the over. So I think that they'll sort this out pretty shortly. But it gives us a chance to chat a little bit. Also, I think a few people were asking about the finals format, so we could probably put that up at some point as well. But yeah, the average run rate in Barcelona in this tournament is about 14 and over. Now that is high, even for ECN standards. Normally, The average run rate historically has been about 10.5 and over. But I think the batters are just getting so used to coming out there playing their shots. So, yeah, they're just going to fix the scoring, which is quite important as well. We get everything right as soon as we can. So, yeah, any more questions, fire away. I'm so happy to see them. Ruhuan, lovely to have you with us. He said that he's watching from South Africa. Are there any other South Africans in? I know that Trevan likes to watch. I love the interaction. That's the other thing about ECN. It's a bit different. It's cricket done differently, but we do it because we love cricket. And we love watching the game developing in these countries where it doesn't have really a traditional background as such. Yeah, this is the finals format, and a few people were asking about this. So it's the same finals format as we had in the last tournament we had here in late 2023. So the top two get straight through to finals day. So they're straight through to the semi-finals. They need to win 2 matches to win the trophy. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you have to go through an eliminator on elimination day, but just 1. So you need to win 3 matches to win the trophy. If you finish 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th, you still have a chance, but you're going to have to do it the hard way. You'll have to win 2 eliminators, then a semi-final and a final. So you'll have to win 4 matches to win the trophy. So that's the situation. Yeah, so let's see if they've sorted that out now. I think there might be just a slight connection issue at the moment. Tell you what, maybe we can put the ECL draw back up there, and I do this sometimes while we're waiting. I'm going to roll a dice. I've got an 8-sided dice, virtually, and I'll pick a team. All right, so let's see, maybe we can see the ECL draw. And I'm going to roll my dice in advance. So my dice is telling me, let's talk about Group D, Team 1. Well, I can already tell you who that is. Group D, Team 1 is Dreux. Dreux of France. Now, let me tell you a little something about Dreux. There they are, Group D, Team 1. I think I've seen this so many times, I've actually memorised where the teams are. But Dreux won it last year, and nobody expected them to win. They were in a group with Forfarshire, who you see there are in Group E, right next to them. But Forfarshire look the goods to me. They're the Scottish champions. Dreux just blew them out of the water on a Saturday night. It was a crazy kind of final. And their key players got Ahmed Nabi and Hamza Niaz to open the batting, and got Mohamed Nisar at 3, probably Mohamed Rafa at 4. And they just have an all-out attack strategy. But they were just doing it with alarming regularity. So not only did they knock Forfarshire out and make the championship week, because how it works is the group winner goes through, all the group winners go through to the championship week. And we thought, okay, well done, they've got to the championship week, they might win a couple of games. Just surely they're not consistent enough to win. They did win. And it was an absolutely unbelievable ECL last year. There's a certain magic about it. And I guess the easiest thing I could compare it to would be the Champions League in football, where, you have some of your big favourites, but in the end, anything can happen. Now, it looks like players might be coming up for a quick drink. Don't know if this is a slightly longer break, because I thought there might be a power issue there, but I think they fixed the issue. Well, Paul, he's got a request. Can we show the table more often? Well, Paul, sometimes it is. I know how annoying it is. Put it this way. I know how annoying it is if you can't see the table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the link so you can check it every time. So my tip is save it to your phone. I know I do. And then you'll have the ultimate power to check the table whenever you want. Okay? And Paul, remind me where you're watching from again. Always happy to see you in the chat. And yes, if you go to EuropeanCricket.com, there's always the key events page, which has the live events, and you just have to click on that, and then you can see all the scores, you can see all the standings. So yeah, check that out. And while we're here, so we've got a couple more questions. Sorry for the delay. Gives us a chance to chat to each other, though. whisper a few sweet nothings to you. So, I think a question from Italian gamers. Can an Asian play in ECN? Well, I mean, anyone's eligible to play in ECN. And maybe you're playing for a European club. And look, 99.9% of the time, these players, they're amateur that you see on ECN. There are some exceptions, you know, when we see some of the higher level tournaments like the ECC, for example, where players are kind of on the cusp of professional cricket. But, yeah, I know a lot of people say, you know, I'm a good player. Will I get sponsored to come over and play? Just there's not that economic infrastructure yet in European cricket. But obviously, we hope that changes. In a generation, we'll have, you know, something maybe like the football system where you have players, you know, signed to clubs and kind of professional structure. This is the first steps in a long journey. But thanks for your question. But I mean, if you're in Europe, for example, as long as if you register for a team, normally they'll welcome you with open arms. Anyway, we're going to finish this over now. They've sorted it out. Adil does get to bowl his last ball, but he wishes he hasn't because this one's going to get slammed out of the ground. Maximo! And the 100 comes up for the Magic. Abracadabra. It's 101 for 3 after 6. Yeah, short. Delay didn't help the bowler, I don't think. Thought he was out of the over, but he wasn't. Yeah, sorry for that delay. I think it was partly because there was a power connection issue, and I think it's really important we don't let the game keep going on if there's an issue like that or if there's some sort of scoring anomaly. I think it's really important in such a short game that the score's correct, that everyone knows what's going on. So, it's a Sufyan Ilahi to bowl over number 7. 6 over check-in time. Yeah, I think the computer, that expected score down the bottom, 159. Yeah, probably about right. 15 and over from here. It's predicting they'll go 13 and a half and over, 14 and a half and over. The hold-up is here now. Still trying to sort the field out. Remember, you're only allowed 5 outfielders. And we're away. Wow. Well, that'd be a wide. It's off the pitch, but it's... Maybe we'll see from side on. It bounces past the stump. So even though this is bouncing off the pitch, I feel like it's pretty high. I don't know if we got that side on or not. I suppose it was never going to put him in any danger, but... Well, he gets an unreasonable amount of reverse swing there. This one's closer, but still a wide. Well, he just needs to control it now. Pretty good keeping that time. Ken's posted a video. I did see this the other day. It's a toddler with some fantastic mannerisms. So have a look at that if you like in the chat. It's a hat trick you don't want. Still gets a bit of the line. Ilahi, I mean, he's one guy that can afford to kind of aim at the body here with the swing that he's getting. Yeah, so Paul, that's my Valentine's Day present to you. You can check the table whenever you like. Normally it's up to date. Sometimes it's maybe a match behind, depending on how quick it's been updated. This one is in the zone, and it's hit high in the air. And Akhtar can't pull it back. Maximo! That one just blew over his head in the end. Akhtar, we might see bowling his left armers before the end of this innings. But Hassan gets a bit lucky, I think. And look, the thing with the dynamics of the field, I know that we had some questions from Ruhan earlier. It encourages attacking play. Oh, it's too short, and that one is more towards the middle of the bat of Hassan Maximo. Magic flying away, back-to-back sixes. Yeah, so the other thing that people don't realise, more wickets are taken in ECN cricket proportionally than any other cricket on the planet. Now, essentially, round about every... I'm trying to remember what it is. Round about every 11 balls, there's a wicket. So, because batters are going for more shots, obviously they're taking more risks, and it results in more opportunities, which results in more wickets. So, you'll get more runs, more wickets, more boundaries proportionally in ECN cricket than any other cricket. Some people call it like a computer game come to life. It's not far off. Better ball from Elahi. Crunched through the offside, and that's going to be 4. Said better ball, but still not quite in the block hole. It was a half volley and put away. And look, just like that, the expected score is up in the 170s. It just shows you how quickly things can change. And that's the other thing about this form of the game. I've been doing it now for, well, coming up to 5 years. The thing that surprised me the most when I started was how quickly a game can change. So you kind of saw it in the middle of this innings where those wickets falling quickly. Now you get another momentum shift with Magic coming back and coming back quickly. 120 already. Sounds a straight pull, blasted into the gap, and that's 4 more. Elahi's gone magical. 23 off the over. And ECN, if you are new, I know we've got a few new viewers today. We call a 20-plus run over a magical over. Magical for the batting team, of course. Hassan, quick fire 25. Prince just trying to settle down. Prince had some issues of his own when he was bowling, switched from spin to pace, and that ended up being a good move. Got Bilal Hassan for 33. Oh, it's not a good ball. It's Gundy. Fine legs up, and he's going to have to chase that. That'll be played off the fence. 4 carreras. And this over, well, it's 27 at the moment. We call a magical over one that goes for something in the 20s, but once it goes 30 plus, we start to call it supersonic. Elahi trying to avoid that happening. Remember, this over started with 3 wide. Since then, we've had 5 boundaries in 5 balls. Into the bat this time. It should just be one Aktadar to his preferred left-hand side. That won't go supersonic, but there's still a bit of damage. Elahi steps on the ball. We're not happy with it. It's the end of the 7th. It's 129 for 3. I know that a lot of people maybe new to the tour. They don't realise that we are actually going 49 weeks of this year. And you can see that we've got Cyprus already in the bank. We're in Spain at the moment. We'll stay in Spain for the ECL. That's the Champions League. You can see they're shaded differently, the marquee tournaments. So ECL's the Champions League. We've got the ECC and the ECCX. That's the Euros of cricket. Now split into 2 divisions this year. And ECCW, which is the women's tournament at the end of the year. So it's going to be a huge year. We're only just starting. In fact, tomorrow, it's not quite tomorrow. I mean, 3 days. We're only 1 month in. All right, 6. That's just a place you can't bowl. No one's in danger. Only maybe on the way back. Maximo. 6 runs, and this over's away with a bang. Comeback ball from the bowler. Oh, hit pretty hard as well. Inside half of the bat, gets away from the fielder. 4 more. Now flying away. Mohammed Kamran does the fielding. He's a member of the batting side, so it's always a sign. It's a good result for the batter. Again, doesn't quite get this, I think. It's kind of inside half of the bat. Good effort from the fielder. I like seeing him getting off his feet. But Magic, this is turning into a big, big score at the moment. And that's hit pretty hard as well. This one picks out the fielder. Yeah, if you want to just have a little peek, I can tell you, with these 2 teams, how they've been tracking. And Magic, they've been putting on some big runs. They've got a pretty deep batting order. Averaging 152 with the bat, conceding 140. Oh, one ties him up. That's hurt him. It's back thigh territory. For comparison, Dragons, they haven't quite played as many games. They were late to start. We didn't see them till day 7, the Dragons, but they're playing catch-up. This is the week of the Dragons, though, for me, because they play 4 out of the 5 match days this week. The Dragons averaging 146 and conceding 158. They've had trouble keeping teams quiet. This is hit reasonably flat. Great effort from Aktadar. Does well to pull it back inside. And they'll just stop at 1. That's brilliant fielding. You might want to have a little peek at that to make sure he doesn't step out, but I'm sure he just pulls it back before that foot lands. Yeah, definitely. Excellent work. Shorter, maybe a bit slower. Just throws off the timing of Hassan, but he's in good shape at the moment. He's 42, and after 8 overs, it's 142 for 3. Let's have a look at this run rate. And they've kind of sustained it at a pretty good rate, haven't they? Yeah, whenever you're talking 18 and over, you're talking 3 every ball. It means if you just hit a single, you're off the pace by 2. Now here's Prince Daman. He's coming back, and we saw him start with spin. And then, yeah, make a bit of a switch. So he got 1 wicket with spin, 1 with pace. Starting with the pace here, Hassan on 42. That's going to creep away. Akhtardar's fielded so well. And this is his only real blooper in the innings. You can see he's annoyed, and Prince, he'll internalise that frustration. But unfortunately, it will cost him 4. Also, keeps the danger man on strike. He's moved to 46. Hello to Jules Uterbridge. Nice to see you. And Prince pulls up. Gives me a chance to say hello to anyone else that's just tuning in. Happy Valentine's Day. Pulls a bit off this one, Prince. Has to watch it, and he watches it fly out of the ground. Maximo! The 150 comes up. And it's going to be more. That's for sure. And it's also going to be 50 for Fahad Hassan. Brings up his 50 off just 16 balls. There he is there, Fahad Hassan. Come out and just gone at a cracking pace. Watches this one go past, locked up, and that's a good length. We saw Prince have success with that full length earlier. Do think it's a good default. 4 Maximos and 6 4s in Hassan's innings. Pitched up. This is dragged towards the onside. It's going to be 4 more. Oh, it crept around a little bit. So that's the thing about this field. It encourages attacking play because really for the fielding captain, it is so hard to protect. Only the 5 outfielders allowed, of course. Good partnership, 71 off 22. Now waits on this, and Prince knows this one's gone as well. Maximo! Well, that net must be a fishing net because it's caught a few things over the course of the first 16 and a bit days of this tournament. Knows it straight away, doesn't he? Again, Prince doesn't get full this time. Gives him middle length, and with this pitch, it's not that menacing. You have to really have some serious pace to rush a batter. It's a wooden pitch, carpet over the top. Now goes after it. Akhtar, he will keep it in, I think. He drops the catch. We'll have to have a look at this closely. I have a feeling he's all right here. He obviously wanted to take the catch, but I think he pulls it back. We'll have a look at it here on the replay. We'll have to slow it down. Knocks it up, and then pulls it back. But when he last touches it, where's his feet? So he's about to slap it back now. Slaps it back there, and then he lands. I think that's fine. But again, he'll be annoyed because it's a catch that he'd expect to take. But it will be the end of the over. They just get a single. So Fahad gets a life on 62. And over to play here in the first innings of the day. 163 for 3 after 9. I think that Akhtar and Prince are pretty good friends, and probably lucky they are, because let's not forget the over started and finished with a couple of errors from Akhtar down there, who apart from that, I think he's been flawless in the field. Now we'll start the 10th over. It's going to start with 6. Maximo! 69 and looking fine is Fahad Hassan. This is going to be a monster chase. did see the Dragons pull off a 170s chase the other day in match 57. They chased down 172 against Pac Barcelona. That was equal 5th of all time. Oh, he hits the pad, so he gets lucky. Gets super lucky. That's only a dot. I suppose they've had their bit of bad luck as well, haven't they, the Dragons? So, yeah, the highest chase ever, 183. That was the Netherlands against Spain in the Euros of Cricket. The second last game of the tournament. Cost Spain a spot in the final. I know Matthew Rahman remembers that game. Our regular viewers will know why. That's an edge, and that's going to be 4. Cuatro carreras más as Hassan swings his way into the 70s. And magic, hey presto, they're in the 170s and moving. The highest chase in this series, successful chase, Catalina Jaguar chased 176. And that's actually the second highest of all time. That was in match number 29. Looking ominous, though. Dragons. Late start to this tournament for them. Been playing catch-up ever since. Marcus Yunus gets hit leg side. Again, I think he's just okay. They probably want to just check he's not on the line here, but I'm pretty sure that his heel never actually touches the line. We have seen some fielders sometimes being a little bit unaware of where they are in the field. Down the leg side. All right, 174 plus this then. Can he get them up to 180 with this? Zanisan gives it a good crack. He's happy with it, and so he should be. It will be 180. Oh, you darts fans, you know exactly what I'm talking about there. 180 for 3 then in the 10. 3-ball pace, and the Magic win the toss bat, and they absolutely slam it in the first innings of the day. 180, and Farhad Hassan, he'll finish with 74 off his own stick. Sensational hitting as we look back at the first 10 overs of the day. Matty Rahman into the side, into the series. Probably wasn't the best we've seen him hit him, but still goes over to a ball pace and got them off to a decent start. But it really was Bilal that was doing the damage early. He raced to 33 off 12, lifting 4 out of the ground. No one really had the answers, to be honest. We saw Raja back at the bowling crease today, having to cover the keeping duties. That was a brilliant shot from Matty. Looked like it was just getting going. And then Prince lured him into a false shot here, acted up in happier times, takes that catch. That was the first wicket. And we saw Prince follow up with the wicket of Hassan with a pretty slippery Yorker. So Hassan went for 33. Shakil Ahmed came out. He hit 3 6 his first 3 balls he faced in the middle of those two things. And then Ihsan and Farhad Hassan, they would finish things off with a very, very good partnership. It was worth 95 in the end in just 29 balls. So really rocketing away. They actually accelerate. They go from 85 in the first half, 95 in the second, and in the end, it was 180 for 3. Just looking through the scorecard, Matthew Rahman with 29 on his return to ECS cricket, 33 for Bilal Hassan opening the batting, 19 and 17 for Shakil Ahmed and Zain Ihsan respectively. But Farhad Hassan, he was the star, wasn't he? 74 not out batting at number 5, coming off 24 balls with 6 maximos and 8 fours. As far as the bowling went, well, it wasn't too easy for the bowlers, that's for sure. No one really had a decent economy rate. Prince with a couple of wickets, but he went at an over magical pace. The other wicket went to Adil Shah. We'll take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly with the chase. 181 will be the target. Calculation tells me, I think 127 or something like that. That will get the Dragons a point. So we'll take a break. Back shortly with more action here. You're watching Match 65 here on day 17 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Great to have your company on a very special day around the world, of course, for all the lovers out there. And if all the lovers of cricket are with us, well, I'm happy too, because it is day number 17 of this European Cricket Series 180. As a big darts fan, I really enjoyed that score. I don't think the Dragons enjoyed it so much because they're chasing 181 for victory. To get a point out of the game, they at least have to exceed that 126 you see on the screen. I think we can throw out the 7-over chase at this stage. So, yeah, the question will be, can the Dragons take anything out of this game? Well, maybe we shouldn't put the 181 chase past them because Prince Timman, he was the engineer of a 170s chase the other day. Was the equal 5th highest chase ever on the European Cricket Network. It's going to be Ranjot Singh to get us going for the Magic. So, shake, rattle and roll. Well, let's play. Oh, that one almost an opportunity. Yeah, almost got there, didn't it? And this one is played away. This is a careful starts. Well, there we go. Lift it up and out of here. Maximo. And so, well, that's unlucky for the Prince. Ranjot. Well, won the very early battle. Now, flicked away. That's going to be 4 more. This guy is so good. He's great to watch when he's out there. And really, if he gets 100, anything's possible here. Now, I'll just get a single. Yeah, obviously 3 balls, cracking pace, but we've seen a fair few scores up here, up in the clouds in this series. Wow, what a shot. That is an incredible shot first ball. He's going to cut that up and into the fence. Adil Shah goes Maximo. Wow, that's a shot and a half to finish the over. 17 without loss, so they pretty much get what they need in the first over. 23 matches since the golden ball. Of course, we'll have a golden ball if there's a tie. We did have one, didn't we? Georgie and Rico's first game together. It was actually a week ago tomorrow. So Mohamed Kamran is going to get the second over. Didn't quite go to plan for Ranjot. First one rushes Prince a little bit. Mistimes a pull. Had a few questions coming in. Always love getting questions. Keeps it interactive. Some covering for Rico and Georgie today. They will be back tomorrow. So, hey, it's going to be a Thursday morning game tomorrow. And that's when they first commentated together. And That's when they got their golden ball. Backs away and cuts this. What do you think of the black bat? I reckon it's pretty sleek. I'm a fan. So I had a question about, will Mohamed Barbar play for Paco Care today? When we won't know until the second match, probably halfway through the second match. I doubt it because I know he hasn't played any weekday games yet. He's got to get time off to play for Paco Care in the ECL. He loves that cut, doesn't he, Shah? And they're feeding it at the moment. But, yeah, I mean, I'll be happy if we see him. Of course, we've got maybe he's made a special effort to get out because it is Jaguars. It is a rematch of last year's final. Pitched up once again until backs away, hits it up and hits it out of the ground. Maximo. Well, Cameron rolls the dice. And to be honest, I'd be doing that too. I'd be saying, look, all right, you think you can back away and hit it over the offside for 6? Let's see it. And he did, just as good enough. Trying to get the fly in this power play. Well, he does it again, just slaps this one. It's going to go even further. Maximo. And the Dragons away. I mean, they're one team. They have that confidence of a big chase under their belt. It was a 170s chase. This is a 180s chase. Wow. This is some hitting, really. It's like everyone goes a bit further. It's almost like he's taking out the golf clubs and he's just gone, all right, 6 iron, 5 iron, 4 iron. Crazy hitting, really. Oh, Maximo, thrice. Oh, dos, tres. They finished the over. 36 without loss after 2. Well, Paul, you'll be happy to see the table. I know you can see it any time now because I put the link in the chat earlier. But Magic, 25 points. And if they have a very good day this morning, they could potentially break into the top 4. They take 7 out of 8 points. I imagine they would. Okay, Sanwa is going to bowl over number 3. We talked about him miraculously coming back from what a suspected broken ankle to get back on the park. He did score a 50 with it, though, in the same game. This is where Prince, I think, can probably afford to take a 1 and just let the show continue, and also takes a bit of pressure off Prince in the power play, having to be the man. Oh, I like this from Rico. I think this is directed at the viewers. It might be directed at me. I don't know. But Rico has a message. I'll read it out after this ball. Well, it's thick edge. And, well, he won't have to hand the strike back because he'll get 4 here. Plays it late. Kind of plays for it a little bit. It's a bit risky because if he doesn't get as much bat on it as this, could fly to the fielder or he might even nick it behind. He kind of opens the face here. Just watch it. But he kind of knew what he was doing there. Yeah, Rico says, hello, cricket lovers. Roses are red, violets are blue. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Thank you to all our ECN family. Happy Valentine's Day. Rico's so kind. I think that's to everyone, not just to me. But happy Valentine's Day right back at you, Rico. I couldn't do what I do without Rico's support, that's for sure. This is the time you miss it from the Prince. Yeah, so I've got a lot of questions about Mohamed Barbar. All I can tell you is I don't know if he's going to play or not. I suspect he probably can't because it's a work day. Don't think Valentine's Day is a public holiday in Spain. So I think it's unlikely, but I'll be pleasantly surprised if I see him on the team sheet. Like you, I am also a big fan of the big Barbar. This one is angling towards the legs, and Prince deals with it. So he's up and going. I think it helps him that Adil Shah at the other end is more than holding up his end of the bargain. Maximo. This chase is looking pretty interesting at the moment, isn't it? Who thinks they can do this? 16%. I mean, it's basically 1 in 6 chance that the computer thinks they're going to pull off what would be the highest ever chase in an ECS match. And it would be the second highest chase ever. I'll tell you someone who won't want that to happen. I wonder if you can pick who I'm talking about. Well, inside out from Prince. Again, not quite off the middle, but it's good enough. There's a big gap back there. And well, it won't quite be 6, but it will be 4. Yeah, the person I'm talking about that really won't want to see this 180s chase achieved is Mattia Rahman, because unfortunately for him, he had to bowl 2 of the last 3 overs when the Netherlands took something like 67 off the last 3 overs to chase down that target of 183 in qualifier number 2 on finals day of championship week in 2023. Spain made 182 and couldn't defend it. If they did, they would have made it through to the European final. Probably going to run there off the end of the keeper. Oh, he's gone. That's a huge moment. I mean, I would have taken it on too because it just bounced off the keeper's gloves, but the universe had other ideas. It went straight to the fielder who picked it up and direct hit. Adil's gone, and he was looking so good. Oh, that's an unbelievable dismissal, really. And he's going to be out for 24 off 6. So he was going at 400 strike rate. Have a look at this. Oh, he regrets it. Prince is saying, what are you doing? And Adil's saying, well, I just didn't think that would happen. It's going to be keeper to fielder. Oh, that is absolutely incredible. That's the kind of thing you'll only ever see. And, yeah. Absolutely insane. Prince is, yeah, he's kind of in shock. Well, not as shocked as Adil Shah. Oh, how about that for some action? This is the kind of thing you kind of only ever see it on ECN. Because we just do, we're just built a bit differently here. So it's 51 for 1. That's a big blow. You need almost everything to go right when you're chasing 180s. This one's lifted up in the air. And it will be 2 and 2. Oh, no. Well, that's Rajawaka. He's going to go for a golden duck. And I talked about this in the first innings, that things can change so quickly. Oh, and does it ever. Raja's a good hitter. It goes straight away. We're still in the power play, so there's only 2 outfielders. And a nice catch out there. So there's Derek. I haven't seen him yet this morning. Happy Valentine's Day, Derek. Many happy Quakerns. 51 for 2. Shazaib Hassan takes a nice catch out there. Well, still, I mean, run-wise, they're fine. It's 17 and over, but I just think, I mean, the way Adil was hitting them was off the charts. And, well, early days, still a lot of action to go. I'm just catching up on the messages here. Rico saying, Vinny, as much as I love you, Valentine messages for all of our viewers, our extended family. Me too. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I'll think of it by the end of this innings. I'll test my multitasking. I'll try and come up with a poem of my own. Okay, if Rico's got a poem. All right. But well, if there's any silence, I'm thinking up a poem. I have to be creative. Oh, Aschad's in the chat. Hello. I'll come back to you in a second, Aschad, but these are the highest chases ever. You can see in this series, we've had a couple of the biggest ones. We saw equal fifth the other day. Anyway, let's go back to the action here. This is lifted up and out of here. Maximo. So really, it's been incredible hitting so far, and I suppose what you would say is Prince is still there. Oh yeah, and more. Elahi's come out, and sometimes you see Elahi opening up, so yeah, you could just kind of use the men in black glasses and forget the last over and a bit. And these two could quite easily be opening, and they could quite easily go at the rate required. Two balls, 2 sixes. Well, he's doing an Adil Shah, but we all know how that ended. Not well. This is Bra, who's into the series for the first time. But, I'm enjoying this. Hopefully you're enjoying the show as well. Oh, is there a touch on this? There was definitely a noise. And Prince is saying, look, I definitely didn't hit it. There was definitely a noise, though. And there's many things that can make a noise, kind of your hands turning on the bat. And it didn't sound very woody, but I don't know. I wonder if there was the tiniest of nicks that not even Prince felt there. That can happen sometimes. He's pretty close to the bat. Otherwise, it's a wide, so it is getting a wide. Meanwhile, Prince will have another crack, goes down the ground, and he'll get 4. They're keeping the chase alive. Yeah. What an interesting one that caught behind. Big noise. And Prince is like, nah, no way I hit that. I would have felt it. Last ball, the over coming up. Hit hard down the ground. Does he get it past the fielder? He does not. He will retain the strike. Probably not a bad thing. Well, what a chase this would be if they could keep it up. It's 71 for 2 after 4. Oh, Julian. I love this info. Julian's in the chat saying that his lovely wife, Sarah, gave him a lovely card with both of them in the Kartsma outfield on finals day. Believe it or not, Vinny Sandhu is photo bombing my Valentine's Day card. Well, Julian, you're welcome. All right, here's my poem. I've given it very little thought. I'll go to Dave's first. Hello, Dave Bennett. Where are you watching from, Dave? First, let's watch Zayn Isan coming out. It's good fielding. Cameron's a solid play, you know. That's the single. So Dave's is roses are red, violets are blue. ECN 6s are coming for you. All right, mine's coming up for this ball. I'm nervous. Gets a bit of it, but enough. Maybe not. He's gone. Oh, it's the shush time from Ranjot. And Stefan in the background. Say, guys, just clear away, will you? Well, I don't know about that. I think it's all in good fun anyway. But yeah, normally when you're getting a rats from the crowd, it's not the opposition. Watch this. Ranjot takes it and then says, yeah, you guys be quiet. I don't know if we've got the rest of that replay, but I want to see it again. Oh, this has been an entertaining inning so far. Holds up my poem. I'll keep you in suspense. I don't think it's that good. It looks a bit high. So, I mean, at least no one's actually wasted any balls yet, which is the key. That one will certainly hurt a bit. They've got the magic black bat out there to try and counter the magic of Magic CC Badalona. Okay. Roses are red. Enjoy the show. Happy Valentine's Day from Mr. Maximo. Copyright Mr. Maximo 2024. Keep it simple, I say. Bob. Marcus Eunice hits, runs, is in trouble. They'll probably want to have a look at this, but I think he's just in. We see that from the straight on camera. I think everyone's pretty confident that Eunice has made it off the mark. Have another look at this one. Just try and get the moment that the stumps are knocked off. But I think you'll find that magic black bat, even though he goes a little bit off to the side at the end. Direct would have been out, I think. Unless I'm seeing, yeah, so he's just made it. Good work from our crew at Spring Media, though. Doing a wonderful job. He's gets lifted up. Prince, he likes it. Has it got enough? It does. Maximo. No, he wasn't as confident as his partner, was he, Eunice? But Prince, he hit it, and he said, yeah, I think that's going to be enough. Helix has a good query saying he did step over the boundary when he went to shoot the opposition. But I guess the ball's dead by the time he steps over the boundary. He's completed the catch. And you can do what you like after that. It's pretty unusual to step out of the ground, though. This is going to be 4. And that's not a good ball. It's attempted Yorker outside the leg stump and turned away. Prince Demand. As long as he's there, I'm not going to count them out, you know. That will end the over as well. 83 for 3 after 5. And they're very similar positions at the halfway point. In the first innings, this is where a couple of wickets fell. So they were 85 for 2 after 5, about to be 85 for 3 in the first innings, Magic. And right now, 83 for 3. So, yeah, it's pretty spot on. These are the upcoming events, of course. We're in Spain. Really looking forward to the internationals this weekend, the women's and the men's Spain and Czechia teams playing a best-of-5 series each. And then we'll have week 4 of this ECS, including the finals. Not this weekend, but next weekend. And then ECL, marquee event, followed by Portugal, which included a new event, Western Shield, which is British and Irish Knights versus Team Europe in a best-of-9 at the Ryder Cup. Anyway, time for a new over. Matty Rahman is going to bowl it. First bowler series for Matty. Yeah, I see I got good reviews from my poem. Thank you. It was like soppy, but not too soppy. I think the Dragons, I think this is the right one now, updated, where they did chase 172. See them against Pac Barcelona. That was only 2 days ago. Can they go even bigger here? Oh, well. That one almost blows Matty Rahman's head off. I think they want to have a look at this to see if he's out or not. I think he's just in. Prince is certainly pretty comfortable. I mean, Matty and Prince probably know each other a fair bit from being in the national squad. But let's check out this run out at the end. Prince, you'd imagine he's trotting. He's watching the ball. Is that bat down in time? Yeah, it's down in time. That's worth an inquiry. What about the return? Smack. Imagine if that sticks to Matty Rahman's hands. Oh, that's going to be 5. He actually overruns it down the leg side, Shaquille Ahmed. So that's a minimo. That's so handy when you're chasing a mountain of runs. You get 5 for free. I mean, he actually goes too far, Shaquille. He's telling everyone who'll listen, no one really cares, only care about the result. It's going to be 5 wides. Rahman hasn't bowled too much. Maybe we need a nickname for the black bat. Okay, I've already come up with it. Let's call it Midnight. It's as black as midnight. with a little bit of a glow, like a moon glow, with the fiberglass tape over it. All right, well, 5 wides. Really handy. Definitely a big 5 wides. I don't know if there's any conjecture about this. Dave has a question. Where are you watching from, Dave, by the way? Sorry if you already told me and I missed it. He said, where's the ECS in Greece? Now, I believe that'll be in Corfu, where we did have an ECS in 2021. Maybe one of the wettest outfields we ever played on, but, you know, we went there and players said, look, we don't want you. It'll take weeks to dry out. Let's just go for it. And unfortunately, finals day was washed out there. But, yeah, it should be in Corfu again, I imagine. This is hit leg side, just be a single. Something else, Corfu does actually have a cricket ground that's really close to the kind of central city. And now here's the thing, they're not allowed to play there because it's a small ground. Well, they can play there, but not with a hard ball. So that's why we can't do an ECS there. And what's the reason? It's surrounded by parked cars that don't like getting hit with cricket balls. Prince hits it, and he's going to get 4. He moves to 48, so the Prince is in business, holding court at the moment. Yeah, so we did see a cricket ground saying, hey, can't we play here? Not that the Marina ground isn't nice there, but it was a lot drier in the city than it was near the Marina, where all the water essentially runs downhill into the ground. I said, look, can't because of all the cars around. Slower ball from Matty, and he's going to get slammed. Heads up. Maximo. That's 50 for Prince Demand. Brings it up in 20 balls. And what he's done so far pretty well, especially with some of the wickets that have fallen. He's kind of taken control of the game. Doesn't mind having a little bit of a look at first, even when they're chasing 180s. Knows that he's the kind of guy who can get on a massive heater. This time he hits it the fielder. He has to work for the single. I like those little things. Just making him run. Don't let him jog it through. The Prince will move to 55 and retains the strike. Matty's over goes for 19 in the end. It's 102 for 3 after 6. Well, Tim Reedman likes the magical music bat. It's not too bad either. Looks a bit like, I guess, the colour of an old LP record, doesn't it? Forest Survival in the chat says, Catalan Dragons will win. Remember my words. I'll remember, Forest. I'll be the first to congratulate you. Yeah, so Corfu being in the calendar. Dave said that he lived there 20 years ago. Where do you live now, Dave? Can't wait to watch an ECS there. Well, you can go back and watch some of 2021 if you like. I might send you the page. All right. This is going to be a 4 to start the over. Well, you need 20 and over, basically. That's what you're shooting for. You're basically looking at an average of magical. That's a good start. How do you get a magical over? You normally need kind of like 4 boundaries, 2 6s, 2 4s. At least 3 boundaries, I think, in an over if they're 6s. Try and find you something. Okay, Dave, you watching the break? Slight miss hit this time. They want it. They're not going to get it. Falls safely. That's a bit of luck for Demand. Knows he doesn't get that, but he gets away with it. And oh, Bilal almost receives that in an uncomfortable area. You won't believe some of the cricket we got there, Dave. Can you watch it? This one is in the air. Doesn't quite carry. Oh, poor Bilal. He's just always taken 2 in the nether regions. Well, happy Valentine's Day to you. Luckily, that one probably doesn't get him there, judging by where he's rubbing, but who knows? So there we go. I'm going to send you day one and you can work it out from there. Save it, watch it later. It's a Gundy ball, really, and that's going to be dispatched. Maximo! Well, there's your second boundary of the over. Like I said, you know, kind of need 3 or 4. They've hit 2 in 4 balls. That one's a large one, half a dozen. You'll see some things, Dave, if you watch that, because that field was slippery. This is in the air, and it's going to be into the gap as well. 4 runs. Prince to 70. And just 25, keeping this game alive. Keep an eye on that required run rate. It's around the 20. I think that they're kind of holding water. It's like you got the canoe and the water's coming in, and you keep trying to shovel it out. Yeah, so the other thing in that Greece field, because it was wet, but everyone agreed. Everyone said, look, it's our first ECS. We know it's wet. We want to play. The square leg umpire kept sinking further and further into the ground. We thought sawdust was the answer. We tried. The sawdust just was the areas to avoid. It was like the police tape. Goes for it. Does he get this as well? I think so. Well, he's so good in the chase, isn't he, Prince Demand? Maximo! This is such an interesting game at the moment. Yeah, the Dragons going to make a bit of history to be the highest ever chase in a European Cricket Series game. So highest chase in a domestic game if they were to do it. Those changes to a big chase though. Yeah, that 172 is a big chase. Also got successful chases of 141 in the series. 115 in 5.5 overs. So what's coming up though? In the second match, well, we already know these two teams are throwing some big haymakers at each other. They'll play each other again. It's the double header format in half an hour. We'll be starting match 66. And the news from the toss, the Dragons winning the toss, electing to bowl. Probably feel like that's their preference at the moment because he didn't go too well batting first yesterday. I also think someone like Prince loves a challenge. He loves knowing exactly what he has to do. And even here, look, he knows it's a big task, but he knows how risky he has to be. Dave's watching from Edinburgh. Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy watching the Scottish side Forfisher in the ECL, Dave, if you stick with us. I actually think I should go back and watch some of that. Some of that Greece. I remember the first game is only a 3-over game. That's the minimum allowable overs. Gave the field as much time as possible to dry. And a couple of balls went from the sky and just plugged, you know, like didn't bounce. Alright, don't run. Because Prince probably would have got run out there if they'd gone for that. Muniz just needs to kind of get out of the way here, doesn't he? That last over, by the way, went for 22. So they held pace with that 20 and over. Can they do it this time? And they got 22. How many boundaries? They got 4 boundaries in the over. Get something on this at least. Banking on 1, but he might get more. I don't think they're ever taking a 2 here, even though it was there. But Prince feels like he's the man that's going to have to win this game. Just a bit of tension in this one. Tell you what, 4 hits here. Bring the house down, bring up his 100 as well. Oh, great bowling though. That's, you know, we go on and on and on about how hard it is for the bowlers, but I still think, I've said this for probably 12 months now, as the scores have gone through the roof, the bowlers need to step up. The bowlers need to bowl more Yorkers. Have a look at that. Prince Demand, number 13 on the century list. We're on to page 2 now because Isan, he got one yesterday. 110 not out. His third of the series. Love that bowling. Love that bowling. So just watch, guys. This is a very, very good example of even a guy who's been smashing everything. If you hit that length, there is almost nothing you can do to that. In fact, Prince gave it a good shot of deflecting it away from 4 anyway. And that's a pretty excellent shot. The fielder does well. Very good bowling. This is Samir Rahman. Bowling for the first time. He can bank a bowl the 10th as well. Trying to ice the game for the Magic. But that's the risk. This is going to be a no ball, I'm sure. And it's going to go for 4. So this is when it's gone for 6, has it? We'll have to check if this is 4 or 6. I thought it bounced first. No doubt it's a no ball. But my question, I saw it as 4. And then we'll track the ball after it goes off the bat. So yeah, we'll just keep rolling this one through. Now, where does it land? Does it land? I mean, it has to be a no ball. It's a big one. But is that a no ball? No. We'll find out shortly. Anyway, Prince to 82. Yeah, there's no ball plus 6 scored in the end to go all the way. Oh, it's such a good shot off the free hit as well. So, sight unseen. That one's a 13, 7 and 6 off that delivery, and that just brings things back. And it kind of, in a way, cancels out all the good work before that. This over had gone .1, . In the blink of an eye, this over's gone for 14. And with a ball remaining, if you get 6 off this, then there's your 20 off the over. That's the difficulty. Trying to hit 6 Yorkers in a row. Very difficult. Last ball of this over. Gets it right again. And has a proper ping at him. Prince wanted the strike back. He won't get it. So, Rahman, when it's all said and done, 14's a win for the Magic, who are hanging on in this one at the moment. 138 for 3 after 8. But yeah, the risk is if you overdo a Yorker by a lot, then you got a no ball, which can go to the boundary. Then you got to bowl another one. Only just behind, but such a high bar in this game. What entertainment. We've already had over 300 runs this morning. I feel like we're just getting started. All right. Well, I can tell you one thing. They have gotten past the point. So that's something. But they want the whole lot. Eunice has got to 1-4-6. They're the results that he'll take. Doesn't want a 0. Maybe holds his crease and sacrifices himself to get Prince down the other end if he does miss it. Doesn't miss it. Prince has got to hustle. Oh, would have been out too, you know. Prince knows it. He throws the bat away. Not saying disgust, maybe in relief. But he knows he had to go there. But there's no way. I hope he hasn't actually hurt himself here, Prince. Maybe strained a muscle, searching for the extra pace. Would have been gone by a step. I'm a bit worried for him here because we know he's had injury issues in the past. He's such a great player to watch. Taking his time to compose himself. Even when he only had one leg a couple of years ago, he was doing some incredible things. Hello to Michael Wharton, who said, first time watching today, watching from a very cold at Warrington. Great to have you with us, Michael. I'm so excited to have so many new viewers today. All right, that's a pretty good shot. Well, you don't have to worry about your legs too much when you hit them like that. Demand up to 92. What a knock. But will it be in vain for the Dragons? How'd you find out about ECN, by the way? I assume that's Warrington in the UK. I have heard of that before. 38 off 10. How many can you get off the last? Probably like 25-ish. Slower ball, hit straight, and good enough. So Prince gets closer and closer to the 100. They want to check this to see if it's 4 or 6. So let's have a look where this bounces. Is it over the line or not quite? My feeling was, not sure it went all the way for 6. We'll check it out again. Where does this one end up? Try and freeze it around here. We go. Oh, it's just 4. Not far away from a 6, though. So Prince moves to 96. Great work by our crew at Spring Media as well, getting that right. Can he bring up his second ton of the series? I think so. He can. It's 100 for Prince Demand. His second in 3 days. And is he going to break this record here with his team, the Dragons? Can it be the first ever 180s chase? in the European Cricket Series, 102 off 34 balls, but the celebrations are pretty understated from the Prince because he knows this job is not done. 28 off 8 now. Got to go for this again. Isan, a short. Prince gets a piece. Does he get enough? He's gone. Oh, heartbreak for the Dragons fans. Prince does bring up his 100, but he goes the very next ball, and you feel like that's enough. Surely that's enough to seal the game for the Magic. Really brave knock from Prince Demand, but he'll score 100 in a losing cause. You'd imagine. I mean, I know it's not done yet. And he's such a great player to watch. Let's stick with Prince as he's walking off because I think we want to see his teammates receive him as he goes off. Brilliant, brilliant innings from the Prince. You can see there. He's heartbroken despite his best efforts. Bringing up 100. He leaves with 7 balls remaining, 153 for 4. Well, it's going to be a tough last over. Yunus, who's only been playing about second violin with the low notes, and he's going to have to start hitting some heights. They need 28 off the last, 153 for 4 after 9. Bowling figures, well, just held on, haven't they? Had some good moments, had some hairy moments. Tough for the bowlers. When they've executed, though, you'd have to say, when they've executed, they've had reasonably good results. When they've got it wrong, it's been expensive. What a great game to start the day. Again, we see centuries in back-to-back matches. Isan scored one in match 64. And you have one here. Valentine's Day 100 for the Prince. Match 65. Last over. Need the proverbial miracle, don't they? This is going to be kept in. That's going to hurt. They're going to take it on anyway. They'll get 2. They need more than that at the moment, though. It makes it 26 off 5. Tried to get the quote-unquote set batter, but that's the thing. Yunus hasn't really had to play a shot in anger yet. What a good game. I mean, this is one thing I like about the double-header format as well. That, yeah, we still got half the story to come. Oh, well, he's got the midnight bat, Yunus. And they'll keep it inside the field. They'll get 1, they think of 2, but it's just no possibility. And they hold the ball up, just a single. If you are new, stay with us because hopefully you're enjoying the entertainment. Plenty more to come today, including a rematch of last year's final in the afternoon session. Great bowling. I feel like I can take a breath now. Well, there's a back heel. Probably cost him a run or not. Now, I think it basically comes down to this. To be honest, Uneeb Shah's one guy, he did come out and drill 3 6s in a row last night. So he's one guy that might have been able to pull it off, but he's at the other end now. And Prince Demand, he does join the century list here. Fantastic knock from the Prince. Maximo Abbas. That's such good bowling. Look, sometimes I feel like I'm one of those broken records, but if you hit that length, even like a Prince, as we saw, can't do much with it. Okay, there's a risk you miss, but just let's see bowlers trying it a bit more rather than running in and hitting the pitch, on this pitch anyway. So come back to us in about 15 minutes. We'll be starting the second match of this little 2-match mini-series. Wakas icing the game for the Magic. That's not a bad shot from Uneeb. He'll get 6, and you can see what he did yesterday. He was part of this crazy partnership. After 3 balls in the 9th over, he came in, he hit those 3 for 6, and then we saw 27, I think it was, off the last over. Wasn't quite enough, though, to save the Dragons against Packeye Care. Did get them up to an average score, I suppose, something in the 130s. Last ball of a very entertaining first match of the day. Or not. Because I'll get that one again. I think he nicked it. The batter was walking off going, is that it? No, that's not it. You get that one again. We need about another 10 of those before this game's alive again. A few people hearing the chopper. I can't say I heard the chopper. Everyone thinks it could be the Rico copter. All right. Trying to put this one in the book. Oh, pretty close. Yeah, he's out. So it's going to be a wicket to finish. Wakas will get 2 in the game. And the Dragons, 165, but it's not good enough to get the win in the end. They will get a single point. Only 15 runs between these two teams in the end. Match 65 is run and done. Magic Badalona 180. Catalina Dragons 165. What a great start to the day. Of course, that second innings was highlighted by Prince Demand with his second century of the season. 102 off 35 in a losing cause. And the Dragons, they do get a single point. And I'll need some more, Magic. They kind of keep creeping up the table, I think, with 3 points there. I want to do a number in the second game. And just a reminder that we'll have the same order of innings because the Dragons, they'll be chasing again. But how many? We'll see. Magic Badalona expect to see Waka Sanwa opening up. I think Matthew Rahman probably gets another run at the top as well. Let's have a look at the highlights of this. And look, it's quite incredible when you think that a couple of things really didn't go their way in this 165. I mean, Adil came out and he was just having an absolute barnstormer. He went 6-6-6 to start. He hit 4 sixes. And then this happened. Bounces off the keeper. Shaquille Ahmed. Sammy Rahman picks up, hits the stumps. And what seemed like a routine extra run because the ball bounced straight to the fielder. Nobody home had to hit him, but middle stump went back and Prince said, what are you doing? And then the very next ball, Rajawaka hold out to Shazaib Hassan. So you thought, well, this is heading south pretty quickly for the Dragons, but that man, he has a heart the size of continental Europe, Prince Demand, and he just continued on. That was a funny one. I heard a big noise, but there's an element of doubt as to exactly what it was. And Ranjot, well, he got the shusher out, didn't he? And walked off to just make sure the message was sent. You can see the Dragons had to really fight. But then Prince took over, went up a gear, went past 50, climbing towards his 100. They needed about 20 and over. They kept it in that pace for a while. Yeah, Rico Copter getting closer, I think. Yeah, but 9 Maximos, 10 fours in the Prince's innings. Just kept them going when their chances were slim at best. Had Yunus there as an ally. I mean, Yunus was always going to be a bit of a support player in that partnership. In the end, it was a fantastic century for Prince Demand, 102 he brought up. But then the very next ball, big moment, offered a chance. It was taken out there by Shazaib Hassan. Takes it on his knees. And really, that killed the contest. Real heart-stopping stuff. Well, on a day where I suppose some hearts are overflowing and some hearts are breaking, you get a bit of both here in the first match of the day. And I'm excited to have a second leg of this doubleheader because I think there's plenty more action to come. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Dominated by that century from Prince Demand, his second of the series, but this time it wasn't quite enough to get them over the line. 24 for Adil Shah, got run out in quite incredible circumstances. A golden for Raja. Elahi and Yunus were support players, and Unib at the end came in a little bit too late to make a difference. Wakazama with 2 for 27, identical figures to Zain Isan. And probably your pick of the bowlers, but it was a tough one for all the bowlers, really. Sammy Rahman bowled a good half an over and went off the rails. 14 off his over, 13 came basically in one ball. We'll take a break then. I think we're going to try and start on time, which means we'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into the next one. Magic batting first again. Can the Dragons breathe fire and hunt them down first? They're going to have to get those key wickets at the top. Exciting contest to come. Still plenty of action to go today on Valentine's Day action on ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. See you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Well, heart-stopping first game of the day, and I expect more of the same as we head into match number 66. It's a rematch between Magic Badalona and Catalunya Dragons. Well, Magic just edged out the Dragons in the first match of the day. Let's see what happens in the second. Starting with a coin toss, where Stefan Gooch, a little while ago, had the two captains.
Magic's call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. It's heads.
I will bowl first.
Bowling?
Yeah, I will.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck. Catalunya Dragons have won the toss and they're bowling.
Yeah, so interesting that this time the toss is won by the Dragons. Earlier, the Magic decided to bat. Catalunya said, okay, you can bat again. We want to see if we can chase. The problem was the mountain was just a little bit too high in the previous game. And, 181 was the target. Catalunya Dragons ended up on 165. Similar looking side for both sides, actually, in this one. But, look, Prince Demand just peeled off a century. That was quite incredible. Magic Badalona given about a 2-1 chance of winning this. But, look, Dragons, they just seem a good side that can't seem to get too many points on the board, don't they? They find themselves kind of languishing in the bottom half of the ladder. Okay, they were late to get involved in the series. And there's Shane just making sure everything's in order. And Magic, though, they have been Magic. They have decided to open again with Mati Uraman. This is what I thought would happen. Waka Samoa at the other end. I know a few people keep firing questions. Will Baba play today for Pakai Care? Well, we should know in the second half of this game. So, can't tell you yet because I don't know. But that's when the teams generally nominate their 11s. Hopefully everyone enjoyed a short break. Raja Waka is going to get us going. If you're just joining us, very happy Valentine's Day to you. If you're a lover of cricket or just a lover, you're more than welcome here. Rick already composed quite a nice poem, so did I. Any other poems? Stick them in the chat. ECS European Cricket Network. Shake, rattle and roll. And Waka gets us going. Well, Matty wants to run. He saw a statue like Bilal at the other end, so that'll be a dot to get us going. Raja. It's played out. Matty Rahman. Here's an ECN century to his name, don't forget. Right around the corner. I was asking for trouble, really, by Raja Waka. Like a slower ball as well, outside the legs, and that was that. And away it goes. All right, there's a little nick on that, you know, but again, it was a slower ball by Waka. It doesn't carry to the keeper. Well, that's in the air, and he's not confident here, is he? Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, you got to be kidding me. I mean, Mati thought his goose was cooked here. But maybe Raja takes his eye off the ball at the critical moment. Oh, well, has to pay straight away, doesn't he, Waka? That one's Adios Pelota over the fence and far away, and Raja drops the sitter and gets mowed out of the ground. 10 off the first over, 10 without loss. Waka. What do you think about that, I think? So long as Matty's still at the crease. 12 days, of course, until the European Cricket League starts, the Champions League of European Cricket. And there'll be 35 clubs involved. It's gone up. Last year was 31. Don't know how much more it can climb, to be honest. Maybe. Maybe we start going full Eurovision, invite Australia and who else? Turn around the corner, and that is going to be 4 runs. Hassan, not good in the last game. This is whacked away, but held up in the infield. We're going to miss this time. This one is up in the air, hanging a long time. Can he pull this in? Oh, in the end, they won't get the boundary, but Prince is basically saying to Elahi, look, I think I had this, but he got disappointed that Elahi came to rain on his parade. Too many cooks. Saying I would have reached that. Elahi probably knows. I don't know if he didn't hear the call or something like that, but yeah, another hairy moment. This one's going to be a big wide. Looking at Hassan, he's been a bit of a beast in this series, hasn't he, for the Magic? Racked up 180 in the first innings. They've got depth in their order, don't they? Played away, and I'll just get a single this time. Down the leg side. This one will be called a wide as well. This is lifted up and over the top. Maximo. Matty gets into his work. into the over. And so, Magic. Magic 28 now. So, look, they could potentially catch, I said this earlier, they could catch the Jaguar. If they'd have a big win here. And this is going to be 4 to start the over. It wasn't the worst ball, really. Raka brings himself back. That's going to be a no ball. Well, he want 2, probably would like it so he gets the free hit, but I think there's no point running yourself out over it. So free hit coming up. That's when the Yorker can go wrong. Hello to the Golf Hack. All caps. Nice to see you in the chat. Where are you watching from in Australia? Says he's from Australia. Slow ball. Matty sits and watches it go over the ropes. Maximo. There's 6 of the best. As Magic look to build another big score. Well, I mean, you can play if you're from Australia. You probably just have to go on a European holiday. If you message me at Mr. Maximo, I can probably hook you up with a club if you're going to a particular country. We'll put the schedule up from time to time. Oh, it depends on the country if they let you play. Not we will. And now this is in the air. Oh, he's dropped. That's another fairly simple one that's gone down. It's Adil Shah this time. And he's frustrated, fires it into the ground. Matty gets dropped again. Yes, Steve, just saying, yeah, move to Europe. That's a simple way. Probably not that simple if you live in Australia. Anyway, this is lifted up in the air. Hassan takes out the long handle. Maximo. Yeah, that one might have snuck into the back of the forbidden tent. Adios, Pelota. Raja trying to get the first breakthrough here. Comes off the pad. I'll turn the run down. Yeah, let us know where you're from, the Golf Hack. Obviously, you love your golf. I'll put a video on my list to watch. I think it's from a bunch of guys they're called How Ridiculous. And they just do crazy things. I think they had like 1 million balls going off a ski jump, seeing if one would be a hole-in-one or something. Maybe not 1 million. Anyway, this is 10 around the corner. We'll cut off, though. It's Unib that does the work. Takes us into the power play. Pretty average kind of power play, really. Runs-wise, 45 without loss after 3. $10, 15 and 19 so far. Magic. Trying to build another colossal total. Dragons, they've been good on the chase. I mean, they did chase at 172 a couple of days ago. Gave the 182 a good shake as well, didn't they? Still, long way to go on this one. Eunice takes over. Another false shot by Matty. Is he going to get lucky this time? He will. Falls safely. Oh, no. And he thought the fielder was there covering. He wasn't. He was just watching. Oh, that's a bit of a disaster. If ever I saw one. Unib. He's almost using sonar to locate his compatriot. And Matty gets super lucky here. I mean, it's hard to buy a lottery ticket if you're Matty right now. Swing and miss this time. Dragons have struggled keeping teams down in the first place. I mean, that's, I suppose, the underlying issue that they've had. They're averaging 160 against. So that's not great. If that's what you're averaging chasing. As this is lifted up, Matty again. Oh, it's another drop catch. This one's not quite as elementary, but Faizan gets a fingertip on it. It's 4 more to Matty Rahman. He might as well call him El Gato right now, the cat, because he's got 9 lives, 99 on his back. Here's the when they've bowled 10 overs, Dragons' opposition have scored 184, 172, 113, 115. Like, that was when they were playing Barcelona International. Although they did hold back Barcelona's. We see another 4. Wow. Another one, which is a teaser for the fielder. Look at some of these numbers, though, they've conceded. 171, 186, 180. Yeah, we know it's not easy for the bowlers. It turns into a low full toss. I'm a bit surprised. I haven't seen fielders fielding a bit straighter. At least make him hit around. I often see fielders, kind of teams pinching there long off and long on. It's off the hip. And this one won't be a chance. Oh, will it? He did well to get a hand to it. I thought it was well over him. But in the end, it'll be Maximo. 6 runs. And Yunus can't take a trick at the moment. Have a look at this effort on the boundary, though. Did really well. I'm not sure if he even took off from the field of play, but I like the effort there. Backs away and misses. Rahman still there somehow. 4 overs down, 62 without loss. Andy Labusque, good to see you from Melbourne. I was doing some interesting research in the Australian accent the other day, because people say, you know, does Australia have accents? I'm like, not really like the US or the UK, where it can change markedly how people speak. But I found out there are some subtle differences and trends. So yeah, studied a bit of linguistics when I was at university. And yeah, so Melbourne, they're known for slightly, their E sounds a bit more like A sounds. So Melbourne. That's an extreme version. And yeah, other places have different subtleties. So nothing sticks out. If I hear someone talk from Australia, and I run into a lot of Australians in Europe, I can't go, okay, you're from here or you're from there. It's a bit of a city-country type difference in accents. And yeah, certain places like in South Australia, they'll say chance and dance and France. Whereas a Queenslander would probably say that sounds a bit haughty-taughty. Well, I'm not from South Australia, but I split it sometimes, but I think I say chance more than chance. Both sound right to me. Anyway, this is in the air. Bilal, does he get lucky? He does. Another catch goes down. Dragons can't catch a cold at the moment. And well, I count that as 7 balls that Prince has bowled today. And Akhtar in 3 of them has made some sort of error. So, put that one in the drop catches column. It's getting pretty full. Golf hack. Said it wasn't a million balls. It probably wasn't a million. But 2,000 from the How Ridiculous guys. Check out their channel. It's actually pretty crazy. Going with a spin here to Matty. And, I think he spotted something in the field here. He hits it and immediately says, look, are there too many outfielders here? He's saying that, or is there 3 behind square? Is that what he's saying? Have a look at his reaction after the shot. Can you see his reaction? He's saying, look, it's a no ball. So I wonder if this is a no ball, you know, because if Matty has spotted it, yeah, I think that's what's happened. Very alert play from Matty Rahman. He's so quick to swing at it and then quickly say to the umpire, hey, look, before they can move, hey, look, you're not allowed to have more than 2 fielders in like the top left corner. So behind square on the leg side. And I think that's what it was. The risk is there. You can treat that like a free hit if you spot it, but then you also need the umpires to see it. So yeah, no ball called. We saw it happen one more time and one time before. Unless, I'm not sure if it's for 3 behind square or 6 on the leg side, you also can't do. So it'll be a 7 up. Prince is ropeable. How did that happen? Great play, though. This is all cooking a bit of clock as well for the Dragons, who are all at 6s and 7s. Now, I mean, look, there's several things in the field. Okay, so the obvious one, which we often see, is at this stage of the game, you're only allowed 5 in the outfield, 5 outside the circle. So if it's 6 or more, then you can't. There are other rules and playing conditions, I should say. You can't have more than 5 on the leg side in total, and you can't have more than 2 behind square on the leg side. So I think it's one of those two. I don't know yet which one it is. But, I mean, they're querying the rule here, and they're saying, look, there's obviously a good reason. I mean, Stefan Gooch is in control of this. So, to me, the way they're talking, 3. See the 3 fingers? He had 3 on the leg side behind square. And Prince is trying to say, no, there wasn't. But there must have been, because the batter said straight away, look. And the umpire looked and said, yeah, you're right. Remember, the umpire's looking for all these things every ball. So the Prince is going, yeah, but, you know, you're allowed to have that. And the umpire's going, no, you're not. The Prince is probably saying, yes, you are. I guess that's clever play. Yeah, maybe it's the equivalent of like taking a timeout here. And he's just saying to that deep one, look, we need you in front of the line. And he's right. He needs to be in front of the line. Really alert stuff by Matthew Rahman. And the umpire's being sent to the other side. Now he's going to have eyes in the back of his head. Yeah. Got to say, smart play from Matty. He gets a free hit and then another free hit effectively. Now this is lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo! And 50 for Matty Rahman. Catches in the free hit. Big brain, big shot from Matty. He's definitely looked a bit more fluent in this innings. Having said that, it's been dropped a bunch of times. Shouldn't still be there. Now he's going to get another one away. It'll be 4 more. He moves to 57 in the blink of an eye. Yeah, nice shot. Just waited on it. Played it pretty late. Got it behind that fielder. So this over's gone for 18. 3 legal deliveries. All right. How lucky are you, Matty? It's up in the air. He's been caught. I tell you what, that wasn't in the middle of the hands either. But Matty's luck runs out on 57, but not before he's gotten this innings off to a rollicking start. It's 80 for 1. Well held out there. That's Amjad, isn't it, out there? Watch it, goes to the skies. No, he says, well, I've been really lucky so far. I think when you've been dropped so many times, it almost comes out the heel of the hand. When you've been dropped so many times, you start to think you're immune to it. But reality bites Matty, but still, nice knock from him. Going at over 3 a ball in that innings. 80 for 1. So, we haven't had to worry about the clock lately for most of the fielding sides because they've effectively been given extra time now because they get a minute for every single wicket. But I got a feeling this is one of the innings that they could get a bit of clock trouble. They need to finish the 9th over before the clock runs out. Still should be all right, but you never know. All right, over to Shaquille Ahmed. Again, he doesn't waste any time. Goes for the first ball. We'll just get a single. Low to Julian once again. Said, yes, you're right. It's not only Valentine's Day today, but it's also Ash Wednesday. Goes after a ball that I think would have been a wide. This is hanging up in the air. It's another catch. Well, when it rains, it pours. Haven't been able to take a catch to save themselves, the Dragons, so far. But now they hold two, and it's that man Faizan Amjad who's flying the flag with 2 catches in the over. And that's both openers gone in quick succession. Maybe Bilal succumbs to a broken heart after losing his partner, Matthew Rahman. And so Prince with 2 for 19 in the over, and after 5, it's 81 for 2. Yeah, Ash Wednesday, it's the first day of Lent. So I've heard a few jokes going around saying maybe you should give someone an empty box of chocolates for Valentine's Day, saying, well, are you giving up chocolate for Lent? Anyway, let's have a look at the ECL draw. Let's roll dice. I'm going to pick another team. I'm going to go Group B, Team 2. Oh, the Mechelen Eagles. Yeah, well, Belgian ball, as we like to call it. Belgian ball takes over. And whenever we see the Belgians, they have just an uber attacking approach to what they do. And the Belgians, I'm just going to pull up this squad there, okay? We haven't seen Mechelen Eagles before at the ECL. We have seen them in an ECS. It's going to be a wide. They like it. They think there's an edge on this, but the umpire doesn't hear it. So, okay, looking at the Mechelen Eagles, some players in there to watch. I mean, Abdul Rahim Idris is one. Cameron Zazai. Kugiani Shakurula. Well, he's always good to watch. Look, thing is, I don't see these guys too much, Mechelen Eagles, but they're going to bring it. If they've won Belgium, they're bringing it. We were last in Belgium for an ECS in 2022. Hassan. Faces up Shazaib Hassan. Comes in at 4. Hits away straight away and kind of gets it in the gap. Oh, well. Amjad had a very good few minutes, but his hot streak's over. Swings and misses. And it's amazing how quickly people forget. He's held 2 catches. Everyone else has been dropping them, and then everyone's giving him a good old-fashioned spray. Why didn't you keep that in? He's saying, well, I tried, didn't I? Didn't miss it on purpose. Kind of French cut it. Fielding style of a French cut. To Hassan. Maybe inherit some of the luck of Matthew Rahman. Oh yeah, classic slash away over backward point. Maximo! Hassan goes 4 and 6, pick up sticks and picks up the pace here in the 6th over. Magic. What are they on for here? High 150s. Computer thinks at the moment. I mean, a 160 chase wouldn't be off the cards. We saw the Dragons score 165 in a losing cause in the first game. Now this is going to be a single. Again, French cut. This one hangs in the air. And, oh, well. We'll come back for 2. Unib. Ready for the last ball of this over. Gone for 15 at the moment. This one is hit high and out of here. That's off the warning fence. Maximo brings up the 100 for the Magic as well, as Anib's over does go magical in the end. 21 off it. It's 102 for 2 after 6. Four overs to go. Adil Shah coming on to bowl over number 7. Captaining the side. Saw him cracking the ball with the bat earlier before he ran himself out. This one's in the air. And catchable. Ah, we're back. Oh, and it almost hits the hat. Let me tell you about this, though. And we actually have to see. I don't think he deliberately takes his hat off. And as long as the hat just fell off, then it's just play on. You don't get 5 runs for it. Can't really see there. But have a look at this. Ball V hat. Just sneaks under the hat anyway. But what about the drop catch? They're back. Big swing and a miss. Not cleanly handled by Munib behind the stumps, but they won't get a run there. All these help, you know. Just taking those 2 wickets back to back has meant we've got 2 new batters, and sure, you know, they're 2 good batters. Now this is going to be hit hard and out of here. Maximo! And putting that with the rest. New batters, no worries. Look at the kind of bat speed, the way the wrists come out. Firing, don't they? Really whipping around through that ball. Hello to Stephen Kelp, watching from the Netherlands. Hope you're well. Now lifted up and out of here as well. Maximo! That tent is in the hot zone. That's the forbidden tent because we can never quite tell who's inside. I know that there's been a bit of a crew changeover. Just the length to work with. Batters love it. Yeah, miss hit, annoyed with himself. You can see the body language there from Shazam Hassan. We'll get a single though. Goes upstairs to finish out the over. So not the worst over from Adil, even though he went for back-to-back Maximos in the middle. Around that, didn't get hurt too badly. 15 off it. 7 overs in, 117 for 2. I know that a lot of people are curious about what's coming up, and one of the things that's coming up is that we've got the ECIs this weekend. Now, this is the men's ECI squads, and we'll talk about Spain a bit. I want to talk you through Czechia. So Aaron Ashokan, I imagine, leads Czechia. And they've got some big name players in there. Sabo Undavitsi is one who you might see him at the top of the order. Mohamed Ratul actually has the record for most 4s. Also got the native Czech player Martin Verndl in there, who really actually only played cricket when he had already grown up. So he never played as a kid. He's like obsessed with it now. Loves to play in the English competition. That's where he's moved to play his cricket now. So yeah, a few to watch there. I do think there'll be underdogs. Czechia, but I can see them pitching a game or 2. And this one, I want to see this one side on. Batter didn't like it. Let's see what the replay shows us. Yeah, you see that waiting around to see the replay. What do we get? Side on? Yeah, we'll have a look. Well, maybe not. This angle probably doesn't show it too well, but we'll have a look. Yeah, I mean, it looks high to me, to be honest. I think they'll probably call that one. But, yeah, maybe we'll get that one more time. Oh, geez, lucky to get away with that, I reckon. So, well, bit of a lucky break, I think, for the Dragons. Low full toss. And I'll just get one here. Hello to Santosh. Always good to see you in the chat as well. I'm saying, well, the fielding sticks out a bit because actually, you know, ECN's improved. European cricket's not really ECN, it's the cricketers. They have been holding more catches. It's something they have been working hard on. And this is carved away. Nice batting as Hassan goes maximal. Yeah, expected score 160 at the moment. Might tick up a couple after that shot. Nice hitting from Hassan. I think all teams now realise how important the fielding is. So you see it in the international and the ECL as well. It was a high one as well, but it gets him on the pad, so I don't think that one's going to be questionable for height. So that'll take us to the end of the 8th over. 128 for 2 after 8. Let's check this run rate and see which directions it's heading. I think of those 2 wickets might have just come back a little bit. What's the worm telling us? I mean, it's pretty much holding steady. I suppose the thing is, when they lost those 2 wickets close together, the next over still did go magical. So it still went up a little bit. The last 2 overs been a bit below the average for the innings though. Here's over number 9. Starts with Hassan swinging hard, swinging high, and getting the ball to fly. It is out of here. Maximo. Welcome back, Eunice. It's hitting the stratosphere. Look at that, deep in the crease. That's what these guys do. They love length. They just love being able to get under the ball. And with these small fields in ECN cricket, most of the time they fly over the ropes when they connect. Oh, he's in trouble here. Hit him on. Oh, I can tell you exactly what's happened here. Now they're going to leg by. He hits him outside the line, and the keeper sees a deflection. He's appealing either for LBW or caught behind, but it's definitely hit him outside the line of off stump. Look. Hit him on the toe, and his toe's outside off stump. Then because he's feeling guilty, he runs, doesn't realise where the ball's gone. Maybe he has. He's looking straight at it. Should have been run out. Keeper forgot to throw. Had the Sophie's choice between appealing and throwing. Chose the wrong option. Big swing and a miss. Think about sneaking another. But really, Shazab should have been gone there. Should have been run out. Whipped away, nicely held. Akhtardar's been moved from long off, or he's had a few issues today. Just feel like they're hanging in the game here, the Dragons. There's another swat. Oh, it's such good batting, but again, the length is there. And when the length is there, this ball's flying out of the ground with alarming regularity. All happening in the 9th. 140 is breached. Still 7 balls to go in this innings. Thick inside edge, and that's going to fly away for 4 as well. So it'll be 50 for Hassan. Probably not the most convincing shot. Maybe in a way, he was lucky to survive the over, but it's all said and done. He's come out there and he's kept the pace up. Got them on that kind of 160 pace. That'll be the end of the over, actually. His 50 coming up off 16 balls, and it's 146 for 2 after 9. Good knock. Like the way he's hit through the covers. Kind of point and cover region. He's been really good when the bowlers have hung it out there, but when it's had length on it, he's been really good with that kind of square slash. Right, last overtime, seatbelts on. It's a deal to bowl. And it does give him a bit of width. This is off the end of the bat. Prince Demand, well, even he drops the catch now. He's one of the best fielders that you'll find in this entire competition. Saw him get near one earlier, but got spooked by the presence of the Energizer Bunny, Sufyan Ilahi. Now Prince does get fingers to this, but can't hold on. Well, maybe that'll fire up the Prince. Can he go back-to-back hundreds? Might need to. Gets a piece of this, but not the whole thing. After that, not sure it's only a single. Yeah, the finish matters here, doesn't it? I mean, they could still get 160s. But if you can stop any boundaries from here, you can keep it low 150s. Wide. Oh, they decide to take it on. Oh, it's really good fielding by the bowler. He just flicked that onto the stumps. So, yeah, this is all about the strike rates. Look at how Ahmed's going compared to Hassan. So Hassan's saying, look, let's get me back there. And he even looks to hold his crease. Probably didn't have to that time because the keeper was always going to go to the bowler's end. So he lost a couple of yards there. But I love the thinking. I started saying this a couple of years ago. The player's going to have to start thinking about this. Don't just run the guy out who's trying to get the strike bat. You gotta make sure that you force a throw to the bowler's end. And even if that means that you're the one out, you have to be unselfish. So they're pretty smart. It will be a wide, by the way, so they'll get a run for that. That'll be a wide as well. Adil Shah, though, I like the little improvisational flick. That had missed, though. They might have got back, but they probably weren't going to go for a second run, I'm guessing, because the whole point was they were trying to change the strike. They wouldn't have wanted it another run, I don't think. Forces off the back foot. Now they decide to go. So it's actually pretty tight. We'll have to see this maybe from camera 3 and 4 because the keeper doesn't hold the ball very well. Well, his stump's definitely aren't in the right position. But yeah, we'll have to see this one from side on. I think he's home anyway, you know. Has he made it before the stumps are broken anyway? Let's have a look. Yeah, he's made it. Yeah. Great work by our crew there. So it's kind of irrelevant whether he had the ball or not. Very well done to the umpires. Get the stumps back in alignment, which is pretty important. Not an issue you have on grass pitches normally. Right, Hassan. He can hit. All right, watches it, gets locked up, as we'd say in baseball. And here's the thing. Hassan's coming out at 5. Don't forget, he scored 74 off 24 in the first game. He's barely going to get a go here. That's Fahad Hassan. We have to bat with Shazaib Hassan. And he will crack one. Just look for the one. Says, all right, well, I was the main man earlier, but now you are, Shazaib. You've scored a half century, so you take this last ball. 152. This is a really interesting score, I think. 150's chase coming up. So he goes one more time, and he doesn't even bother to watch it. He says, that one's out of here. I'm off. Hasta luego. And Maximo to finish 158. So the Magic set 159 for the Dragons. Not as many as they scored earlier. So Dragons will be in the hunt, in the chase. But again, you just feel, I hate to keep going on about it, but the health of the innings, I think, is determined by Prince's contribution. Having said that, I mean, we know Adil Shah came out there. He cracked 4 sixes earlier on in the day in a very short innings. They've got other players that can impact it. You've got someone like a Raju Wakar who missed out earlier. Ilahi, of course. They've got a very strong top 4. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights here in the first 10 overs of match number 66. Matthew Rahman came out there, and this is one where Ilahi, that was a late and unwanted call, followed by a pretty casual boundary stop, but Prince probably got prevented taking one of the catches of the series. And they kind of cashed in a bit, didn't they? Bilal looked dangerous again. 2 4s and a 6 for him. Wajuaka, I mean, really should have had his man. He dropped a fairly simple chance, and I mean really simple chance off Matty. Matty just seemed to have the golden touch. This is a funny one. Kind of spun away from an eve, and he hoped there was someone behind him. There wasn't. And this was the case. It was the old drop catch virus. But having said that, I mean, they still keep in touch in the game. That was a great effort out there. I mean, Faizan was busy. I can tell you that much. Matty rode his way to 57. Eventually he would go. Amjad held that chance. So that was the first wicket down. Didn't come until the 5th over, but yeah, soon after they had 2. Another catch out there. Bilal Hassan went for 19. And then Shaquille and Shazaib were left to try and take the game forward. Shazaib in particular was destructive with 7 Maximos and a half century. 58 off 19 for him. Going at better than 3 a ball. But yeah, I just feel it's a very good score, but it's not an unassailable score. We've already seen several chases that are higher than this in the series. This is actually pretty good improvisation from Adil. He goes the flick. And Shaquille was sacrificed to give Shazaib another crack. And late in the piece, we saw this one, which got Fahad Hassan on strike. But Shazaib got the strike back, and he pumped the last one out of the ground. A bit of a nonchalant one as well towards the end as he moved to 58. Didn't stop to admire his work. Magic. More than par, but I don't know. I mean, Dragons, it really, like I said, viewers will know, there's one man, I think, that can win the game comfortably for the Dragons. But there's other players who I think have been stepping up slowly but surely. And is it time for like an Adil Shah or something like that to step up for the Dragons? 57 for Matthew Rahman, but he wasn't the top scorer in the end because with the last ball, Shazaib Hassan finished 58 off 19 balls. So 2 half centuries in there and 2 kind of cameos from Bilal Hassan and Shaquille in there as well. Looking at the bowling figures, Prince Taman 2 for 19, didn't come back for a second over in the end. No one really went the journey, but no one was ever able to make it quiet either, were they, in this innings. It was consistent scoring, and every single over was a double-digit over, but there was only one magical over, 21 in the 6th in the innings. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back pretty shortly, and the chase will be 159 for the Dragons. Can they pull off a win? They need one, as time's running out for the teams to accumulate their points and try and make it as high up the ladder as possible. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. We'll have a quick break and back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get ready for the second innings of this one. And that's the equation for the bonus point. 158 was scored in the first half. And so, oh look, can't see the 7 overs being an issue. 110. Look, I feel like both teams should get at least a point out of this. You never know though until you see the second innings. And looking forward to seeing how things go, in particular that man, Prince Demand. James Stewart watching from Estonia, hello to you. So, yeah, 111. They'd need to at least guarantee a point. I think they want the whole lot. 159, I think in these conditions, it's very achievable. We've seen some pretty big scores in this series. So it's only really, it's about 15 or 16 over par. Waka Sanwa is going to get us going. There's the midnight bat. Jet black. So yeah, we talked a little bit about that black bat earlier. You can see number 9 there, Adil Shah holding it. Thought about the name a bit, and I liked Midnight, but it's not really a name. So I've come up with a name, right? And I want to get your thoughts about this. Okay, super fans? After this ball. Prince Demand facing up. Can be careful early, Prince. Knows he's a big fish. He's careful. Okay, so I don't know if we're going to get a shot of that bat at the non-striker's end. So the black bat. There you go. You can see him leaning on it there. So I would like to suggest that the name for that bat is Jet. Because that's a name. It's not a common name. So what do you think about Jet? Jet has a nice ring to it. As in jet black. Well, it's unanimous from me anyway. Oh, well, this is hanging. I want to see this from side on, you know. Probably, it's been called, right? Okay. Well, they call it first up, and then it's hit out of the ground. So it's going to be 6 to Demand and a free hit coming up. I mean, Wakas doesn't like the call, but I suppose the issue there is that, you know, you shouldn't be bowling that high. I think we did see the Dragons, though, dodge one of those early in the first innings. So, yeah, I think once it gets called, though, I think you got to stick with the call. Just around there, I mean, around the waist. And then we say waist or higher, they do get called on the full. The reason is there's no padding up there. A little bit of plastic padding in a delicate area, but you don't want to encourage those kind of deliveries. So anyway, free hit coming up and a chance for Demand. He does hit it hard. And so, yeah, we'll have to see if this is 4 or 6. I think that might have gone all the way, you know. Yeah, let's check it out in the replay. It's been called 4, okay. So it must have just landed inside. Let's see if we can freeze this when this ball bounces. It is, yeah, looks like 4 from here. Just inside, good call. Eagle-eyed, everybody. So essentially that ball goes for 11. Oh, that's class. Really class shot. He's so well balanced there, Prince, and he watches that well. Watch out. We don't know who's up in the tower today. And I hope they've got their affairs sorted out. That's a top decker up there. Yeah, we want to see all of this. Let's see. What do we really see from the main camera? Maybe you can give us a thumbs up. Just let us know you're okay. The traditional ECN camera person thumbs up. Sometimes I can tell from the thumb who it is as well, you know. Down leg side. We saw Shaquille actually overrun one of these before, but does well. He's a pretty good keeper, Shaquille Ahmed. Prince Demand. Be the engineer of this chase. You'd imagine a deal they batted so well before. Wants a 1. He's going to get a 1 there. Prince Demand. I can't believe they've let him get away with it. Here's the thing, though. I mean, with someone like a deal there, he's a guy that came out and just basically cracked 4 sixes in the last game. So It's not a matter that you have to protect Adil from the strike. I mean, Adil is the captain of the team. Haven't seen any response to my suggestion of Jet Black, but let's see how Jet goes here. You can call him Mr. Black. Well, gives it a crack, and we'll get the one here. So it will be a magical first. I love that they're giving him a bit of a rough time for not catching it, even though it bounced about 20 metres in front of him anyway. 20 is the score after one. No wickets as yet, of course. Golden ball counter goes up. 24 matches since the last golden ball. It's almost a whole week. It'll be a week tomorrow morning. And Rico and Georgie, they'll be back tomorrow morning as well. Will they give us another Thursday morning golden ball? I guess I'll have to tune in to find out. On day 17. And Kev Smith, where are you watching from? Kev? He likes Batman. I guess so. But I mean, aren't all Batmen? They're all bats. Oh dear. That's exactly why these are no balls. That's hurt him as well. A little apology. Have a look at this one. Well, sometimes even Batman can't protect you. Oh yeah. Oh, it's the trailing arm just above the glove. Ow, that's a nasty one. We've got the timing though. Got to crack that for 6. That's really hurt him, you know. Oh, magic spray's out. I don't think it was there at all. Can we get a replay of the magic spray? It was definitely higher than this. Yeah, well, he said, all right, fine. Placebo effect in full effect. Hit him higher. Look at this. It's about the start of the black. Oh, no, okay, he did point at it. Actually, it's good magic spraying. I thought it hit him a bit higher than that. I mean, what's his glove doing? Just giving him no protection. Anyway, don't see the magic spray out so much. I know where we will see the magic spray. The ECL. Hopefully we get Magic Spray Mary back. She's become a bit famous, hasn't she? Right, so interesting start to this one. Free hit coming up. Sharp. There's another go. Just back away. I think he was doing that earlier and absolutely smoking them out of the ground. We could get another one here on the overthrow. No, they got the backup fielder covering that. Now, I know I'm getting a lot of questions about who's playing in the next game, Pack Care Battle Owner and Catalunya Jaguar. I'm expecting lineups any moment, okay? So I'll let you know. I'll give you the sneak preview. Oh, he dropped him. Oh, look at this as well. Main camera, you'll see that Ranjot. He throws himself around like a rag doll. Catch is put down. Should have been caught. There's the game. Oh! Can't handle it. Can't deal. I don't know if you got the catch or not, or the lack of, but I think you'll find that was more entertaining. Now, kind of just a mattering of positivity returns. Maybe name only. Now, he's going to be gone the very next ball. Oh, well, Ranjot, pick yourself up, and Prince Demand's out before 20. Oh, life doesn't always give you second chances, but it does this time. That was an extraordinary passage of play. Prince Damani was put down square of the wicket on the leg side. But this time, tries to time it, hopes for the gap, but how about that? Stands tall. Takes it in 2 hands, and Dragons lose their playmaker for 17. It's 22 without loss. Oh, how about Ranjot? He's completely fired up. Everyone's trying to calm him down. He'll be in a better mood now. If you're in a bad mood, that'll always help. But, yeah. Can they do it without Prince? Who's going to step up here? Great catch by Mati Rahman. Never really left the surface, did he? Mati. He was dropped more than one occasion, but he makes sure he doesn't do the dropping. Rajawaka, he's on a king pair. He made a golden duck earlier. Want to make it two. Guides this one. Doesn't beat the field. Funny because the Dragons, I think they were actually ahead on the win predictor, but now with Prince going, it's taken a dive. A bit like the early panic in the 1929 stock market crash. Anyone rushing off to sell. Ranjot partially knocks this down, keeps it to nothing. Kev said he's watching from a very grey and damp Lake District in the UK. Well, hello, Kev. Great to have you with us. Who's looking forward to ECL? Under 2 weeks away now. Paco Care will be representing Spain. They won the Spanish All Spain T10 Championships last year. Oh, now this is just going to get around camera, and it's going to be 4. He does well to get a hand to it. I like the endeavour at least. Doesn't always work, but I'm happy to see guys getting off their feet. Puts his hand up, says, look, sorry about that. And just now in much better mood. Says, look, no worries. 6 off the over anyway. Pretty entertaining over. And, of course, the big wicket of Prince Demand came in it. It's 26 for 1 after 2. Magic Badalona. 28 points. A normal win here gets them to 31. Bonus point win gets them to 32, probably past the Jags. Still don't have the lineups in. So, I promised you I'd give them to you as soon as I got them. Zain Isan is going to bowl over number 3. Interesting they don't go with Kamran yet with the ball. No, it is Kamran. Wow, swing and a miss. First up. I thought they would. They normally do like to bowl him at least one in the power play. Is that above the shoulder? I actually don't think that is a bouncer, if I'm honest, but it's hard to call in real time. So it goes again. We'll see it again from side on. Kamran does like to dig it in. This is the right-handed Mohamed Kamran opening bowler. Here's a left-handed version. It's going pretty well. Who's on the charge? This is about the same. Yeah, that one probably is above if you measured it at the crease. Slower ball, clever. A couple of bounces, then a slower ball, trying to keep Shah off balance. And how different is this Shah to the Shah we saw in the last game? Okay, he faced 6 balls in the last game. He scored 24. He's faced 6 balls in this game. He scored 3. That's not cricket in a nutshell. Don't know what is. Makar loves a glide to third. Instead, he gets one that's upstairs and he pulls it away with some authority. He goes down and bangs it into the bench. 4 runs. This one might be interesting for height as well. Again, probably not quite over the shoulder. But, yeah, nice shot. I think he was expecting this short one. Yeah, it's kind of borderline. Cameron, the master of testing the upstairs region without being pinged for the bouncer in the over. Forces him back in defence. They won't be locking too many. But maybe just expecting another short one when it's full. He just checked his shot. Sometimes we talk about high-level coaches talking about having a plan B. So what they mean by that is, okay, you might have a shot in your head. You're looking for a short ball there. I even heard Brian Lara talking a little bit like this as well. Anticipating what the bowler's going to do, but having a kind of a backup tactic. That might be a bit more of a defensive tactic. Wide, and Shaquille almost overruns it again down the leg side. Yeah, but that's something you have to do more and more as the bowling gets faster, and your human reaction time is really tested. So at the very high levels, you're talking about 0.4 of a second to choose a shot. So rather than just react to what's bowled to you, you might be thinking, okay, I'm going to try and get in the back foot here, but you know, if it's pitched up, I'm not looking to drive, I'm just looking to block, for example. Cameron bowls a pretty good over there. Just the one boundary in it and only 6 off it. So the Dragons just not really recovering since the wicket of Prince Demand. It's 32 for 1 after 3. And already that required rate is up over 3 runs a ball. You can see that the first innings was very consistent scoring. 10 to 21 was the range. So no overs, single digits. Already we had 2 single-digit overs here. But having said that, we had a magical to start. So they need to find their batting boots pretty quickly here. They've got time. They've got the batters to do it, to be honest. Catalunya Dragons. Who's going to cover for the early loss of Prince Demand in this one? Ranjod. Well, this should be interesting. He's back to bowl out. And he's going to get a wicket here. Well, he's been fired up this morning. This is full. It was straight. And it does the job. It was like Jekyll and Hyde from Adil Shah this morning. 4 Maximos in the first game. And he faces 7 balls for only 3 here. Gets castled. Oh, well, look at that. A little bit of a love tap on Valentine's Day for Ranjod. I don't think he enjoyed it that much, but I think he enjoyed the result. 32 for 2. I don't know if we've got a replay of the celebration. There's a little bit of Will Smith about this. He came in from the side, but anyway. That's the length. And we know Adil likes to step away. It's a dangerous tactic if you don't give him the length to play with. And he's playing a bit of Russian roulette there. Pitched up, hit, and hit over the line. Maximo. It's the Duracell bunny. Sufyan Alahi, who comes out. He could easily be opening. You know, they like him as well. So, yeah, for me, these top 4 are so important. And now we've got 3 and 4 out there. Can they have some sort of colossal partnership? Have to do it at a very good rate. Now it's just sliced away. That'll be 4 as well. They brought the 3rd up into the circle. You do typically see that. We're out of the power play. Those who are allowed 4 in the circles of 5 outfielders. All right. Who wants to hear some lineups? Pakai Care versus the Jaguar. Well, there's one big name in I think people are going to be pretty interested about. Just casting my eye over this. Ooh, ouch. Too high. He gives it a rub. Oh, dear. Dear, dear, dear. Well, this is a replay we need to see. It's for his own good. I'll slow this down a little bit as well, so we'll see exactly where it hits him. I've got my ideas. Here it comes. Brace yourself. Whoa. Happy Valentine's Day. You normally have some sort of protection there. I don't think it's ever quite enough. Well, this is always where I like to see how they're going to deal with this. There's only one healer of this, and it's time. Time is the only healer. I think all these tactics are actually just distraction tactics. The bending of the legs. So he's saying, that's a cool bat. Where did you get this bat? He's flipping the bat around and everyone's around. No one really has any issue with him taking a bit of time here. But he has just basically been crumpled inside, hasn't he? Anyway, okay, meanwhile, I'll stop my eyes watering. Let me look at this team sheet. So Pakai Care, they've listed Isan to open with the teeth. There is no Mohammad Babar in the lineup. Little Maestro gets another game, Mayavanchi. Amanjot Singh, Harjot Singh, Umar Magal, Ali Ahmed, Khalil Ahmed, Kuzaima Khan comes in, Jafar Raza, the young gun, and Raja Nafis. That's the Pakai Care Badalona lineup. Catalunya Jaguar. One name stands out for me. Hamza Salim Dar is playing for the Jaguar this afternoon. Listed to open with Quram Shazad. Zulkarnain Hyder listed at 3. Farouk Sahel. He's got a century in the series at 4. Wakas Mirza at 5. Naveed Munir at 6. And then Adalat Ali, Majid Singh, Alfanullah, Maruf Hussain, and Mohsen Ali. So Hamza Salim Dar in for the Jaguar, but no Babar for Pakai Care. And the big headlines. We'll see those lineups put up on the screen probably in 10 minutes or so. There's your sneak preview. Anyway, Elahi. Oh, he's going to go. Oh, well. He was knocked out. Now he's just out. Elahi picks the wrong guy. Waka Sanma goes back and, like a skyscraper, pulls this one out. So I'll have a bit more time to dust himself off there. Elahi. Ball in Wakas's hand, literally this time. And it's 42 for 3. Now also, I think, the way things are going, Magic might fancy their chances of keeping the Dragons to 110 or less. If they could do that, they'd take all 4 points. And actually, pretty sure that would mean that they would jump up a spot on the table. Got him! And well, Ranjot, he's going to finish with a bang-bang with 3 wickets in the over. He's on a hat-trick that he won't be able to take because that's the end of his 2 overs. But that's a golden duck for Faizan Amjad. And the Dragons are falling off a cliff here, 42 for 4. It's a full toss, really, but played a bit across it. Axe-like grip, look at that. You can see, not really a Yorker. Early in his innings, full and straight, does the job, and Ranjot, oh, we saw him give the shush before, but right now he's quietening the Dragons' batting lineup. Dragons just breathing vapor at the moment. Not really the full attack that they can give throughout this first 4 overs. 42 for 4 now. Wakar. Gets a go here. Hassan the bowler. Oh yeah, he loves that region, but they've plugged it up now. They've done their homework. Iqtidar Khan gets a hit at number 6. What an over from Ranjot. It went wicket, 6-4, dot, wicket, wicket. And like I said, he won't be able to take a hat trick because it's the end of his quota. Ranjot, though, did take a wicket in his first over as well, so 4 wickets in total. Don't forget he had that one dropped directly before that wicket as well. And he threw himself round. Maybe knocked a bit of luck into himself from there. It was smooth sailing. Goes short. Iqtidar, nice shot. Just got a little back cut. Uses the pace of the bowler. Gets 4 runs. Also has to be the one for the over. You can see that being signalled. So, a jump cut. What's the height on this one? Yeah, probably was, you know. Good umpiring. Yeah, I think I'll say this is all over for the chase, but it's feeling that way. I just got a feeling that at 111 is a target the Dragons set their sights on as a minimum. That pushes here. Just get the one. Wakar hasn't really gotten out of second gear yet. Whips this one away. And again, he's only getting a single, 2 boundaries in his innings so far. 10 off 8. So you see that? That required rate flying up past 20 now. But to get the point, they kind of need, I think it's 9 and over from here. So 9 and over. Is that right? You have to do small. No, that's definitely not right. I need to check my work. Oh, I think that would have been out, you know. won't be out. Yeah, so... I'll try. It'll be easy at the end of the day for me to work it out. Too much multitasking today. I'd like to say it's all the Valentine's chocolates I've been eating, but haven't really gotten stuck in or been sent any so far. Some virtual ones though, so thank you. All right, Waka will get one, but that's it. So they're going to be 51 for 4. All right, simple then. They need 60 off 5 overs, so they need 12 and over to get the point. And I think when you consider the Dragons might be playing for survival, getting that point is pretty important to set them apart from some of the teams around them. Here's a list of upcoming events. Of course, we're super excited about the European Cricket League, and something I think that will be a real spectacle. Then look at where we're going as well. Portugal, France, Italy, Estonia and Greece. And had some questions about those already. Looking forward to going to Estonia. Stefan Guch is our tournament referee. Likely he'll be playing maybe for the Talon Hippos in that tournament. And I know in Estonia they're all pretty excited about getting cracking with their first ECS since 2020. It was only a 2-dayer back then. Stu Hook's averaging 224, by the way. Oh, genuine French cut. That'll be 4. So, Waka. If you can't be good, be lucky. That'll do. Steve McVeigh has popped in. Hello, Steve. Hopefully you're well. Waka. He's cut away. They decide against the run. He didn't have the ball, so don't have to worry about the run out there. I reckon you've got a contest for the point here. I think you can kiss the game goodbye. But like I said, about 2 a ball required for the point. This is where it does come into its own, because I think Magic really want that point, you know. It matters to them. That's going to be a wide. Samir Rahman. He's actually bowled pretty well today, I think. There's a couple of notable exceptions. He's bowled him, and Waka, he got away with one French cut, but he did not get away with the next one. It's just a big inside edge, and it's good night, Charlene. Raja Waka gets bowled by Samir Rahman for 15. It's 56 for 5. Stacey is asking which ground in Portugal will the series be played. Well, it will be played at Santarém, which is near Lisbon. About less than an hour out of Lisbon. We have been there for all the day series. The other ground we have used in Portugal is the Miranda de Corvo Stadium, home of the Coimbra Knights. But yeah, for the day series, we'll be back at the SCG. And I expect that ground to look pretty nice, because it'll be all dressed up for the first ever Western Cup, which will happen, I think, on the second weekend. Team Europe taking on the British and Irish Knights. That's well bowled. Sammy gets it. He knows if he can hit that Yorker, he's going to get good results. Otherwise, he's probably going to get smashed. He might get smashed anyway, but he's just bowled pretty intelligently. Hello to Duncan as well. Hopefully you're well. I wonder if Magic will play one game in their retro blue uniforms. I really like those kind of Azzurri, Italian style blue uniforms. This one's in the air and hit pretty well by a player that was on fire yesterday when we saw him with the bat. Unib Shah gets 4 here. Cuatro carreras. Last ball of the over coming up. It's been a decent one despite a couple of boundaries. The wide in a couple of dots. Wicket. Again, pretty full. A little bit of margin for error with that wide. It's a hard one to get under. So, end of the sixth over, the score 61 for 5. So that's 50 they need in 4 overs to get the point. Yeah, I know that in Portugal they're super excited to hold the first ever Western Shield. Steve said he's been up late watching Hong Kong versus Thailand women's. Thailand won, but Hong Kong looked a serious outfit. I actually watched a little bit of, it was Oman versus China women, actually. Some good talent out there. The Chinese team won easily, and yeah, they native Chinese players, and they look the goods. Holding Oman to something in the 50s. Bilal Hassan comes on, low full toss, swung away leg side. That's going to be 4. Never easy when they bounce just in front of you, and that's the case here. Neeb trying to get them to this 1-1-1. Time it. We'll get the single though. So I'm yet to hear of any grand Valentine's Day plans. Anyone got something planned? Or a special someone later on tonight? I have to live vicariously through a few of you guys and girls. Steve said he likes the magic tops because he keeps thinking he's watching Turkey. I saw on the social media showing some highlights of their club, Istanbul Cascades wins in the ECL last year. Oh, there you go, acted up. Gets a fair piece of that. Maximo! And now, yeah, that's the question. Can they get to this 1-1-1 and get a point and keep Magic from getting a point? Stays pretty still here. A little bit of a shuffle forward. Puts it out of the ground. This one would have been a big wide, but it's in the way. It's not out. It'll probably take a second, you know. Probably want to have a look at this, but it seemed like he was well home. Now, can you get a third? Maybe not. Yeah, let's check it out. Does happen from time to time. We're doing something that's really never been done before on this scale. So these grounds, a lot of them anyway, they're not really built for such continuous broadcasting. Obviously, there is a bit of infrastructure there at the ground in Barcelona. But I've even seen... Hey, look, I've seen the lights go out in the Super Bowl before. So if that can happen, then I suppose at our level, it's something you'll have to excuse us for. Hello to Lance Hall as well. Gives me a chance to say hello to all of you. I think this might take a couple of minutes to reboot some systems that were knocked out by the power. But yeah, game's interestingly poised at the moment. 74 for 5. Of 6.4 overs. So, I think the game's out of reach. But what I can tell you is there's 20 balls left. They need 37 for a point. 37 for a point. So, yeah, 11.1 and over. We'll get them a point from here. So, yeah, apologies once again. I know that our Spring Media team are working frivolously. Is that the word? I think frivolously is the right word. Feverishly. Yes, feverishly to sort this out. I mean, I can still hear you if you're in the chat. If you want to throw me a comment or two to get us through this little break. Yeah, Lance Hall's watching from Isle of Man. Good to have you with us. I got a question for you, Lance, as long as you're throwing questions out there. Who do you think is your biggest threat in your group? I don't know if we can get the ECL up, but... Yeah, so Lance must be able to hear me because he said hi back. I'll even try and get that up for you. But I can tell you who's in your group anyway. So in your group, you've got Pacaquer Badalona from Spain. You play a bit of imaginary cricket while we're waiting. You got Donnerstadt of Austria. There you go. Group F I'm talking about. You got Indies from Guernsey, Independent CC. You got Talon Stallions from Estonia. And you got Crosby from Isle of Man. I know that Lance is part of the Isle of Man setup. Actually, don't even say who's your biggest threat. I'll say, Lance, what do you know about any of those teams? And if you don't know anything, just tell us. I might be able to help you out. It's great to have Lance tuning in. He's doing a bit of reconnaissance, I think, for his team. I think they've almost worked on this issue. It's quite incredible that we have such a crazy setup that we can take all around Europe. But yeah, I mean, occasionally things happen. There's a lot of moving parts. So, sometimes there's power to parts of the ground and not others. So until it's all working again, we'll just have to hold things up. These typically get resolved in a few minutes max. But I'm glad it's not my job to fix it because they're doing stuff that I do not understand. I'd probably zap myself pretty quickly. Yeah, so Lance, what do you know? Okay, well, while we got the ECL up, while Lance is having a think, I'm going to roll dice again because I've got it up. This time, I'm rolling. It's saying Group B and Team 2. Oh, I did that already. That sounds freakish. Okay, so now it's actually telling me Group F. So Lance, this will be in your neck of the woods. Group F, Team 2. So, Donnerstadt. Let me tell you about Donnerstadt, Lance. You got lucky the dice roller rolled your group. So Donnerstadt, You can actually look them up because they've played in the ECS Austria. They've won it the last couple of times as well. And look, they're a really attacking team. They're not that dissimilar actually to a team like Pakai Care in their approach. They've got Razmal Shigawal, who has captained Austria a fair bit. He's given up the captaincy of the national team now, but he will be the main threat with the bat, I would say. And he's quite experienced in playing at the Cardimer Oval. They're going to have some good bowling as well. Just going to look at their lineup here. And I think they've picked up Javid Zadran. Now, we call him the wild thing because he's quick, but he's also a bit unpredictable. He's also a very good hitter, got to say. So I'm not trying to scare you out of it. I'm sure you won't be intimidated, but this is just my mail on these teams. So they've also got a guy, he's quite incredible. His name's Mohammed Sadiq, and this guy hits everything, pretty much everything. He jumps across and tries to sweep everything, but he's so good at it. And occasionally he'll kind of hit one through point to keep you honest, but most of the time he's just jumping well outside of stump, saying, okay, I'm going to hit everything to square leg. Who else they got in there? Some good pace bowling options. I mentioned Javid Zadran, but you've got Itibasha Dida. You've got Sahil Zadran as a pace bowling option. Got some top order hitters like Karagul Utmanzai, who's got 100 on the network. Iqbal Hussain, likewise. I mean, they're gonna be tough. Look, Donnerstadt, the other thing, if you want to go and look back a bit further, they were formerly known as Vienna Afghan. They changed their name to Donnerstadt because it was more representative of the region in Vienna where they're from. Just checking how we're going here. So apologies for the power going down at the moment. Hey, maybe we can show the fantasy dashboard for the next game because I think that's come in, And I know a lot of people are... There it is. This is the man that a lot of people have been waiting to see. I've been getting a lot of questions every day. Last year's MVP, Hamza Salim Dar, is in for the reigning champions, Catalina Jaguar. And they are taking on Pakai Care Badalona now. Pakai Care won the All-Spain T10 last year. That's why they're in ECL 24. But after that, they did play in the European Cricket Series, and they made it to the final, but the Jags actually beat them in the final. Pretty entertaining one. Jags chased with 3 balls to spare. So Hamza Salim Dar, the Spanish national player, he not only was the MVP of last year's ECS, he was the MVP of the Euros of Cricket, the international tournament, ECS. That was the ECC, I should say. ECC, European Cricket Championship, playing for Spain, who finished 3rd. Now, look, no Baba for Pakai Care Badalona, but they do have Ihsan. And interesting, they've listed Atif to open. They batted him as high as 3, but he looks good at the moment. And Mayavanchi's found his batting boots as well. Cracked a couple of 6s yesterday. He's listed at 3. Amanjot comes in for his first game. Rajan Hafiz comes in for his first game. Can't seen too much be able to just kind of hit the ground running there. Pakai Care have won the toss, selected to bowl, so expect to see Hamza out there straight away. Now, we might have a bit of a delay to that because of obviously the delay we've got right now, plus we're already running pretty close to the sun with the time today. Now, I've got a random question coming in from Corey Rutgers. I like this. So, I would say that Corey's always got some interesting stuff. He says, who's the greatest overall ECN batter, bowler, and keeper? Wow, this is tough because you got to say, is it on balance on how many performances they've got, how many, or is it just someone that might have played one tournament? So I'm gonna go no real criteria except who pops into my head. Bowler first, I gotta say, I got a soft spot for Mohammed Kamran. The Pakai Care Mohammed Kamran. Also, I'm a big fan of Mohammed Kamran you're seeing right now for Magic. I think he does a pretty good job. But there's just a little bit of magic about him, isn't there? So let's hope that we see him back again playing. I know he's having a little bit of time away from the game. And look, he won't like me saying this, but he's north of 40. So I'm going to go the bowler first. Batter. Well, look, it's hard to go past someone like an Ihsan, who you know, we saw him standing up at the highest level that we offer, which was the Euros of cricket. And so, look, you know, I know we'll see him for Team Europe, for example. So, oh, look, that's what pops into my head. I mean, Hamza, then you got to talk all-rounder with him. But, you know, there are players that have played in bursts. And, look, keeper's going to be a tough one. As a lot of people will know, they've been following for a while. That was my position. I was a specialist keeper when I played at the kind of first grade level in Australia. There is the Spain team for this weekend. You can see Hamza Slimdar. Well, maybe one reason he's having a hit here, partly probably because it's a grand final rematch, but yeah, you won't get better training for the weekend than here. So Hamza is listed to play for Spain this weekend. Also, you got Awais Ahmed, who we haven't seen in this series so far. He'll be a keeping option. So's Mohamed Ihsan. A couple of new faces there. Alec Davidson Soler and Danny Long Martinez. I haven't seen them before. Sebastian Hughes Pinham. We only saw him once last year. Tom Vine comes back. So, best keeper? Oh, it's a really tough one. Let me think about that one. But yeah, I'm going to throw one at you. Corey might remember this from the ECL in 22. But yeah, the Griffins keeper, he was absolutely brilliant. So just top of my head, Rory McCann was also very good for Carlton in that tournament. But yeah, for me, I think that probably the Griffins keeper takes the cake. And look, it's hard to compare because we've seen so many. Obviously, I'm a pretty hard marker. Most people know that from me. But yeah, Jason Martin from Griffins. From me, even though he played the one series, I just thought he could really handle himself no matter what kind of bowling we were offering. So, yeah, still apologies off for a few people to choose from on the screen there. And I talked about Spain a little bit. But Czechia, players I'm looking out for there. Some players kind of on the cusp, being given an opportunity. Sogor Hussain is one, plays for the Prague Tigers. Sahil Grover, well, he's the only player I've ever seen come out to bat in a neck brace. Took a nasty bouncer upstairs on the neck, and then finals next day batted in a helmet and the neck brace. Don't know how much flexibility it was giving him. And look, some other players on the cusp. They're being given opportunities. Martin Verndl, and he's kind of a bit more of a longer form player. He's actually learnt all of his cricket in Czechia before taking it to England. But I think he's learning the shorter format. Ayush Sharma gets another opportunity, plays for United. And you got guys that have been around for a while, like Niraj Chagi, for example, Sazi Buyan. Venki Margashayam, he actually bowled really well in 10 over internationals last year. And Vashak Jagannathan, particularly known for his batting. Ratul's a guy, he actually holds the record for the most fours in an ECN innings. He hit 17 fours for Brno last year. And he's fairly new on the scene, so he gets to make an international debut. And yeah, apologies right now. We're still trying to fix that power issue at the ground. So we're just going to go through a few things while we can. I think Corey is keen to get online and talk a bit about this Spanish team. So, okay, yeah, so I think I've got through about it. I'd say of the bowlers that are playing right now, I'm going to go a smoky. And I'm going to go Mohamed Rafa from Dreux. Watch out for him. If he's fit, you'll see him in the ECL this year. Now, Corey is in the chat. So, Corey, tell us a bit. I've got a question for Corey then in the chat. Tell us a little bit about Alec and Danny, who we haven't seen before on ECN. Tell us a little bit about them. Okay. Meanwhile, maybe we can put up the women's squads, and I'll give you a bit about that. Steve saying, yeah, let us deploy. Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, this is where I was probably weighting it a bit more towards players that have played more matches. But Leas Deploy, who is a professional cricketer, played for Hungary. And, yeah, I mean, it's hard to go past some of the stuff that he did. Having said that, couldn't get him out of the group. But Les, I know he's having some success at the moment on the franchise circuit. These are the women's sides as well. And I can tell you one thing about Alec Davidson-Soler. His sister's playing in the women's side. So that's going to be a nice moment for their parents. See them playing side by side in the same weekend. And Elspeth Fowler leads the side. I'd love to see her giving herself a bit more responsibility with the bat. I think they're still trying to find the right opening partner for Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. I've got to say that Amy Brown-Carrera was a pretty good opening partner for her towards the end. We had two Spanish players that are based in England playing their cricket. For Czechia, well, we got Farwa Barber there, who was the MVP of the series. We did see them play in a 4-match series versus Croatia. So, looking forward to seeing some other young players. Delante Iannetti is a young player based in Brno. You got some from the academy there, like the Suchkova sisters. I see that Josephine's been picked in that squad. You got Katka, Katarina Tezrakova, hit the only 6 of that series. And some experience like Karen Takunha there. And look, Czechia, again, I think they're probably underdogs, but they'll give it a good shake. And I think they'll enjoy playing on this field, to be honest, because they had to play in Croatia last time. It's quite difficult conditions. All right, Corey's in the chat. He's saying he can answer any questions. So, yeah, that's good. You told me this before. Alec Davidson-Soler is actually coached by Andy Rishton of the England 11 in Berkshire. He's a great young keeper, great hand. So I think maybe we'll see him. We see him as a first-choice keeper. I know you've got at least 3 keepers to choose from. Danny Long-Martinez has been playing professional rugby for the last 3 years. Before that, he was the leading schoolboy run scorer in the UK. So Corey's really excited about both of them, and they'll get a good chance to impress. Well, good news. We are back, and I think we can guarantee that we've got a delay coming to the 3rd match of the day. Well, now after that, how about this taking off? Maybe they juiced the pitch in the meantime. This one really jumped. All right, so look, the main question here, can the Dragons get a point out of this? Last ball of 7th over coming up. Akhtar faces. Wide down the leg side. Has to make sure he doesn't touch that. Last ball of the 7th. Dot. And that'll be the end of the over. So 75 for 5. It means they need 36 off the last 3 overs. So exactly 2 a ball. So yeah, this is a continuation, by the way, of match number 66. We had an electrical fault which held things up. Here's one more look at the sides for match number 67. Hamza Salim Dar comes in, big name. And what am I saying? Alien versus Predator. Isan versus Hamza Salim Dar. Having said that, some other players have been good in this series. Uknane Hiders led the side pretty well. Pakar want to chase in that one, but how many will they be chasing? I guess we'll have to find out. Pretty good shot, that one. Oh, I tell you what, when Unib gets going, he really can give it a crack. whacks that one away. Now lifts up leg side and just keeps it inside the boundary. They almost run into each other here, but there's not much on the throw, just two. Some fancy bit of work there. Ranjod, for some reason, keeps fielding in front of the crowd, despite riling them up. Oh, almost carries back. So yeah, 111. That's the magic number. What are we thinking here? This is where it becomes a game within a game, and Dragons struggling for points in this series. They're 16 points off 11 matches. All right, thick outside edge. That one's going to fly. Just pitches inside, 4 runs. They might want to have a little look at this, but I'm pretty sure this is inside. Well, stumps went down there at the bowler's end. What happened there? Anyway, let's check it out. Up it goes. Around goes the head. That's pretty comfortable for, I think. So, Samir Rahman, been a pretty good defender today with the ball. Again, he's been pretty full. One's fielded in the dirt by Ranjod. Just gives a pretty casual throw into the keeper. Game within a game now. 23 to get, 13 balls remaining. Last ball, the 8th. That's pretty good by Sammy. Everyone needs to go read the Sammy manual, I think, the bowlers in this series, because he has been good. Full and straight, and even, okay, not everything went his way then, but he still only concedes 24. Picks up a wicket as well. End of the over. It's 89 for 5 after 8. Well, Corey, hopefully you're still around, because Lance has got a question for you. Saying hi, Corey Rutgers. Lance is going to be playing for Crosby. He's associated with the Crosby squad in Group F. Said, good job with the national team. He wants to know, do the fielding drills differ between this form of the game and the others? Yeah, do you do anything differently in the warm-ups or the fielding drills, Corey? Great question, Lance. Let's hope Corey hasn't nicked off to lunch yet. Very good question. Let's hope Corey's still around. All right, here's the 9th. Starts with a single. Still need 21 off 11. I don't know what caused the power outage. Maybe someone set up some sort of huge lights display for Valentine's Day. It's just tripped the switch. But we are back. Won't be anything. Raya checks the on drive, up and out of here. Gets just enough. Does Unib Maximo. That'll help. That'll help a lot. 15 required now of 10. But again, remember they're 5 down here, so a wicket could change everything. Get a new batter in. Frustration there for Fahad. Had to watch it fly over his head. Oh, yeah. That'll do. Well, I'll tell you what. If Unib stays for any length of time, that 111 is going to be a piece of cake. Maximo. And now Isan has to face the peanut gallery. Weren't happy with that ball that he delivered. Probably because it's that kind of step hit length. See how different this length is from what Sammy was doing? It's just a metre or metre and a half short of that block hole. And it's up and out of here. Corey's still thinking about a response, by the way, Lance. That's the information I've got. Stay tuned. So now they get it down to run a ball. Dragons will just have to be satisfied with a point. And he's going to point out of each match this morning, assuming they get to 111. Again, checks the shot. Oh, yeah. I mean, this one went over him, one went under him. So, stays at a run a ball. 8 off 8. Got a response for you, Lance. Drag leg side. Should be one. They may think it's 2. Doubt it. One it is. Keeps the run a ball. Well, here's the answer I've got for you, Lance. Corey sent one in our internal chat. Said, actually, we keep our national team warm-ups identical so that the players take ownership and have a familiarity when they play national cricket. And he also makes a supplementary comment. That's out of here. That'll help. Now they just need 1 run. Well, is that new balls please time? Almost makes it up. I always think it's very British Open golf when you see the ball running down the hill. Maximo to finish. They need a maiden to take all the points now in the last. Catalunya Dragons, 110 for 5 after 9. So he's getting something out of this game, it looks like. He also says, Lance, that he doesn't have to look after the players as much now that they know the process. They feel comfortable with it. When the debutants come in, they pick it up very quickly. So, yeah, Corey says he keeps it consistent. I've got to say, in a short game, I'm a fan of a short, sharp warm-up. I think, especially if you play multiple games in a day. Now, that will be the run that gets them to the 111. So they've done well to get there, haven't they? And the beauty of the bonus point there gave them something to shoot for. Now these last 5 balls, probably not really too much to play for against a little bit of net run rate. Yeah, but Lance, Corey said he might even give me a better answer when he can manage to write it all out. And this one's going to be pulled away, and it should make it. It does. So there's 4 runs. This one's going to peter out, I think. So I'm going to have some news about the next game. Obviously, it's meant to start in about 2 minutes, and it won't. It's 20 minutes delayed. So it will start at 1:20 p.m. GMT, which is 2:20 in Central Europe. It's 6:50 p.m. in India, 7:20 p.m. in Bangladesh. So, sensibly, there'll be a bit of a delay due to the power outage we suffered in this game. Should still be 10 over contest, though. Anyway, that's nice for Unib. Brings up his 50 here. So there was something to play for. Brings up his 50 in just 16 balls. Well batted, Unib. And he's probably the main reason they get to a point. And, you know, well done to Unib. It's actually his first 50 ever on the network. And he does it in his 41st match. So well done. And it surprises me, but his highest score ever was 18 not out. And he did that yesterday in 3 balls. So that's crazy. And he's really shown a bit with the bat here. And he's out. All right, on cue. So Hassan will get the wicket. But well batted Unib. He can be very proud of his efforts. 50 off 17. His first ECN 50. A proud moment for him. And I'm sure he'll get a good response from his teammates as well. Even though, look, the Dragons, they're not going to get the win here. They won't get a win this morning. But they do get 2 points out of the 8. And I think when you're trying to stave off elimination, let's have a look. Maybe Unib, you can see him getting a bit of a pat on the back from his teammates. There he is. That's nice. Oh, look, that's what I like about cricket as well. That team feeling. Dragons, it's tough to find positives sometimes when you're lost a couple of games. They're on a bit of a losing streak, aren't they? Anyway, Eunice comes out and says, well, imagine if I'd been here the whole time. Maximo. And, yeah, now they've comfortably gotten past that 111 barrier. Isan goes for the crowd catch, even though he's one of the players. And that will be it. He might be waiting for the decision for a long time there, Hassan. So, well done to Anib. He gets 50. In the end, I think we knew that the Dragons weren't going to get to the main target, but they do get the secondary target. Finishes with one of the more optimistic LBW appeals in the last 50 years. But the final score, Magic Badalona 158 defeat the Catalunya Dragons 125. So 33 runs between these two teams. And just a reminder, there is a 20-minute delay. So we're pretty much bang on what would have been the start time, but we'll be back in about 20 minutes to take you into that one. And there's the teams. Of course, Hamza, he's going to be out there, I think, first up for Catalunya Jaguar. He is the world record holder in the T10 match. 193 off his own stick in a match last year. Pakake Badalona. Well, Mohamed Isan likely to open the batting, and they've listed a Teef up there. I like that. Been calling for a Teef to open the batting. Let's see how he goes. So that's the time that is right now down the bottom, but I can tell you it's 20 minutes away from a start. Let's get cracking, because I know we've got some hungry crew over there, and they probably want to get into their lunch. So let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights of this one. But I'm not sure if maybe he's been affected by the power outage. Well, I know that music, so we do have the highlights. Obviously, they were saved before the power blew. And let's have a look at, well, Prince Demand, so important, isn't he? And yeah, also saw jet black bat. Although the bat didn't have any contact with the ball on that occasion, Deal sharp. Was the recipient of a nasty blow on the back of the hand, the wrist. That was the one that got dropped, but the very next ball was caught. And it was a big moment in the game. Mati Rahman pulls off the two-hander to remove Prince Demand from the equation. Prince goes for 17. In the end, he'd be the highest scorer for a while in this innings. Adil Shah, a guy that cracked 4 sixes this morning, couldn't hit a beach ball in this one eventually. He got castled by Ranjot, who was fired up. Rajuwaka also was there for a while, but couldn't do too much about it. Just lost that kind of six-hitting power in the middle order. The game drifted away. It's distant wickets. Next minute, they find themselves 42 for 4. And what's worse, Lahi cops that one in the unmentionables. Ranjab would end up with 4 wickets fired up. That was the last ball he would bowl. End of Faisal Amjad. Ball and straight, doing the trick. Aktadar, well, he tried to pull something out of the fire. 18 not out for him. And along with Unib, ended up just working very, very hard to try and get things back on track. You can see that's when Raja chopped on to Samiur Rahman. And then Unib would come out and actually play, well, for sure, the best innings we've seen from him on ECN. And I think he's kind of making a case to bat up the order. I'd love to see him maybe just come out at 3, come out in the power play, hits the ball really well. 1-1-1 became the target. At least get a point and prevent Magic from getting that point in this run chase. In the end, they get there and even get a few extra after they bring up the point, finishing on 125. Looking at the score, the first ECN 50 for Anib Shah stands out from the rest of 17 balls with 4 Maximos and 5 fours. And apart from that, you can see Aktadar came up with 18 not out. 17 for Prince Demand before he was caught by Mati Rahman. As well, Rajawaka with 15, Elahi with 10, and probably a nasty surprise when he gets home. 4 for 16, Ranjit stands out. Bowled really, really well there. And he had a missed opportunity as well, didn't he? And then Samiur Rahman picked up a wicket, so did Farhad Hassan. we will take a break and we will be back in around about 15 minutes time. We'll have the first ball of the next match. It's a rematch of last year's final, Pakai Care versus the Jags. It's Hamza time when we return for more action here on day 17 of this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. And we're halfway through the action here on day number 17 in this European Cricket Series. Have a look at that view over the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona. And, well, get ready with some fireworks, even though it's the daytime, because it's a rematch of last year's final coming up. It's Paco Care Badalona taking on Catalina Jaguar in the next match. And it's on the way very, very shortly. First, let's see who wins the coin toss.
Head.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
And ball first.
Good luck. Have a good game.
Thank you.
All the best. Paco Care have won the toss and they're bowling.
So Paco Care, they win it. They elect to field. Now, of course, they were chasing in last year's final. That was a pretty memorable game for a number of reasons. Well, personally, it was my 3,000th match that I ever commentated for ECN. So that's why it sticks out in my mind. And, well, if you want to look at the two teams here, a lot of people asking about who's playing, who's not playing in this one. And two kind of big name teams. But I can tell you that Baba, he is not in, but one big name in, and that is Hamza Salim Dar for the Jaguars. And now Hamza originally was planning to take the whole kind of series off, but he did name himself as available for the tournament should circumstances arrive. And yes, that's why we will see him out here for the Jaguars. Now, this is pretty close for me. Some good players from the Jags, though. You got Farouk Sahel in there. No Baba kind of hurts. Paco Care. But you got Atif to open up. So this is going to be a really good contest. And Atif is a national team player. So is Hamza Salim Dar. Two young guns going head to head. It's a shootout here at Montjuic. Settle in. First ball on the way. Comes up. He's a bit careful. And he kicks it out. He's opening up with Zulkarnain Haider. Has a feeling a bit of an all-stars game, although we've seen some new stars emerging, haven't we? Especially because these two have been forced to play under strength for a fair bit in this series, just for availability issues. Paco Care, for example, they're about to go to the ECL, so I mean they have to take some time off for that. So remember, this is a work day in Barcelona. And Hamza, a bit of a loose stroke there. Tries to bomb him down the ground, misses out. Love to see the back of Hamza pretty quickly, I'm sure. Wow, hold on a second. Oh, the golden Derek's made an appearance. That's not a good sign, although I can tell you won't getting a golden. And it's hanging around Zulkarnain. Oh, well, Zulki, watch out. First ball, I'd be going extra careful. Big swing and a miss. Wow. Derek escaped from his cage. Yeah, Zulkarnain saying, look, relax. I think it's probably Hamza. Don't know how much he's been playing lately. I know he's playing for the national team on the weekend, but he's certainly he's going to have a bit of nervous energy. I'm not saying he's nervous, but he's got some pent-up energy. Maybe that's a better word. Well, that looked like a big shot, but it's high. It's really high and it's going to leave the ground. Well, that's the thing about these players. Their mishits sometimes go for six when they're so powerfully built like Hamza Salim Dar. And, well, Maximo, he's back. Deep. Pitch is up. It's a thick outside edge. Hamza has to watch it. But it'll do the trick. Because you can't have him everywhere, especially in the power play. But you can see there, he starting to applaud. He says, all right. You know, you've kind of got a moral victory there. Hamza, of course, scored 193 not out on the network last year. And 257 for the Jaguar. Goes after this, but it'll be called a wide. Yeah, that final was probably one of the best games I've ever commentated. Uh-oh. Suzuki. He's got Derek following him around. Well, I was once chased by a duck in an introduction segment. Derek, back in your box. Now goes up over the offside. This is what makes him so dangerous. He's a two-way player, Hamza. And launches it Maximo. Hasn't wasted too much time. And yeah, a couple of large ones. 6-4-6 with a wide in the middle of that, and that's after 3 dots. So, add them up. End of the first over, 17 without loss. 12 days until the European Cricket League. It is the Champions League of European Cricket, and Pakake will be there. And, well, right up the top of that, look who you see. Hamza Saleem Dar, 193 not out off 43. Last year in match 45. Sorry, it seems so long ago now, but what is it? Not 2.5 months ago, not even. And lots happened since then. But a couple from this year as well. Shafat Ali Saeed, 150. Nasjad Bunt, 143. So, yeah, Zulkarnain, I don't know whether someone told him Derek was trying to pop out of his cage at him, so it's probably the one time you would block the first ball. Hello to Trip, who's popped into the chat. And Jafar the youngster, well, I remember he was able to get one through Hamza Saleem Dar in last year's series when these two teams met in the initial stages. Zulkarnain goes after it and hits it pretty well. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! That's one way to get off the mark. Well, he blocked the first one. And Derek's going to have to maybe jump back in the pond for a little bit. Nice to have Trip tuning in from the USA. Corey said he's got the popcorn out. He's ready. Said battle today, teammate Saturday. True. Zulkarnain takes this on down the ground. Doesn't really get a lot of it, but he'll get 4. His outfield is so fast and it just keeps getting faster as the day goes on. So, Corey scored the first round like a boxing match, 10-9 to Hamza. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you got to score it to the batter because the bowler needed a knockout to win. Couldn't quite get him out. It's good areas from young Jaffa. That's the kind of length you can probably get away with at the start of the innings. Depends who you're bowling to. But, you know, the ball might be doing a little bit. Maybe you can just get a little edge. You know, you love to take these early wickets. Looking at the Jags batting lineup today, they've listed Hyder at 3, but he's opened. That means Karam Shazad, he's listed to come in next, but I think they might go with someone like a Farouk Sahale. And this is a pretty good length again. You know, he's going full. Some question about run out, but hard to do that without breaking the stumps. I'm told that today we might break the all-time record for sixes in one event. That'll be crazy. Now this is flicked away nicely, but fielder's there. That'll be the end of the second over. 28 without loss. Don't laugh is in the chat. Well, I'm not laughing. Don't laugh. He said, I'm a big fan of Hamza. Nice to see you, Hamza Saleem Dar. I know he's got a lot of fans. And look, the thing with Hamza, he's shown he can do it at a higher level as well. So I think sometimes you see players that can perform domestically but find it tough. But, you know, we've seen him take it up to the Dutch team, for example, in the qualifier too. Don't forget in that game where they blew the 182, he took a hat-trick and scored a 50, I think, like 12 balls. So, it was a crazy game. Sorry to remind you about it, Corey. I know you're watching. Anyway, Atif comes back. Hyder facing up, though, for the moment. Feeling it might have come off the pad, but umpire says no. It'll be a wide. Nilkesh Patel out there. Part of our blue crew. Fair bit of the time. Oh, does hit the pad. Definitely. I think with Nilkesh, we've seen it all before. You might get some more inexperienced umpires falling for that. Back I can you straight away. That, there's Nilkesh. He's not given that. Watch this down leg side. Takes a little noise. I suppose part of the reason you appeal is to make sure the wide's not given. Straight off the knee roll. Yeah. Look, the teeth, his heart was never in it. Oh, that really took off. Oh, is that? I thought they hit the glove. Is it nothing? Well, Atif getting unnatural bounce. Look, Atif loves it. And I think Zulkarnain Hyder is just happy that he's alive. Let's have a look at it. I mean, yeah, it hasn't hit anything. I mean, I don't know about side on, but wow. I've seen that happen off like a full length when it pitches near the crease, but never from there. I mean, that's, you know what? That's why you wear a helmet. Someone's climbed over the head in the end. It's been called 5 wides. This is so unlucky. So unlucky. It was called wides for height. Probably was, I guess. Oh, well, next one. It's going to be a full toss. Oh, and it was catchable really in the end. But the sun's a factor at this time of the day, yeah. They'll be pointing up saying, that's what happened. Let's have a look at this. Where does this bounce actually? So remember Garland's out there. It's not a no ball for height, but is this 4 or 6? I think it might have just been 6. Yeah, they saw it anyway. It's right in front of the officials. Maximo. Oh, this game. A few strange things happening. When they met in the final, it was the last game of the European Cricket Series in 2023 on the 16th of December. Pakai Care posted 112, but they really made the Jags work for it. Jags ended up getting there with 3 balls to spare to lift the trophy. Oh, well, some indecision. Hamza was keen for it. Hyder said, look, your call, but I'm the captain, so no. Fun fact, European cricket champions in 2022, Pakai Care, they won the whole of Europe, but they've never won an ECS final in Spain. They've never won a domestic final on ECN. That includes that game last year. This one's crunched, but they won't get a run. They also made the final in 2021 when they were edged out again in a last over thriller by Catalunya CC. Couldn't make it out of their group in 2022. After a collapse, saw them bowled out in the 40s in their group final. This one, kind of rolling cutter by Atif. Jafar Raza been given the job of fielding out in the sun, not given a hat or any sunglasses. Good luck. Trevan saying, Mr. Maximo, who's your favourite team in T10? I gotta say, I can't have favourites, Trevan, because it's my job to be neutral, and I think I'm pretty good at my job because I do appreciate everyone's efforts. But I will throw one. I'll throw one at you because I don't want to be that guy, right? Close. Oh, he's given him. Well, you have to see this one from straight on. I never saw this one really turning back. I had a feeling, and my honest opinion was initially it might be heading down the leg side. But Hamza's going to have to go. Well, there might be a riot. The viewership, if this replay turns out to be not the way people like. Let's see how it goes here. Maybe one more time. Let me see if I can convince myself. I mean, Nilkesh had a good look. He said, yeah, I think that's taking a piece of leg stump. But if I'm completely honest, I'm not so sure that would have hit. But again, you know, umpire's in the best position. He likes it. And it's a big moment in the game, that's for sure. Harms at LBW to a Teef. 16 off 7, 41 for 1 off 3. Well, Corey Ruckers, I know you're watching in the chat, Spanish national team coach. How do you score the second over then? I think if it was a boxing match, you'd be calling for the rematch already, wouldn't you? Is that the most controversial thing that's happened since Evander Holyfield got it half his ear bitten off? All right, Trevon, sorry to keep you in suspense. Remember McGall. He's flicking this away and he'll get 4. So, yeah, Pakake, well, let's just say they get the better of a line ball call. Let's see if they can turn it into something more. Remember McGall comes on. All right, Willie Kosovic has got a question. I've never had this one, actually. It says, how much do you get paid to commentate? Well, firstly, I'm touched that you have gathered I get paid, considering that I do, I don't know, 1,000 matches a year. Well, bold. Good length from Emma McGall. I'll put it this way. Some people would say it's too much, and some people would say it's not enough. But thank you for your question. And maybe let me know where you're watching from, Willie. Willie's going to have a busy day today. Matt to Hyder, 22 off 13. This is slashed away behind point. Hyder, he's having a good series, and he puts that one out of the park. Maximo! 50's come up during the over for Jaguar as well. So we'll see Hamza this afternoon. So, Trevon, I've really kept you waiting, but I will say that the team that I'm probably most looking forward to seeing this year got to be Drew, because we don't see them too often. They won the European Championship last year. We don't see them for 12 months on the network, although I'm sure we will see them in the ECS France. Actually, these two played an incredible game last time as well. Pakake and Drew, I should say. That's hit pretty well as well by Hyder. Well, no harms and no problem. Puts that one over the fence. Maximo! Bang. And that's the difference when you give length. You see, when he's given length, he's disappeared. When he got it full, had a better result, got a dot ball. So last year, Drew played Pakake in match 18 of the championship week at the European Cricket League. It's all the way back on the 23rd of March, 23. And Drew, 133 to 132. I remember it so well. Daniel Dorkaya just couldn't quite manage to get what was required off the last ball. This one's up and it's out of here. Maximo! Hyder once again has something to work with, and he goes 6, 6, 6. And the batter's hat trick. I'm waiting for more Willie Kosovic messages. Surely he's not a one and done. Come on, Willie. Ah, he does come back right on cue. Just saw it, Willie. Willie said he's watching from Berlin. Oh, nice. Oh, that's Gundy. That's Gundy with a capital G. And Hyder is just heating up now. 4 6s on the trot. And they might want to have a look at this one for height. But, yeah, let's see what we can gather here. No, that's not right. That's around top of the pad, but it is smoked down to the ground. 28 come off the over. Well, Umat, he kind of gets KO'd, doesn't he, if we're using the boxing analogies. That one dot ball was the one ball he got right. And after 4, it's 69 for 1. Willie's saying he's a Kiwi from Berlin. That makes him want to play again. Well, you know what? There's plenty of cricket in Berlin. I know that. In fact, we've seen BCA, or Berlin Cricket Academy, win a European Cricket Series before. And cricket's thriving in Germany. I think they literally have hundreds of clubs. There's competitions in most major cities and areas. I know that we've had European Cricket Series in lots of different places in Germany. So the closest we've been to Berlin is actually when we've gone to Dresden. So we're starting you over here. It's little Maestro who's come on. That little maestro disappears. First up, Maximo. Well, that's 5 sixes in a row for the team. So, well, Gorang, we know he likes to challenge the batters. Farouk Sahel, that was the first ball he faced. That's pretty good, you know. Yeah, he's just snuck in. He says, hey, isn't that a wide? Maybe we can see this one more time. Probably won't get a chance, though, because Gorang's so quick to get through his overs. I think that might have just been all right. If there was a bit of the ball on the line, it would have been a coat of varnish. Can't varnish the ball anymore either. Goes after it again, Sahel. Does he get enough? He does. Maximo. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as Meatloaf said famously once upon a time. So, Willie, I suggest you sound like a young man, just going by what you sound like in the chat. Get involved. One of the Berlin clubs. There's Berlin Cricket Academy. There's also Berlin International Cricket Club. Comes to mind. There's others. That's that one. Locks them up. I think Sahel knows this one's inside. Decides he doesn't want to go after that one. Yeah, Dresden is a couple of hours out of Berlin. We've had a couple of European cricket series there. We've also been to Krefeld, which is just near Dusseldorf. Been up to North and Kiel. There it goes. He reaches, he fetches, and he bangs it. Wow, it's a bit of the old to and fro in this over. It's gone 6.6.6. Well, it looks like if I fronted up to play Roger Federer on the tennis court, 6 love, 6 love, 6. Surely it's not going to be another dot. Oh, it is, you know. What an over. 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. 18 come off the over. And the score is 87 for 1 after 5. Interesting, that one, wasn't it? Well, while we're here, I know we've been talking a little bit about the ECL, and I know that everyone's very excited about it. I mentioned to Trevor, who's watching from South Africa, that Drew, probably the team I'm looking forward to watching the most. I mean, you don't have favourites, but I think they surprised everybody. Even to make the finals week, but to win the whole thing, that was crazy. They've been drawn in Group D, and they'll have a bit of a French rivalry with PUC, or Paris University Club. Also, Byron performed well last year, came third in their group from Greece, a little team that could. Empire CC playing their first ECL from Finland, and Ljubljana, likewise from Slovenia. First Slovenian club to ever play in the ECL. New countries along with Isle of Man and Serbia. Anyway, time for a new over, and maybe time for a new ball, as Amanjot comes in, and his first ball is smashed down to the ground. Maximo, as Hyder brings up his 50, and he does it off 18 balls. Well, this has been thrill a minute stuff. Amanjot is a player that's playing for the first time in this series, but we have seen him before. He's part of the Black Panthers lineup. Anyway, this is up, and this is out of the ground. Maximo. Wow. It's been raining sixes here. Wow, bit of National Geographic there. All right, Hyder cuts again. Cuts into the gap. Some more runs. Oh, things are really taking off. If you thought Harms are getting out was going to quieten things, it's just a different kind of beast, hey? This batting lineup. Just, yeah, seeming different in this game as well. Now goes down the ground. Oh, going to go through the hands of Harjot, who's actually caught pretty well in this series. Oh, well, it has to go down as an opportunity. Reaches for this. Last ball the 6th. Oh, reaches and puts this one out of the ground. Oh, yeah. That's a knock-knock. Anybody want that one? Let's keep an eye on that ball over the next few overs because I'd love to know how they get this down because that ain't going to be easy. Jeez, I hope there's no one in there. That'll be the end of the over. Canane Hyder to 67. It's 114 for 1 after 6. Yeah, Amajok previously been a part of the Black Panthers organisation. 114. Okay, going to be chasing a bunch here. Spine arms are going to, let's say, a 50-50. What else we got? Sorry to go back to the chat. Had the hands full here. James has a question. Or dropped. That was a catch, you know. Jaffa gets it in his non-bowling hand. He's limping as well. Sometimes there's a secondary effect of getting hit in the fingers. Maybe we'll see this again in the replay. So he's tough because, I mean, he's in his follow-through, so he's still moving forward. This is jabbed into the ground and good length from Junaid. Or Jaffa, I should say. Junaid, you'll see playing for Portugal pretty soon. But no, Jaffa Raza is a young player I've got a lot of time for. So James was asking what's my batting average. Well, I haven't played lately. But I know in my career, so this is the thing, I did play at a pretty high level, but I was kind of a batter, but not really a keeper batter. I was a keeper. Well bowled again. Dug out. How much bat has he got in this? A bit. So I was going to say I was a keeper, but not really a keeper batter. I don't think I made enough runs to be called a batter. I averaged 24. So it's not, I know it's not hopeless, but I think these days, if you're going to go up and really crack it in professional cricket, you need to be able to hold your own as a batter alone. I think that's the modern game. Adam Gilchrist ruined it for everyone. Oh, now this is a full toss. I think that's going to be 6 as well. It is Maximo. That's the thing with bowling here. I mean, if you get 6 out of 6, you're going to have a good one. But if you get 4 or even 5 out of 6, it'll be okay. But look, this is the Yorker gone wrong with line and length. Turns into a knee-high full toss, and away it goes. For Hale. 30 off 8. He scored 5 sixes in his 30, and that's it. Try something different here. Short. Doesn't carry. Out there. It's fielded on the baseball mound. I mean, at least he does have a cap. Trevor, very kind of you. He said he's enjoying the commentary and he thinks it adds a bit to the broadcast. Appreciate that, Trevor. All right, this is the top edge. That could be a Baximo, you know. It's going to fly away. Well, the runs just keep on coming. Hyder swings his way into the 70s. And it's 126 for 1. Let's have a look at these teams again. I know we had a good look at them earlier. And Spain versus Czechia playing in men's and women's. These are the women's sides. Now, Spain did play in the ECCW, the first ever Euros of women's cricket, back in December, so we saw them not too long ago. We actually saw Czechia in Croatia back in, I'm going to say, late October, early November. And that was their first taste of ECN cricket. So I know that the Czechia women's side don't really have a regular club competition there, but they do play as a group in the German club competition because that has a few more teams, and yeah, they can play teams like Dresden, for example. Anyway, this is going to be Hale. Well, spoiled his perfect run of sixes with a single, but now he's making up for it with Maximo to start the over. Mayavanshi comes back. This one doesn't quite come down in time. A win for a high-scoring thriller. Well, half of it looks like it's going to be high scoring. So, Trevan, thank you for your comment, but Trip is exactly right. Saying, yeah, people enjoy my commentary, but the rest of the commentary team is great. If you've never heard them before, sure are. Team effort here. It's one of the things, I suppose, as a commentary group that only we really understand what it's like to do this many matches and do this schedule, because honestly, there's nothing like ECN in not just the cricket world, but probably the world. All right, reaches for this, and he's going to put this one high into the sky. That one's going to bounce over the wall. Maximo. So Hale to 49 in the blink of an eye. It's only faced 12 balls. Yeah, Chip throwing a few names in there. Rico Corey, Charlie, Joe, Nish. Now Georgie. Throw Rhino in there as well, who we'll hear during the ECL for a little bit. Rhino's very, very busy. Tie up in the basketball business, but we do grab him from time to time. Andrew Leonard's another guy who did a bit of commentary for us last year. Does a lot of great work. And Mavanchi, I like he's just gone for a different approach here. All right, round the wicket's not working. I'm going to go over, maybe try and cramp him for a bit of room. Yeah, but there's nothing like ECN. That's all I'm going to say. Is nothing like ECN. What's this sideways? And will just be a single. So Hale to 44. Amin Haider. I suppose the $64,000 question is, can he bring up the three figures here? He's 28 away. Did score 100, not out in the early part of this series against Sohar Hospitalet. All right, this is up in the air. I think once again the ball is going to go to the skies, but this time it's a Teef that will take the catch. Well, classic jinx. I've just performed on Zulkarnain Haider, but it's going to be a brisk 72 for the Jaguar captain. I'll tell you what, he had Derek following him around early, and he certainly put Derek back in the water. But Mayavanchi tempts him. He didn't want to leave his crease there. Just kind of played it. Tried to drive it, but it wasn't that full to drive. And the score now 139. Pardon me. With an extra run, 140 now for two. It's a pretty good partnership. The partnership was worth 99 between those two. Julian remembered Rhino at just the right time. Yeah, look, happy to have a few guests. We had Srinath joining us last year. It is complex. Try and organise this, but we do our best. Oh, I tell you what, let's look at this from side on. I reckon there was a moment where the foot goes up. I wonder if we'll have time for this. But Isan doesn't take the bails. I don't know, maybe we can get it up to this ball if nothing happens. Well, we'll have to go back to live for now. Now you can have a look at that one if we've still got it. But I think for sure, Goring's not going to let us because he's just too quick through the overs. So I think there was just a moment there. My spider senses went up. Isan recognised he missed an opportunity. Last ball the over. And Mirza, well, he's got zero patience. He goes wide 6. So 8 come off that last ball. Mayavanchi does have one wicket, but he's also been expensive here. He goes for 40 in this one. It's 148 for 2 after 8. Yeah, so I got to say, shout out to my commentary buddies. And look, when we look, I've rubbed shoulders with commentators of many levels, from the first timers to youngsters to very experienced professionals, and anyone, especially the professionals that come and maybe do a cameo with me, they say, how do you do this? Because it's different. And it is. And it's a great challenge that we've taken on at ECN. Remember, Gal comes back. Hacked away down the ground for 1. But we also are very excited by the fact that we're growing the game and taking it to exciting new places. Mirza built for power, if you didn't realise. He always puts that bat through the pitch when he taps it. Oh, that's highish. I want to say this side on, and it's gone for 4. But he's so big, it might have been just below the waist, just eyeballing it. But they definitely want to check the height of this. Let's have a look. Let's slow it down a bit. Oh, let's try and get that just before he hits it. I reckon they're going to call this, you know. Yeah, let's have a look. Eventually it'll come back. What goes on? There we go. Here it comes. Yeah. I think I would call this, personally, but it's one of those 50-50s. It looks like it'll hit him about the waist, and kind of it's waist or higher. Yeah. I think it has been called, you know. Yeah, well done by the crew there. Spring Media doing a fantastic job. Emuts pressing the buttons for us. It's amazing how quick Spring Media, our directors, pick up the game as well. All right, free hit then. Chops on. Now they're going to run. Oh, okay, side on here is going to be interesting because what you need to do if the bails are off, you need to knock this Dubs over. So Isan thinks he's got him here. So we need to work out, for me, so they're almost knocked over. At what point are they kind of knocked over so the base is off the ground? We'll have to go back and we'll have to freeze it the moment he hits the stumps. This is going to be a really interesting replay. Maybe we can check it out a couple more times because this is a tight one. Isan knows the rules. Normally you have to remove a whole stump from the ground. So our version for that, you'll have to freeze frame it kind of as he hits it and get a look. And we'll try and pinpoint the moment that the stumps go over. So, okay, not that time. The next time it'll spin towards the keeper. Here he comes about now. Oh, just missed it again. Let's go back and have another look. Might be in anyway, you know. Oh, for me, I think he's out. I think that the stumps, I don't think it's the moment the stumps hit the ground. I think it's the moment that the base is tilted up. So for me, I actually think that's out. But again, it's depending on the opinion of the third. There's a stump on the ground there. And that, I think, definitely satisfies the criteria. So I actually think Sahale's going to be run out here. It's a very, very unusual one, but I think it is out. That's a great shot. Well done to Spring Media. Again, that's not an easy shot to get, but yeah, for me, that's pretty conclusive. So, there you go. Just ECN things. There's a hashtag for you. So it's a free hit, which is, well, he would have got a run for it because he hit it onto his stumps, but he won't get a run for it now. So Hale's run out for 45. What a way to go. And this is where, like, obviously I play a lot of cricket on turf. It's pretty hard to knock a stump out. This is one, I think, the most understood law or rule in cricket. Yeah, good leave. That, okay, if the bails are off, you have to remove a stump. Now, one way to do that, have the ball in your hands and pull the stump out of the ground. That is one way to do it. But all you need to do, actually, according to the laws, is strike a stump clean out of the ground. That's what the laws of cricket say. So our version of that on ECN is to knock the stumps over, or you can lift them up with the ball in your hand. Hope I've explained that well. More questions, welcome. Big swing and a miss. So, yeah. So it's the same law that we use, but it's kind of an interpretation thing. So, yeah, for example, if you're in any sort of cricket, if you're playing on where the stumps are kind of banged into the ground, either on artificial when there's some sand often that the stumps will be in, you know, if you can direct hit. If that direct hit knocks the stump out of the ground with the bails off already, that's still out. It still counts as breaking the wicket. All right, all happens in the ninth. Classic example. Oh, glad he stayed ducked there, man, because that would have taken his head off. Cuatro carreras. Mason Ali comes out and he's there to swing hard. No doubt about it. Yeah, so hopefully I made that more clear, not less clear to everyone. But Issa knows. That's why he hit the stump so hard. He's like, I can't just touch him. I got to whack him. I got to knock him over. Slow ball, well bowled. Really well bowled. Yeah, so, yeah, so now we've established you have to knock the stumps over. At what point have you knocked the stumps over? Now, for me, it's the point, and this is an individual opinion thing, where all those 3 stumps that are normally in contact with the ground, that you've knocked them off and you've tilted the base up on the way to knocking them over completely, so that they've all been removed. So that actually the bottom of the stump isn't really touching the ground. That makes sense. Now I've made it less clear, I'm sure. This is going to be 4. As Motion told him there, he's there for a good time, maybe not a long time. 4 carreras más. Leaves Catalina Jaguar up into the 160s. It'll also be the end of a pretty interesting over, 163 for 3. Last over coming up. Amanjot, will they go back to him? I don't think so. I think they'll try anybody else. They've got a few options. Maybe Khalil Ahmed. He bowled well at the death the other day. Will they be persistent? Amanjot is going to get a second over, so they will give another opportunity. It's not a bad start. And you get a bite. Rare miss by Mohamed Isan. Changes the strike. Next one is hit. And it's hit pretty well by Mosen. Jeez, he's built for power, isn't he? Maximo. 170 for 3. Up in the air. And it's going to be gone. So the decision to bowl Amanjot pays dividends. And, well, Pakai Care saving whatever they can here in the last over. Nice catch taken. Matt Mosen, productive innings, I think. Coming in at the end is not always easy. Yeah, you're going to swing the bat, but we see a lot of players chewing up balls towards the end. Yeah, a bit like that. It can't happen. Khalil Ahmed, the man I thought might take this last over, takes the catch. Shazad, he was listed to open, but he comes in at 6. Foot stays down that time. Into the bat job from Shazad, but we'll get off the mark. Just a single over to Mirza to face the last ball. So again, it's a big chase, but we've seen some big chases, haven't we, during this series? Wow, that sounded pretty good. Pretty good. Maximo. Mirza goes large and finishing things off. That bounces off the wall and all the way back. So it'll be 177 for 4 off the 10. Mirza puts that one up to the heavens. Yeah, he should be smiling. And Shazad follows him off. 178 will be the target for Pakai Care, but this is a team that we know have scored some big runs in the series, have multiple 200 totals on the network. But it was lights, camera, action here in match number 67. And, well, it's a little sneak peek of what was to come, but earlier on it was Hamza Splendar. Finally got to see him in the series, opening up with the Jaguar skipper, Zulkarnain Haider. So the Atif-Hamza battle. That was an interesting one that almost took Zulkarnain Haider's head off. Luckily it didn't, but Atif would end up getting the big wicket of Hamza Splendar. This is the ball. Did it. And Fire likes it. It's a difficult one. Let us know what you think in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Remember, Gal came on. We got one ball right, but he got 5 pretty wrong and ended up paying with 5 boundaries coming in that over. First chance to have a look at Amanjot. And really, he had a bit of a tough initiation, didn't he? His first over. Came back well in the last, though, so I like they give him another opportunity. So, a fair bit of catching practice has been in that part of the ground. And then with Harjot missing that opportunity, you wonder how much it would cost him. The little maestro, as we know him, Gorang Mayavanshi. It's been in the last couple of days for Pakai Care. Again, he got the typical mixture of getting whacked for 6 and also had some success along the way as well. Had an extraordinary over that went 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. A very one-sided tennis match, I called it. Khalil late in the piece was able to hold on to that one, so they do kind of keep it a little bit quiet at the end. 15 off the 9th, 14 off the 10th, so I suppose 2 slightly below par overs to go on the rest of the time. I like the work of Mirza. He just came out and he was built for action, wasn't he? This was the weird one that we talked about, wasn't it? Where Isan knocks the stumps over just in time, according to the officials. I think it's the right decision there. This is where there's the benefit of the replay. I think is wonderful. We've got that ability to make so many correct decisions in the European Cricket Series. Interested to see what the win predictor says. There's a few people in the chat that feel the same way. Hyder, 72 before I jinxed him. Here's a guy that did score a century in the series earlier, though. Wonderful scene with the ball in the second half. Farouk Sahel with 45 before he was run out in unusual circumstances. He only faced 14 balls along the way. Apart from that, Hamza went for 16. Mohsen, quick fire, hard-hitting 14 towards the end. Well, look, Atif and Jafar Raza, they're the reason this isn't a magical 200-plus total, really. They were able to keep it under control. Atif 1 for 30, Jafar Raza none for 23. Wickets also for Little Maestro, Gorang Mayavanshi. And Amanjot Singh got one in the last over as well. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back pretty shortly, and the chase will be 178 for Pakai Care. Well, never bet against the European champions. We'll be back with more ECS after the break. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Are you ready for the race? Because it's the former European champions on the chase here. Pakaiker Badalona chasing 178 for victory. And it's going to be a pretty interesting one, I'll tell you that much. Because this will be, I think I'd make it the second highest chase we've ever had on the network. Should it be done? So obviously, 178 is one target. It's also the bonus point, of course, and that 177 first innings total. Pakaiker need to exceed that 123 to at least take a point out of the game. So, yeah, look. What will their approach be here? I don't think they're satisfied with the point here. I don't think some teams would kind of focus on that 124 and say, look, guys, probably not going to get the 178, so why don't we just focus on making an average score? I can tell you that man there, he ain't thinking 124. He's thinking 178. Mohammad Ihsan, all-time leading run scorer on the network. Amanjot Singh gets the nod at the top of the order. Here's Hamza to warm things up. Have a look at that first ball. Swings out, then in. Good rhythm there from Hamza first up. I know that Coy Ruckers, the men's national team coach, is tuning in. He'll be in Spain on the weekend. Ihsan, gun versus gun. Oh, and this is the one that he chases. It's in the air. It's a huge moment first up. Oh, they can't reach it in the end. I mean, that is one time. I won't say this. I mean, it's easy from my vantage point, but that's one time. Even if you knock it over for 6, I think it's worth trying to take the catch. Now, normally that wouldn't be the case. But if you can pull off a miracle catch here, even if you knock it over the boundary or to the boundary, it's so worth it for a chance to get Ihsan, because he might never give you another chance. This guy's got 3 centuries in the series. This is by some distance, though. Gun versus gun. This is fun, isn't it? 2 fan favourites going head-to-head. And they will be teammates on the weekend when they're both playing for Team Spain. Hey, they'll even be teammates for Europe. Did you know that? They're both going to play for Team Europe in the Western Shield. So you're watching 2, I guess it's a higher level than international. Ihsan scored centuries 3, 11 and 16 of the year. Now he gets onto one. That one's going to fly. Oh, yeah. That's over the fence and far away. Come again another day. Maximo to Mohammad Ihsan. Yeah, win predictor giving Pakaiker about a 20% chance. How about that? Love these battles. Hamza doesn't look too out of nick, does he? Coming through pretty well. This is a nice drive down the ground, and that will find the rope as well. So Hamza Saleem Dar finding it hard going. He knows how good Ihsan is, though. They've got a lot of respect for one another, I'm sure. I think they're pretty close off the field as well. But right now, they're doing battle for rival clubs. And that's what domestic cricket's all about. Here's the next installment. Pitches up, hit hard, and just enough to get it over the field, and that's going to be 4 more. So Ihsan living a bit dangerously. I mentioned a couple of days ago, Ihsan, though he was scoring a lot of runs, he was scoring a lot on the leg side. Hamza has a bit of a laugh, saying, hey, couldn't you jump higher than that? Short answer, no. But I like that maybe since he's watched himself back, he's realised he was getting a bit too leg side conscious. And this is what he can do. He can go offside, especially if the bowling's a bit quicker, which it is when Hamza is sending down his thunderbolts. Hello to Wayne. Good to see you in the chat. Hamza versus Isan. 6, the Fast and the Furious. Oh, there'll be a sequel to that one. Yeah, but thanks so much for all the interaction. I've enjoyed everyone in the chat getting involved. Last ball of the over. Slow ball there. Don't think EC picked it, but he does get 18 off the first over. I'm sure they'll be happy with that because they're on the pace in the chase. It's 18 without loss after 1. Yeah, I think it was a slight slower ball and not that easy to pick, actually. Keeping an eye on the lineups this afternoon for the other game. Look pretty similar to this game. 25 matches since the Golden Ball. And let's pause from that for a second to show you that if this 178 is chased, it will be the second highest chased ever. It'll be the highest chase ever in a European Cricket Series game because the 183 was in the European Cricket Championship, the International Euros of Cricket. And it'll taste even worse for the Jags because it'll knock them out of that spot. The 176 chase that they achieved earlier in this tournament, actually. Isn't it interesting to see these teams slowly taking shape, though? We saw Babar come back on the weekend for Pakai Care. Zulkarnain Haider gets the second over. Amanjot giving the duties to open with Isan. Oh, you know, I'll say this one more time, but I reckon this takes a bit of the line. I think Zulki's a bit lucky to get away with this one. What's your call? I don't think, is it completely inside the line? No, it's not. Half on the line. These little things going against you hurt you when you're chasing basically 180 for victory. Cost him an extra ball too. This one's cut away. So let me tell you, if par in this game is 180, let's call it 3 a ball, then if a 50-50 wide call going against you, it costs you the 1 run, because you would have got that for the wide, and it costs you an extra ball, which on average is worth 3. So that call not being called basically cost Pakai Care 4. That's what a mathematician would say. Luckily, most of them far too busy solving the world's problems to focus on the minutiae of 10-over cricket matches. Yeah, clever. Change of pace, and Isan once again doesn't really pick it, I think, out of the hand. That's just the more regulation slower ball, like a fast off spinner. Wayne has a question. Who are Team Europe playing in the Western Shield? Well, it's a best of 9 series. They're playing a team that are called the British and Irish Knights. I can tell you which country they can be selected from. Great bowling. Great bowling there. Good Yorker. Gotta love a good Yorker. And even someone that's hit 3 centuries in the series. What's he meant to do with this? It's almost like you need to be lucky with these. Edge it for 4. Maybe into the ground, past the keeper. Yeah, so the British and Irish Knights have the ability to pick players from that have played in ECS events. That's actually part of the criteria, obviously. But from England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man. Don't I missed anyone out there? No, 1 runs, 1 doesn't. They decide not to throw in the end. We're thinking, Jot's not hurting us yet. And to be honest, it means Isan will be off strike for the start of the 3rd over. 19 with that loss after 2. It's the table. Pakai Care. 8 points and 2 matches in hand. 8 points behind the Jags at the moment. You see, middle of the table, these two, after they topped the standings back in the 2023 series. It was only a couple of months ago. Yeah, so the rules are, I think the British and Irish Knights, they're allowed up to 4 players per country in their squad, whereas Europe, they're allowed maximum 3. So I know there's 3 from Spain that have been picked. Hamza, who you've got on your screen there, and Mohamed Isan is on your screen there. Edged and gone. Oh, it sticks. It sticks to Kuram Shazad. Well, sometimes you need a bit of luck. I suppose he was in the right spot at the right time, and so Amanjot doesn't last too long here. A lot of footwork, to be fair. Sometimes you don't have a lot of time. He just sees it. He doesn't waste too much time trying to put himself off balance by taking some extra steps. He says, well, I know I'm going to reach with one hand. Well, let's hope for the best. And it was a good result. So, yeah, he's pretty front on there. Hamza comes with his first wicket of the series. Yeah, so I wonder who can tell me. I'm not going to tell you. Who is the other Spanish player that's been selected for Team Europe? Let me know in the chat. Let's see who's the first to get it. Okay, I'm not giving it away. I think you should be able to get it. You've been following ECN for a while. Yeah, some pretty big names in that. Ryan Klein was in. I think he might be missing it through injury now. Atif. Well, they still don't open Atif, even though they listed him at the top. I'm a bit surprised, actually. Find themselves falling further and further behind in this game right now. I suppose the other thing is, this is Hamza's last over. Bowling him out, and I would be bowling him out too. Really try and push that rate up. So yeah, Wayne, as far as he's asking any players not from England, well, England can only have 4 max in the squad from England 11. So straight pull. Wow, it's actually going to get through everyone. What? Funny one. Kind of hits in the ground, and you can see there that's Rick Sahale. I was thinking about the dive, but he spent too much time thinking and not much time diving, and Hamza saying, hey, it was only there. I'm still waiting. I'm sure my chat will come through in a sec. Someone's going to get it. All right, well, this is off the end of the bat. It's in the air, and it's a double drop. A double drop from the Jags. Hamza drops a sitter, and then so does Mirza about half a second later. Well, madre mia. And to be honest, I like that Mirza, he kind of gets in the zone without putting Hamza off too much. Gets a hand to it. Can't hold on. Well, then, Hamza, he had words with Farouk Sahale the ball before. Well, I think he might get a bit back after that. Oh, well, Isan gets the strike back now, and he's going to get 6. Just climbs over. So, Hale, just a couple of things going Pakake's way here. Atif really should have been caught. This one, I've seen bigger hits from Isan, but does the job. Maximo. 6 runs. Things you probably see on ECN. You won't see too much elsewhere. Isan last ball the over. What's his tactic? Wants to attack, does inside out, and he'll get 4. So, look, it's an underwhelming power play, but that man Isan is still at the crease, and Hamza's bowled out. So it's 34 for 1 after 3. Yeah, well, thanks, Kroom, for throwing the link in. So if you follow that, you'll be able to see who the other player from Spain is. It's the preliminary squads there. It's still got to be trimmed. It'll go down to, I think, 14 per team for Team Europe and the British and Irish Knights. 18-1 and 15. What a good second over that was from Zulkarnain Haider. That's the kind of over that can win you a cricket match. So yeah, they'll finalise those squads after the ECL. Corey Ruckers, of course, he's coaching Team Europe as well. There's also the Meltle Cup, which is the women's version, and we believe that well, that's planned at least for Rome in August. Hello to Cosmic Nana. Always good to see you. It's a hail. This is whipped away. Atif. Only get one. Just surprised they don't go back to Hyder, seeing he was so effective in that second over. But Sahal's a pretty good option. I just think they're well on top now. It'd have to be an Isan special, you'd think, to get Pakai Care out of this. In fact, at 124, probably something I might want to look at. Hit pretty hard. Isan likes it. Wasn't too far from the fielder. But good enough. Just hits the ball so hard, Mohamed Isan. I love that he's going a bit more offside. Maybe because the bowling's come up a notch in this Jags lineup today. And this one's in his zone, and he launches it out of here. Maximo. A few more of those. Never mind the 124. Isan, probably one of the few capable players in Europe that could do this. Yeah, if you want to follow that link, why don't you have a look at that link? Tell me who you're looking forward to seeing. Again, still to kind of trim those squads, like I said. This is outside the tram line, but Isan wants to go it anyway. And I think that's gone all the way, you know. I have to have a look at this, but I think that has gone Maximo. Apart from that second over, Pakai Care have been right on the money here. Oh, well, don't worry, Trip. He said he was wrong with Baba. It's a bad guess. That player was Daniel Dolcaya, his opening partner for Spain. But to be honest, Baba's exactly the sort of player I'd love to see in a Western Shield. But I mean, the restrictions there, only 3 per country from the Europeans. Because there's less countries essentially to choose from in British and Irish Knights. That's why they get 4, but should be a brilliant series in Portugal actually. Right, Isan goes after this on the charge, on the march. Here's Mohamed Isan, puts that one over the fence, over everything else on the hill. Maximo. He's raced to 48 and 15 balls. Remember, he's got 3 centuries in the series. This is belted as well. And again, it's probably 3 meters from the fielder. Didn't have enough time to make the ground, Mirza. So that's a magical over. It's actually 50 as well for Isan. Blink and you'll miss it. Just 16 balls. Not those 16. And he's hit 5 6s, 5 4s. And looking at that, on the money in the first over. Second one, run rate took a hit, but it's heading north, isn't it? 61 for 1 after 4. Martin saying, yeah, maybe should have kept on Zulkarnain Hyder, considering that Sahal's over just went for 27. Now, what do you do? Go back to Hyder. Atif, he's living on borrowed time, really. Going to go to another bowler, Manjit Singh. We've seen him opening a fair bit. Decent bowler. First one isn't too decent. Down the leg side. Manjit's interesting. He kind of bowls off the wrong foot. He's not really bowling off the wrong foot. He jumps off the wrong foot. Got a double right step in there just before delivery. See if you can pick it here. Atif, his batting's come a long way. Actually, I think he's always been decent. Just hasn't had many opportunities. So he's hit straight and straight to the fielder. Hamza Salim Dar. Kind of almost a Southern Cross there. Hamza's slightly offside. All right. Isan 52 needs to double up here, doesn't he? It's only 4 overs gone. That's range hitting practice for Mohamed Isan. And not the biggest hit he's ever hit, but good enough. Keeping them in the game, in the contest. Maximo. And that is 6 boundaries on the spin for Mohamed Isan. The race to 5,000 is on. Oh, by the way, Hamza, he's just a couple of hundred off 4,000 runs. Isan, well, he's on the way to 5,000 and he's motoring. Maximo, 6 carreras más. Well, this would be some individual effort if Isan was to... They still need 100, right? They still need over 100. It just... What's 100? 16 sixes and change. All right, Manjeet, over to you. Good luck. Yeah, good choice. Good choice. Go straight. Oh, that wasn't a good sound. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I don't know if the medic can get up that far because it's about a 5-story climb. But I honestly hope everyone's okay. This is a good time for a thumbs up because that sounded violent up in the camera tower. Who's up there? Somebody tell me. Oh, yeah. Do you want to see a close-up? Here's a close-up. Oh, dear me. Well, luckily, that chair was unoccupied. I assume, unless the occupant went over the side. But now it's going to be 6 and out. Isan, well, he's looking dangerous in more ways than one, but Manjeet with the perfect reply and a big moment in this chase. Isan bowled for 70, just goes across one, and he's filthy with himself. This is another one. He probably could have gone straight down the ground, but he makes a subpar choice, and he's gone for 70 off just 20, top of off stump. In fact, that one's broken the stump. Look at that, top of the off stump. Probably have a delay while they fix that. He'd scored 70 out of the 81 runs so far. It's 81 for 2. And it gives us a chance to have a look at some of the upcoming events. It gives me a chance to take a breath. Oh. Well, I mean, Isan will be so disappointed. Look, yeah, Western Shield, we talked about it a bit during this innings. From memory, it's the 6th and 7th of April. 5 matches the first day, 4 matches the second. It'll be played at Santarém. I think it'll be a pretty high-scoring affair because that outfield, it ain't no Cartimer Oval. It is lightning fast and it's a bit bumpy. So it depends, obviously, how much rain or anything they've had it there, but yeah, that should be something else. Not to say that the ECS Portugal will be disappointing either. They've got maybe 12 even, maybe 14 teams. It's going to be a 3-week series. It's yeah, France for the first time, and that's going to be crazy. Will France still have the ECL trophy? I guess we'll find out. That also has some men's ECIs in France. We know their team's a very exciting team. The Mangal brothers. I knew we'd have a delay here because the stump got broken. See, they've switched the stumps to the other end. You can just see, hit the very top, and it cracked where one of the grooves is. All right, Mayavanchi. Well, he showed that he's been in the gym or something. Hitting a couple of sixes yesterday. It was kind of a running joke that Gorang, his spin bowling was ahead of where his batting was. It's kind of growing into his body. But yeah, trying to find a 6th stump. Don't think you continue. What would you do if all the stumps were broken? I guess you get out the glue. Oh, this actually reminds me, it might have been in 2022 on opening day, something we've never had before or since. Pops this one to the leg side and will get off the mark. This will be the end of the 5th over. Score is 82 for 2. But that opening day, and this is what will happen when you're doing so many matches in a year. Sometimes things happen that, you know, the show must go on. And on that occasion, we didn't have the stumps. The stumps never arrived. So we used, believe it or not, we used plastic stumps for the first, I think, game or 2. Starting with the proper kind of kid stumps. And to be honest, the viewers loved it so much, they were begging us, we want you to keep the plastic stumps, because they were flying all over the place. They got destroyed. There's one direct hit from, I think it was Omar Ali. Oh no, it was Shubnik Deb. He ran around as a keeper, threw down the bowler stumps, and they flew. Who remembers that? Go on. We're going back a year plus there. A year and maybe 3 months. All right, well, start of a new over. Adelaide Ali. Oh, he's going to go for a boundary. Mayavanshi pushes and gets a friendly bounce there. It was an awkward one because always going to climb up and over the fielder. So 4 runs and look, run rate required around about 19 and over at the moment. They'll need 95 or so in the second half. Wayne's got a very good player. Arif Sanga, yes, very good one. But let me tell you, there's an issue with Arif. This is an issue that runs into sometimes. So some of the players, and Arif's a good example. He's in Switzerland. He's playing for Patun Zalmi. But some of the players are waiting for their residency to come through and they can't leave the country until that happens. And I know that Arif is one of the players in that boat. So yeah, under the conditions of their residency applications, and they might have come on a special kind of visa, if you like, or they might have been asylum seekers. So I think that's probably one of the main reasons. But yeah, he was a gun, wasn't he? Love to bat in the visor. Wayne remembers the plastic stumps. Got to swing away. And Teef does. I mean, I suppose what Isan's done here, I don't want to use words like guarantee, but I feel like they're guaranteed a point here. I'll speak too soon. Still need 46. Oh, 36, pardon me. 36 off 26. I reckon. Tell you what he's done here is he runs straight in front of the umpire. I reckon if you pause this when the ball hits the pad, he's right in front of the umpire. So really, I think this is out, but I'm blaming the bowler, not the umpire. Get a freeze frame on this. Try and get it. Oh, that won't help us too much, but you will see that after he bowls, he runs to the left. See? The umpire's like, well, what do you want me to do about it? Can't see. Now, next one's a full toss. Still having a thumbs up from the camera tower. Is everyone okay up there? All I saw was a chair that had been knocked over and no human. But, I mean, we still got the camera working, so I guess that's good. It's 89 for 2 after 6. Faisal Abbas has a question. What's the Pack Eye Care squad look like in the ECL? I could tell you. I could show you. Because it's all on our website. So I'll find the link and you can look it up yourself. But yeah, obviously going pretty deep into the squad here. But Faisal, thanks for the question. I'll try and give you an easy answer. Mayavanshi enjoying his promotion up the order, I think. Get one there. Definitely be a wide. But yeah, who's with me on the LBW? I think it was out, but can't give what you can't see. All right, Atif once again. This is in the air, and this time he's out of luck. So Pack Eye Care now. I think it is time to shift focus to that 124 target. And Atif just doesn't happen for him here, does it? He'll go for 6 and the score 91 for 2. A question. Trip asking, was the plastic stumps on the rock with the sea foam splashing about? No. Look, if we played with the plastic stumps at the rock sometimes in Gibraltar, I think they would have ended up over the fence. I mean, that place can get so windy. No problem, Faisal. Hopefully he's going to follow that link and check out the Pack Eye Care squad for the ECL. Well taken there by Hyder. Pretty elementary catch, though. Remember, Latif got double dropped a little bit earlier. We only had one real woolly night in Gibraltar this time. Then we had the other weird game was a power outage. I know we had one earlier today, but that was kind of localized due to our operations. But that Gibraltar power outage was pretty much the whole country, and it came back on in stages. But it ended up being a golden ball, if you remember. Bavaria versus Pirates. Not out. It's that side leg stump. Good umpiring. Shouldn't be given out if the ball bounces to the left of the stumps if you're a left-hander, or the right of the stumps if you're a right-hander. People get confused with the language. Faisal's a big Pakokare supporter, so Faisal, I'm sure they'll appreciate your support now and in the ECL. Having a tough time at the moment. Mughal goes down the ground, will only get one. Tell you what, this is tightening up a bit for the 124. Could we have a 4-pointer here? I know that as it stands, the Jags are 8 points ahead. They would love to grab 4 here against Pakokare. That's whacked away, and that's going to be 4. Good counter-attack there from Mayavanshi. He'll get 4, and it's the end of the 7th over. Good one, though, from Arfanula. It's 98 for 3 after 7. Let me check you up. Considering they haven't really had anywhere near the side that we saw on the park last year during this year's series, I mean, after this, they'll be 9 and 6. Something pretty well with 3 games to go on the rise. This is what's coming up. Last game of the day. I do think we'll have a bit of a delay to this one. If I had to guess, I think it'll be around about 10 minutes, but hasn't been confirmed yet. But I can tell you, Pakokare, they won the toss. This time they want to have a bat. I wonder what order they'll go. Isan seems a lock, but who will his opening partner be? We'll have to find out. Swing and a miss first up. So they need 26 off 18 for a point. That's basically what they're playing for now, Pakokare. Jags, they're trying to keep them below that. And if they can, they'll take all 4 points. The funny thing with Pakokare, they've had quite a few losses. I mean, they've lost 5 games in the series. 4 of them, they got bubkas. 4 of them were bonus point losses. Only 1 loss, they picked up a point. So when they've been beaten, they've been thrashed, Pakokare. This might help because Mughal lifts it up and puts it over the fence. Maximo! That gets them closer anyway. I think that point doesn't matter. The point could decide if you have to win an extra game or not when it comes to the business end. Yeah, the plastic stumps, people asking, the plastic stumps were here in Barcelona on the first day of the 2022 series in November because the actual stumps didn't arrive. Remember? I didn't really notice. I was too busy preparing for the first morning, and then someone said, oh, by the way, we're playing with plastic stumps. But okay. Better than no stumps. I mean, that wasn't too far from just kind of using the big rubbish bin that we grew up for. We grew up with. But yeah, anything to get the cricket on. We love to bring in the cricket here. More live cricket than anywhere in the world. More live sport, really, than anywhere else in the world, I think. Adelat. Maybe we can show this from the main camera, right? Look at how when he bowls, this is why he didn't get his LBW decision. Because he bowls and he's round the wicket and now the umpire's having a talk to him. But look, when he bowls, he needs to go off the right of the pitch. But instead, he goes right in front of the umpire. And that's why he didn't get his wicket. So hopefully he learns from this. It's not such a big deal with damaging the pitch because this isn't going to get damaged. But matters if you want to get a decision. This is lifted up by Mayavanshi. Does he have the distance? He does. Maximo. Good batting. His batting's certainly come a long way, Gorang. 124 in their sights. This is hit down the ground and, well, There's going to be 2 runs here. So enterprising running there. It'll be the end of the 8th over, and the score 113 for 3. They need 11 of 12 balls to at least get this point. They're going to sneak in the point if they get there, Pakai Care. So many things happen on ECN. Some things just kind of slip your mind for a while. I haven't thought of the plastic stumps for a while. Some other unusual things. That's a good random question in advance, right? The last game of the day, which is coming up. And let me see if I've got a time yet for you. Not yet. But tell us what you think. Random things that have happened on ECN. I'll do my best. We see some side on. I don't even think this is a bouncy, you know. It's short enough, but yeah. This probably doesn't tell us too much, but I've got a feeling that ain't above the shoulder. Interesting choice. Normally, if you duck, you can get the call. Remember the trick I used. Hopefully, you don't get knocked in the head by it. Anyway, McGall, he's going to lift this one up, and he's going to get the result. You can see they really want this 124. At least they can regroup and have something to walk away. Look at this. Yeah. 6 carreras. And 119, they should get there pretty comfortably, you'd imagine. Yeah, that's a pretty good shot. In fact, that might get him there in one hit. Yeah, really nice shot by McGall. I mean, that's the thing. Pakai Care, they've had to develop players in their organisation. The depth's really been tested. It hasn't always been easy, but that's a really good shot. We haven't really had enough shots of people trying to get balls down with brooms today. A little bit of feedback on the crew. I mean, we have had issues with potentially people getting knocked out of camera towels, and hopefully everyone's all right. But well, there's safety really now, playing for a bit of percentage. I don't mind that. Goes with the line of the ball, and more runs for McGall. This time, 4. Yeah, so Faisal, I'm really happy that you're a keen Pakai Care supporter. I'll pass that on to the guys. Yeah, Jags are a fairly new team, Catalan Jaguar, but I think they've got a few supporters as well. Just got notice that the next game will start 15 minutes behind schedule, so it starts in 25 minutes from now. Again, that's due to a bit of a delay we had earlier. It should stay 10 overs, though. That's wide. Good call. So well done to all the crew there. I know it hasn't been easy. Sometimes these things happen. We talked about the plastic stumps. But that's my random question for everyone. What are some random things you've seen on ECN you haven't seen anywhere else? I'll give you another one top of my head. Match 5 in Bulgaria in 2022 was delayed due to snow. True story. Oh, yeah, nice swing of the bat by McGall again. Does he have enough this time? Touch and go. Well, they make a meal of it in the end. He'll get a single. Yeah, that was a rare one. And then when the snow did stop, try and chisel the ice off the pitch. You talk about kind of sweating through the covers. Well, this wasn't sweat. This was trying to chisel ice off the pitch to get play going. We played day 1 in Bulgaria, that series. I think it was between 1 and 5 degrees the whole day. It was in April. I don't think so. Okay. Nilkesh, he's in a trigger-happy mood. I need to see this from camera 1, and we want to see where this bounces. You know what? It's probably an umpire's call on the pitch. For me, I don't think the whole ball pitched in line. Let's try and slow it as much as we can here. It's because it's super close. I think it's just outside leg stump. It's a bit of an unlucky one. But you know what? The universe realigns because Gorang probably should have been LBW, who was saved by the bowler not being transparent. But then I think he goes to a bit of a rough one. Left-handers, they'll always tell you, oh, we're always getting given out that way. And to be honest, they're probably right. End of the 9th over, 131 for 4. I suppose Gorang does a good job and gets himself and his team to at least 1 point. Will be only 1 point, I think, in this one. Last over. This is where anyone could really bowl it. Mosinali gets the ball. Yeah, again, nice hit from McGall. Got a bit of swagger about him, the young man. Maximo. Well, flying away. Biggest moment of this innings. You hate to focus on one play, but Mohamed Ihsan, he was up 70 off 20, got bowled off the 20th ball he faced, and Packer Care's chances in the match kind of flew away with him. Great work from our National Geographic crew. This one, he kind of wraps his bat around it. There's Hamza. Have to wait to see him bat again because Packer Care are batting first in the next game, which means another session in the field for the Jaguar. Fun fact, this is Jafar Raza. He looks like not the tallest. Looks like he's batting in the keeping pads. Calling it as I see it. Made famous by Puneet here, the Punjab Warriors, a couple of years ago. Haven't seen Puneet in a while. I wonder if he's still trucking away at the club level. So things winding down here. At least Packer Care get that point, and Ihsan laid the groundwork for that. Remember, Gal's been good though. He's itchy to get back down the other end. Jafar Raza goes for glory and misses out. He's had enough. He says, look, I'm facing. And all Jags kind of half sportingly concede it, saying fair enough. And we're pretty comfortable where we are in the game. So it's the rematch of last year's final. And it's going to go to the Jags. But no, Packer Care team have the right to reply. Get set. It'll be Hamza versus Ihsan in the first half of the next match. Like I said, it's a 15-minute delay. So first ball's in 20 minutes' time. That's why I want to get back down there. He makes a fantastic contribution here. Just see the ease that he went about it as well. So Maximo to finish, but it's not really enough to make them competitive. And Magal, before this, his highest score on the network was 10. So he's going to finish with 39 not out of 14 balls. 5 big Maximos in there. Well batted, young man. But it will be a pretty big margin of victory in the end. Having said that, Jags will have to settle for 3 points, not all 4. Final score in match 67. Catalina Jaguar 177. Packer Care 138. And we'll have a look at that. And like I said, we'll have a quick turnover as quick as we can. We're 20 minutes away from the first ball. Expect to see Ihsan up there. I don't know. I just like to see Atif given a crack at the top of the order, even though it didn't really happen for him in that last game. Then you can see where his batting's really at, because he's probably going to have to sort himself out against Hamza Salim Dar, who opened the proceedings. It was lovely watching these two go against each other. It must be tough. I mean, they must be pretty good friends off the field. But on the field, their adversaries today. You can see there Hamza wasn't thrilled about the effort from Sahel there, but then he wasn't thrilled for another reason. A rare double drop. Hamza drops a sitter. And the cavalry arrived in the form of Wakas Mirza, but he dropped it too. And then it became the Ihsan show. This continues. Blundering runs in this series. At the other end, we saw the old stick-em catch. Amanjot sent up to the top of the order, but couldn't do much. He went for just a single run. But yeah, the big question was, Ihsan, how long could he stick around? I mean, I still think we got the missing persons report with the file because, yeah, Chair was there, but no one was there. I guess someone's behind the camera. Yeah, but Ihsan, the very next ball, he loses off stump. In fact, it cracks literally the off stump. He had to walk back for 70. 70 out of 81 at that point. Someone had to take over. Mayavanshi tried his best. Atif ran out of luck there for 8. And it was a bit of a rally between Mayavanshi and Magal to at least give them the point. 124 was that secondary target. I like the hitting from both of them. Particularly Magal was very impressive. A guy who hadn't passed 10 before on the network. He struck the ball very sweetly. And Gorang also, you can see that he's just got a bit more power in his batting. He's always had a pretty good technique, and so you wouldn't see him bat above 10 or 11 normally. looking at the score. 70 for his son. He tops the scoring, and daylight next. Uma Magal, well done to him. Gets them past that secondary target along with Goreng Mayavanchi. Goreng's LBW late in the piece survived a big shout earlier on in his innings. And a 145 for 4 in the end. It's pretty much bang on an average score. So looking at the bowling, 2 wickets for Manjit and 1 apiece for Hamza Salindar and Arfanullah, who bowled a very tight over. But how about Haider? Didn't even have to come back in the end, but he kept things quiet in the second. He only conceded 1 run. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes, taking you to the last game of the day. It's Pack I Care. We're hoping for revenge in match 68. They do get to set the pace. Give us down to you, Mr. Max Smoke. Let's know your random questions and give us some random things you've only ever seen on ECN. That's my challenge to you. Think about it in the break. We'll see you shortly for the last game of day 17 right here in Barcelona for the European Cricket Series.
this European Cricket Network event.
Hello once again. We are back with you for the last game of the night and looking forward to the rematch between Pakai Care Badalona and the Jags. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier when Stefan Gooch had the two captains.
Have a good game. All the best. Have a good game. Pakai Care have won the toss and they're having a bat.
There you go. So it is Pakai Care winning the toss and electing to have a bat this time. They couldn't really make it on the chase in the first game this afternoon. We saw the Jags 177 defeating Pakai Care 145. So they've kind of had the wood on their opponents, haven't they? But Pakai Care, team we will see at the ECL. Jags, if they can keep their player group together, then they've got every chance of achieving that one day as well. But right now, Isan, expect him to open the batting. I think that's a lock. But who will they pair with him? I can honestly say I've got no idea. Jags, up to 73%. I think because there's a lot of pressure, particularly with the bat on Mohamed Isan. I like the form of Ume Magal in that last game. I thought he was excellent. Maybe he's a guy they can throw up there, but no. They're going to decide to open with Harjot Singh in this one. So, yeah, they're kind of rotating a few people. One person they haven't tried is Atif. Like we said, Atif was a little bit out of sorts earlier on today. And before the break, I did give everyone a bit of a challenge, didn't I? And the challenge was, what's something you've seen on ECN that you have never seen anywhere else? Anyway, here's the last game of the day. It starts with Isan banging one straight. That could be another one. Headed for the camera tower. Heads up. Maximo. They need helmets up there. We already saw a chair get knocked over by the Grizzly. So you get your eye in. Pakai Care. Well, they're up and about, aren't they? They're sick of mixed results. At best, it'll be mixed today. Just on the pitch. It's well handled down there. It'll be 2 wides in the end. One of the longest direct hits you can manage as well. When these two met last year, obviously they met in the final, but they did meet before that in match 67. The Jags 165 defeated Pakai Care 131, and then match 69, Pakai Care 156 lost to the Jags, who chased the 157 with 4 balls to spare. And then it was a similar story, but not as high scoring in the final. Pakai Care made 112, and the Jaguar 117 and 9.3. They chased down the target 113 with 3 balls to spare to win the trophy. Oh, down it goes. Oh, he's hurt himself as well. Oh, I hope he's all right here. I think I might have just missed hands and got body. Oh, an early life for Harjot. Genuine edge, wasn't it? Flew in, out, shake it all about. I wouldn't say it was the most sympathetic response from his teammates. Understandable. So that means these two teams have met 4 times, and it's 4-0 to the Jaguar. It's a good swing. Oh, keeper doesn't get down. Going to be 5 wides. Will be credited against the bowling of Hamza Salim Dar. That hurts, doesn't it? Starts mean a lot. This form of the game. Just getting that good natural bend, Hamza. Makes the ball talk. That's what good bowlers do. I want to do some talking. Karam Shazad, well, tried the old one glove, one earlier. That worked out, but Yeah. Arms up. Won't be impressed with that. Big Sun faces up. Full toss. This time gets cracked. It cracked to the fielder. So Jaguar actually only lost 3 matches out of the 20 they played in the ECS last season. They lost twice to Bengali and once to Badalona CC. Uh-oh. This isn't good. He's holding himself. I think he might have a slight side strain here. Or what's going on here? Is it Hyder? He might have done his finger here. That's no good. You'd expect he'd want to bowl the next over. These balls are rock hard, especially when they're brand new. Well, he's just self-serving the magic spray. Are they going to go anywhere? Probably not the best time to have. Oh, he says, I want some. Mosinelli saying, hey, look, what's going? It's like the buffet of the magic spray. Well, there's one of the things I could say. Stuff you see on ECN that you don't really see anywhere else, or you wouldn't see much anywhere else. I'd say having a cult hero magic spray lady would be one of them. Magic Spray Mary and all her associates over there at the Cartermore Oval. Croom's got one. Diving commentator catches. I can honestly say I've never dived for one, Croom, that I can remember. All right, in the air. Is this going to travel out of the ground? Got a feeling. Well, not. Well, there you go. It's a big moment early. Isan goes 6 and out. And Mirza stands tall and takes the catch. I thought, quite a lot of these tend to blow over the outfielder. I thought with Isan, even the miss hit might travel, but it only travelled into the waiting hands of Wakas Mirza. And he makes sure he's got 2 feet planted on terra firma, the right side of the border. So a big moment early and an opportunity for the Jaguar. Isan goes for 6. It's 14 for 1. Oh, yeah, here's another one. Tripp's got a one from the night series. It was in Barcelona back in late 2021. And the fog rolled in, and the Cousins commentary car, which was Joe Wergasani and our very own Stefan Gooch, who's in the blue crew at the moment, they kind of lost it. We actually had a game in Jib recently. Luckily, it was an early finish. The score was chased down, but then the fog rolled in, and I think it was the same sort of thing. You wouldn't have been able to see. Some pretty good ones. Let us know yours. I want ones that I've forgotten. I'll be happy with ones I've forgotten. I do have an elephant-like memory and appetite, actually. Teef bats 3. Another test for his batting. Throw off pace. I'll get 1. Of course, I'm with you today. I'll be taking a few days off from here. Rico and Georgie will be back from tomorrow. We'll do Thursday, Friday. The weekend is the internationals, and Rico and Georgie will be doing that. Rico's first chance of international cricket, and of course the women's cricket as well. Well bowled by Hamza. Throws the Yorker in. Harjot blocks it out and says that's enough. End of the first over. It's 15 for 1. So then on Monday, Rico and Georgie will have their last day together. That's Rico's last day before we start the ECL right on cue, which will start on Monday, the 26th of February. Rico and I and Corey will be there once again with the special cameo from Andrew Ryan, aka Rhino. Be there as well for the Swiss group and also the Dreux group. He was there last year. Maybe he's a lucky charm for Dreux. He was alongside me when they had that stunning Group D final win over Forfarshire of Scotland. So yeah, things you would only really see on ECN. I mean, probably basic things. There's a magic sprayed up Hyder to bowl the second over. Only bowled 1 over in that last game. Only went for 1. So I'm going to go out. I'm going to say even televised cricket on an artificial pitch. I know these days you get things frog boxed and things like that, but I don't think you see it at this level of production too often. Well bowled. Hyder is on today. That's an unlucky one, really. It goes for 4, and that's when you just got to kind of shake it off. Shake it off like a Taylor Swift. I was going to say boyfriend, but I was going to say song. Full gets it pretty right. That's the only way you're getting 4 out of this is it actually goes the old nutmeg through the legs for 4 to Harjot. But that you just know you've hit your spots there. So Hyder's done his job. See if you can do it again. Yeah, stumps in the base. That's another thing you really only see on ECN, isn't it? I thought there might have been something on that, but I don't think so. Another one, which I know you don't never see anywhere else, but I think you don't see it that often anywhere else. Team catches. And I mean specifically rebound catches, not necessarily throwing on purpose to your teammate, but I'm talking about genuine rebound catches. We almost saw one in the first half of this game. Hamza Salim Dar and Wakas Mirza combined in failure. Latif actually was the batter. But hit that up in the air. He's batting at the moment. There you go. Well, not once but twice, but oh so nice for Harjot, who French cuts a 4. Now I know the camera is pretty HD. Maybe we'll be able to pick up the steam coming out of Zulkarnain Hyder's ears here. He won't be happy with this. Why didn't that go into the stumps? He's thinking, hey, for all their bad luck, I bet Jags are pretty happy where they're at with Isan back in the shed in the first over. I got another one. Come on, you guys have got to hold up your end of the bargain, chatters. Oh, that's another edge, but this time it's flying up in the air. And guess what? Oh, well, Zulkarnain, he's going off like a cut snake, as they used to say when I was growing up. Maybe we can just not show the catch, but show the camera one, because I'd love to see Hyder throwing the toys out of the cot, saying, that was in the air for so long. Why wasn't anyone near that? Go on, let's see it. We saw a pretty good tantrum from Ranjot earlier today. Zulkarnain's a close second. Yeah, Atif, he's trying to mind his own business. Oh, please, you got to give me that one again, even if it's after this ball. He was filthy. Oh, no, he tells him to come close to him. I don't think he's in a rush. Oh, I love this cricket. Yeah, I bet we might have lost it. But that last ball was brilliant. Hyder. He's had a French cut that's gone between the guy's legs. He's had another French cut that's gone for 4. So 2 boundaries that way. And he's had a skew up in the air that no one's really recognised as theirs, if it was anyone's. Last ball of the over. Love another one. Oh, yeah, smart. Because he already almost broke his finger. And he'll go for 4, but he's got all the 10 digits working. It's a long tournament, this one. Hyder. Just have a look at the hat giveaway. Milkesh, very smart to leave the immediate scene. And so that will be the end of the over. 15 come off that. I'm not quite sure how. 30-1 after 2. Yeah, Jules. That's a pretty good one. We'll come to that in a second. Jaguar with the 3 points. They move up into outright third now, but they're also running out of games after this. They only have 2 matches left in the competition. Pakai Care, 25. Not even in the top 4. Or not that close at the moment. You have to be honest. They're going to have to do it the hard way. It looks like it. Unless they form a stunning turnaround. Jags have to play Pac Barcelona as well in their last games. That's not going to be easy at all. All right, start of the third. Yeah, so Jules said there was a game last year with a run out in the last ball, which ricocheted off a fielder's legs onto the stumps. You are thinking of the Asian Latina versus Royal Roma match. That was a very good one. Good one, Jules. Very good one. Let me set the scene for you. Maybe I can even find the footage. Bowled by Hamza. He's coming back for a second over. That was an insane one because Asian Latina had battled back. Then they got to a stage where they needed 1 run to tie or 2 runs to win. Last ball. And we're talking like epic comeback. Epic comeback. And this next one down the ground will be fielded. We'll do our best. Maybe we can do it at the end of an over if we get a bit of time. But it was 1 run, so I won't spoil it then. And so, yeah, that was crazy. Thanks for that one. Yeah, so if you're not in the chat, I won't tell you about it, but let me say I think it was probably one of the most incredible finishes I have ever seen. I've seen a few. It has to be either top or top 3. Ooh. I don't think that's a wide because it goes pretty much over his head. So I think that's a good call. So comes a slim dart. Just alphaing hard shot. Yeah, that's a good bouncer. You can't call that a wide. Straight over the body. Yeah, arms up. Gets the boot out the way. Probably smart. I'd say if your life was on the line, you'd probably try and stop this, but it's not the time to break a foot, I think. Game. So essentially 18 match series plus finals, and you got internationals. You've got another important cricket coming up. You're going to play for Team Europe. You want to do it with 10 functioning toes. That'll be the end of the power play. Nice shot to finish, though. It's 36 for 1 after 3. All right, it's a good one, Jules. I'll put that one on ice. Hopefully, end of the over, I can show you that one. 5 outfielders out from this point in time. Well, here's Manjit. He got banged into the camera tower before, but he bit back straight away. Oh, yeah, good one, Trip. Yeah, liking these random thoughts from our wonderful super fans. Clips this away, times it pretty well, but there's a fielder there. It'll just be a single. So, yeah, Alfonso Jayaraja, the oldest player to play ECN, 76 years old. Played for Roma Capinelli last year, and the year before, actually. He's quite an incredible man, actually. Cracking shot. Yeah, he's finding his feet. Luckily for Zuccaroni, he's a bit worried that that foot went over the line, but it didn't. So he finally did get a bat, did Alfonso. Unfortunately, he got a first ball duck. Did bowl a couple of overs. Went so close to picking up a wicket as well. None for 15 off 2 overs. He has played 11 matches now. Teef's after it. Oh, he's going to get put down. That's going to be 4, I think. Have a check of this one. But, yeah, I think 4's given. Milkesh saying, look, it's 4, but we wouldn't mind a quick check. He just couldn't get 2 hands. You're better off committing to this catch rather than just offering half a hand at it, see? Because that's just always going to be end of the fingers. Will never be out that way. Yeah. James has got a good one too. Hey, James, good to see you. Yes, he is almost carrying, but not quite. Yeah, so Alfonso. Yeah, so having a 76-year-old play. Well, I was just talking about Alfonso. He was actually, when he was playing seriously, he was the first ever person of colour to captain Italy in any sport. He captained the national side, I think it was 1984. And a very decorated man. Good to see him still around cricket. Just shows you, hey? Sri Lankan born. He arrived in Rome in 1968 for university. And he's one of the pioneers of cricket. He's a founding member of that club. So now we're talking kind of 45 years later. And yeah, he's a qualified ECB coach and umpire. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, he was captained the Italy side for from 1984 and played all the way up until he was 50 in 1997. Anyway, right now it's Atif. He's opening his shoulders. Maximo to finish the over. And okay, let's go to it then. We got a bit of time. Let's go to that famous game from last year. Oh, here we go. I'll take you through this. So this is last ball. So they've come all the way back from 1%, right? And we're thinking, finally, this is going to be it. We might have to pause this if there's action and we'll come back to it. But so have a look at this. It was 1 to tie, 2 to win. Even you take a golden ball, wouldn't you? Misses it. Bang. Off the inner thigh onto middle stump. And the golden ball drought continued to grow. And it would actually grow for about another 55 games. Now, how about the celebration like it was on purpose? That was good stuff, Jules. Thanks for bringing that one up. That was absolutely insane, that game. Poor Asian Latino. They couldn't win a game to save themselves. This is a former national champion. Look, they're just stunned. Anyway, great stuff by the crew, putting that one together so quickly. We really do have amazing minds working on European cricket, making it what it is. Umar Shahzad, I think, was the fielder, if you want to call him that, and it bounced off. John having trouble getting too much fluency into his innings. Been given a bit of a working over. Adlat Ali bowling at the moment. Yeah, so I know what you're talking about for Grenada. I know who you're talking about, in fact. And he's actually the oldest player to hit a 6 on ECN. Okay, there's a stat for you. Down the ground. Yeah, I remember that. And so we had that series. It was straight after the ECL in 2022. We had an ECS there while we were there. Fortunately, only 2 days were played because of the rain. Hit down the ground. Yeah. So the guy that I'm thinking of, I think from memory, his name's Paul Cone. You can look him up. Everyone, if you go to Paul Cone and then ECN.cricket, you can see. And he was 71 and a bit. Oh, false shot in the air. Oh, wow. Well, boy, oh, boy. You're not catching those. Oh. I mean, Atif, he's been dropped with 2 of the easiest goobers you've ever seen. It's a little bit of the old crocodile style from Syed Youssef. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't hold on. Adlat Ali can afford to smile about it. Yeah, Paul Cone, he was 71 when he hit that 6. Scored 30 runs in the series. Also picked up 2 wickets. And I can tell you, he also did something weird with the ball. In the air, and this time it's going to be gone. And again, wasn't quite in the middle of the hands. Jags, they might be running out of magic spray the way things are going at the moment. And this is Harjot. I might be saying, where's my luck? But he used up a fair bit of it, didn't he, with the French cuts. Hamza Saleem Dar takes the catch, but had to move, which I don't think he was a huge fan of. Anyway, it's good cricketer. Hamza Saleem Dar, we know that. Hells boy, he said he's done lurking. That sounds like a place. Done lurking. Somewhere in Scotland, maybe. There's the ECL draw. But I'm going to keep talking about some of the things that Els boys brought up. The mongoose, yeah. That's what he got, kinda. Oh, well, let's have a look. I mean, Haider can barely move. It's simply a question. I think he's saying it's 6. Yeah, he's not Haider, pardon me. It's Farouk Sohail down there. But let's have a look. I think it's 6 because he's basically admitted it. And now he's still copping an earful, even though it was a brilliant effort. It was a brilliant effort. Look at the feet. Watch the feet. There you go. Maybe we can show you that one more time. Yeah, you can see the foot comes down on the line. It's a great effort. I love... They're going to put this in things you only see on ECL. We're back to the action, pardon me. And the next ball is cracked. It's, yeah, Thanks for cashing in. Maybe we've got a replay of that next ball. We're still having a close look at it, but I think it was pretty clear. And it was going to be a 6. And then the next one, it's cracked down to the ground as well. So it's the next ball, which disappears. All right, back to the action. I've seen that a fair few times on ECN as well. I have a laugh about it. Man, Punchy comes out. Again, Atif and Gorang have played for Spain together. Gorang, the ball magnet. Yes, keeps the spot at number 4 as well. All right, Atif opens his shoulders, goes offside, but he's going to have to go. And so Zulkarnain Haider takes the catch. Don't know how many good fingers he's down to. On the charge, Atif. Never easy when you're on the move to keep your balance. Just didn't quite get the timing there. So Pakakare lose the 3rd wicket. Atif goes for 33. Batted pretty well while he was out there. And the score 66 for 3. Okay, so we've got the mongoose. Yeah, I mean, you'd see a mongoose maybe 15 years ago, but we had a mongoose as recently as last year. The funny thing is, David Marks, he used it in Malta. He's played a bit for Malta as well. Also plays for Overseas Cricket Club there. I don't think it scored a run. He had a pretty solid record of getting out for a golden duck with the mongoose, or at least a duck. Derek was always warming up. As Matt Lube gets a hit here at number 5. New into the side. Yeah, so, yeah, players kind of giving each other a bit of stick audibly on the field. I got to say, that was a big no-no when I was playing, but no different cultural norms, I suppose. Arfanullah having a pretty good series with the ball. This time, he's not going to be happy. He's cut away by Matt Lube. Nice shot. Gets him off the mark. Dancing Papa. Oh, yeah, Salman. Salman for Mata Day. And while we're at it, I'm talking Dancing Papa. How about the cartwheel captain from this series? Captain of Catalonia Red, Imran Sandal. Where would you see that? All right, well, this is a top edge. Someone's got to catch it, but I wouldn't put my house on it. Well, it is taken. And sometimes you need 2 hats. 2 hats is better than 1, as they say in the classics. Matt Lube goes 4 and out. And out. They have just different sorts of words when they're taken. The Jaguar feeling pretty comfortable. He's annoyed, isn't he? He's waited for an opportunity, Matt Lube, and he played a nice shot first up. But the very next ball, he has to go. 71 for 4. Can't take a trick at the moment, can they? Arif Hussain taking that catch. Yeah, unretrievable balls in snake-infested undergrowth, true. How about just hitting the balls into the city all the time? That's something unique to Barcelona. Of course, we had the Crocodiles. Those of you that remember Bologna, who were there in 2021 and 2022, they had the waterways nearby, and we even had some cartoon crocodiles, I think, at that point. Yeah, Elsboy mentioning the Catalonia Red batters trying to take each other out. Yeah, that happened the other day. This hit from Gorang. Well, they take it on. Make it in the end. Gorang's probably the one in jeopardy there. It's been joined at the crease now by Amanjot Singh. So this is what I wanted. I wanted people to share and jog some memories in it. I know that there's quite a few comments, such as, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, I wanted you to refresh my memory as well. I'm up to, what, 3,100 games now. Pretty well bowled by Yusuf, who's going to get a reward. And we saw him drop an absolute Class A goober, but Mirza wasn't going to return the favour. He holds onto it down at long on. And so this innings kind of coming apart at the seams at the moment, isn't it? That'll be a golden duck for Amanjot. And there it was. Took it about knee high probably in the end. Well, Derek hasn't been too busy. And he's going to have some work to do here as Amanjot heads back. He's the 5th to fall. It's 72 for 5. Let me think about some other things we've seen. You wouldn't normally see. Like football goals on the field. We're going right back to what I call the Wild West days, 2020 in Frankfurt in Germany. Football goals on the field. The rule was if it hits the goals, it's 4, even though it was only around about where the circle was. Oh, crazy. He's pitching these pretty well so far, these leg spinners. Probably, you know, we're just talking in general, not specific incidents, maybe things in general. You know, tents flying away. You don't typically see that in televised cricket. He likes to charge here because he knows the ball's turning in, so he feels like he should be getting something on it here, Gorang, but he only gets a single this time. Yeah, the tent graveyard in Kiel is a good example, but even we've had other tents flying away. Here in Barcelona, we had the cube flying away. That was just last year. Always took Rico with it. Lucky to still have him. That's hit pretty well. Into the air, and 6 runs. Maximo. Ali Ahmed trying to make a difference here. Paul Cone. The other thing I was going to say about Paul Cone, the 70-year-old, is the oldest man to hit a 6 on the network, is that he also was involved in a run-out where the ball came back to him and he fumbled it miles out from the stumps, but it just deflected on the stumps and ran the guy out, who was pretty much walking because he didn't think he was in any danger. All right, this time it's the end of the bat job. Well, Yusuf's after it himself. Well, I think that would have been not out if he'd reached it or not, going by his previous effort. And then there's the customary shifting of the blame. Yeah, it's almost like ceremonial at this point. You got to get on the attack, otherwise someone will yell at you. So there's a lot of kind of just yelling from the get-go. And here starts with Farouk, who was nowhere near it, started yelling around and saying, I was there, what do you want me to do? I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to you. And they're yelling even though they're well ahead in the game at the moment. It's 81 for 5 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, Rico and Georgie will be back. Mr. Bale Bale and the judge, 9 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in Blue are back, take on Pakai Care. So Pakai Care doesn't get much easier for them, to be honest. And yeah, I know that we're hoping they can get something going, but it's tough going at the moment. The other one tomorrow will be Pac Barcelona taking on Barcelona International. So a bit of a David versus Goliath there. Join Rico and Georgie. I know I will be tuning in as a viewer for a few days. Cracked. Luckily, it's within the wingspan of Wakas Mirza. Trip saying Corey's broken chair. Yeah, very good. I mean, there's actually, if you want to talk broken chairs, and that's another thing you'll only see on ECN, I think. Commentators' chairs breaking, or crews' chairs breaking. Switzerland, I don't know what the chair's made of there. Paper? We broke about 4. All right, this is up in the air. Mayavanchi goes to the skies, and he's going to get away with it. All right, quick, that's it. Quick yelling. Harms is onto it, saying, "Look, it's him. If you're yelling at me, I'm shifting it sideways." Yeah. Oh. I mean, they're a team that are having fun out there, the Jags. Because they know right now, they're 96% according to the win predictor. He uses his feet this time, Ali Ahmed. Not a bad effort, but he'll only get a single. Peacock Fridays, yes, that's true. You'll only see that on ECN. And Peacock Derek's even now, very good crew. Loving this conversation thread. Yeah, we had a chair graveyard in Switzerland when we were there for the ECS last year. I was there with Lenny. I think he broke a couple. Jason broke one. This one is going to get smashed. And I don't think this is a no ball. So I think it's going to be out. I probably want to see it from side on. But I think that he's so far out of his crease that it's coming down. I think Mayavanchi knows the jig's up. We'll have a look at it on the replay, but I'm sure this is slow enough. We'll probably not even be on the screen. That's not going to be too high. That's going to be gone. And so, they're looking at it again. I mean, it was such a slow delivery. It was coming down. Maybe they want one more look, but I just think it's... he's so far out of his crease. I mean, he's high. I mean, I think they'll just go with the on-field call here because the camera's not going to help you that much. No issue with the catch. That was high. I don't know, mate. I feel like you lose your benefit of the doubt. Maybe they want it side on one more time, but yeah, I think they're going to have to stick with whatever the umpire on the field thought. So Gorang, he actually thought he was gone because he did charge it. Yeah. What are they calling it? And harm went out. Is that because they were holding up the bowler? Yeah, it's been given. And there we go. Eventually, I think that's the right decision. What made that difficult is Gorang charged by so much, he was almost out of the camera frame. And so when they wanted to look, they didn't get a lot of help. But my instinct told me that that was coming down at the pace it was traveling. And so I think that's the right call. So it'll be 84 for 6. Well handled by the refs. Again, you'll get the miscellaneous happening quite often on ECN. Anyway, 6 down now. Here's Kazima Khan. First chance to have a look at him. He gets a piece of it. He gets just enough. Might want 2 there, you know. I'll get 2. Get broken chairs, broken tents. Tell you something that I've only ever seen on ECN as we get to the 8th over. It's 86 for 6 after 8. In Austria, back I think it was 2021, Claire Kailash hit the main camera. That's the camera you're looking at right now. He hit it and broke it. Right in the lens. I've only ever seen that once, and we're talking lens of the camera. I've never seen that in cricket before. Not that it's a regular occurrence on ECN. Foot fielding? Can we put that in there? I know people have mixed views about this. A lot of the players don't grow up kind of learning to dive and get down to the ball because of the grounds are pretty unpredictable in some of the places they grow up, like Pakistan or Afghanistan. Corey's catch sprinting in the cube. Yeah, he's not meant to do that. It's naughty. Nice little leg spinner there. That's a really good stop. Slaps it back in for it's a hail. We'll get 2 good running again. Yeah, the reason Corey's been banned from trying to take catches, and that's why, of course, it happened when I was away, from my side as well, is that he forgets that there's very expensive equipment that we're plugged into, and he will take it with him. It's not good. You could hear, at least he took headphones off this time. Not a bad leggy, but not a bad result for Ali Ahmed, who goes up and out of here. Maximo! Big hit from Ali Ahmed. That brings up the 100. Just an over and a half remaining, though, for Pakai Care. Oh, yeah, Ellsboy's got a good one. This is a good one. Shirt numbers made with tape. 100%. Ellsboy, I'm glad you're out of Dunlurking. Dunlurk. What did we say it was? Dunlurkin. He's going to try again. Might be stumped here. Would have been. Should have been. I love it when I can see the future. He's always charging at that, and it's not an easy one for Shazad, but if he gathers it, he's got a good chance of stumping him. Look, 2 feet out. Had the right idea. Forgot to take the ball along for the ride. Nice bowling from Yusuf, though. This time it's a bit fuller, sliced away into the gap. That'll run away for 4. So Ali Ahmed doing a good job just trying to get them to something. I mean, we saw Pakai Care defend 117 in the opening game of the series. It's still the best defence. That was against Barcelona International, though. Have really struggled with the bat in the series. Very different opposition. Thick edge this time. Flies the other side of Manjit. Does well to stop it. Yeah, Barcelona International, they're averaging 113 with the bat, but the Jaguars averaging 148. So you can see that they're very different batting lineups. I'll keep them going. These are great. Nice ball the over. It's a flatter one. Another thick edge. This one goes to hand. Well taken by Arfanullah. And so Kazima Khan will have to go second ball, but he does score a couple. It takes us to the end of the over. So it's 99 for 7. So I'm loving this. The random topic we're going for today is steering clear of Valentine's Day. I think we talked about it enough this morning. So let's get on to the cricket. Things you'll only really see on ECN that you wouldn't really see much anywhere else. Now, Kroom saying fan interactions and moderator massacres. Yeah, well, fan interaction, it's a big part of what we do here. We do feel like we get to know everyone that decides to interact with us. Adelaide Ali, 2 for 8. Spin working here. And, yeah, Yusuf also picking up a couple of wickets with his leg spin. Farooq Hale's going to bowl a bit of spin here, I think, last overtime. That's a wide first up. Brings up the 100. Yeah, when Corey lured me out of the cube set, it's beautiful. He said, I know your headphones will have a cord long enough. Go out there. So I did. And then he found out I have some sort of super privileges. I can block spanners. Oh, this is an interesting one. Let me see this on the replay because what Nilkesh is saying here is Ahmed steps across and so the line moves with him. We might not have time to look at that again, but Pakai can't take a trick at the moment. Now, Ali goes to the skies. Will get away with it. They're looking very comfortable in this game at the moment, aren't they? Remember the old days when 100 was competitive? Not in Barcelona these days. Oh, another good one. And this is a little bit short, and it's pulled away. Got to say, I'm super surprised. I mean, how do you bat Mughal 9 when he stood out from the bunch last time, especially as they're in so much trouble? He comes out here and there's no problems at all. Maximal 6 runs. I'm slightly baffled by some of the tactics I'm seeing. Try and get through a few more. Keep them coming in the second innings, by the way. Yeah. Almost thinking about not taking a run there because he's so confident, Umet. So, yeah, animals going on the field. Danny's dogs in Czechia, unfortunately, they're not allowed in the area anymore, but in the old days, they used to sometimes cause some havoc. We had a dog here, yeah, before. A little chip shot down the ground. And, well, down it goes, and let the yelling begin. Hamza not able to make that one into a catch. Probably going to have to come back to the action pretty quickly. Yeah. Did well to get there. Last ball coming up. And this time, well, it's going to escape as well. Just quickly, now free hit music. I have promised Corey we might bring that back for one day, even though we get in trouble. Keep them coming to the innings break. And, yeah, the dog, when someone left the gate open, the dog interrupted us in Barcelona. That's a good one as well. But in the end, look, it's tough graft really for Pakai Care. They're going to finish 113 for 7 off the 10 overs. And unless they can take early wickets, and a lot of them, I think, the Jaguars are pretty confident they can make this happen. And who knows, when you look at the rate required, 16 and over or so to take the 4 points. That's what the Jags are looking at. To go back and have a look at some of the highlights. There's a lot on Isan, as there always is. He went 6 and out. It was a big moment in the game. Hardrot got the nod to open. Atif came out there, actually hit the ball pretty well. And the Jaguar just have the wood on Pakai Care, don't they? If they were to win this, it'll be 5 wins out of 5 in the European Cricket Series. Pakai Care never beating the Jags. That was a good catch by Hamza. Might have had more yelling per over than a normal innings. That was a great effort from Sahale. And just got him an earful from his teammates. And Zulkadane Haider, he got magic sprayed early, ended up being able to hold on to that one. And that was also a decent catch. Arif Hussain was able to get Matlou before he could do any damage. He went 4 and out. Late in the piece, we saw the spin being used to good effect. Ali Ahmed, though, played some nice shots out there. Adelaide Ali was able to get Mayavanchi with a bit of a moon ball. I think it was the right decision in the end. Another catch taken by Zulkadane Haider, the captain. Some was held. There weren't too many held at the end, if I'm honest. Afranullah held that one. And then Mughal comes out at 9. I mean, a guy that just went and cracked his highest score. And how do you thank him? Back down there, son. So that's the final score. 113 for 7 off the 10 overs. Atif top scores with 33. Harjot 18 opening the batting for the first time. Ali Ahmed with a decent looking knot at the back end of the innings. McGill again, way too low for a guy. He's just gained a bit of confidence with the bat. 2 wickets apiece for Adelaide Ali as well as Alfran Ullah and Saeed Yusuf there. So I've got to say Adelaide, just one player they couldn't get away. 2 for 8 his figures. Hamza to chip in with the very important wicket of Mohammad Ihsan, who went 6 and out. So we'll take a break. Back in just a few minutes for the chase. 114. Pakai Care. Well, that's what they're trying to stop the Jags bringing up. And will we have a 3-pointer? Will we have a 4-pointer? Will we have an amazing defense, the likes of which we haven't seen this series so far? You can find out after the break. Keep those random things coming. I'm going to keep reading them out. I'm enjoying them. This is the last thing of the day. Coming up the other side of this break, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back, and it's great to have your company once again. This is the second innings of the last game of the day. And so, yeah, that's the bonus point equation. Probably the one I'm looking at there. 7 overs, 114 target. Let's get a look at the players coming out. Looking at the openers, no surprises there. Hamza Saleem Dar to get us going. Mohamed Atif to open up. They need early wickets and they need them fast. I suppose that's what early wickets are. Canada Jags, though, remember they completely fell over against Bengali. One of their 3 losses last year. 2 were against Bengali, actually, but they were at 75 after the power play. Ended up falling over, not even chasing like 112. Here we go. Popped in the air. Oh, suspiciously close to the infield. Atif versus Hamza, round 2. Yeah, Stewart's got one. We were talking a little bit about things you see on ECN or things you have seen on ECN that you wouldn't really see anywhere else. So, yeah, we'll keep that discussion thread going. The last innings of the day. Classic cover drive, but finds the fielder. They've got a few that have come in over the break. I think it was Hamza who's bowling right now. He actually, when they won the Group A final back in 2022, big night for Spanish cricket, hit the light tower and knocked the lights out. You know, literally shot the lights out. I think the Painter was mentioned in the Netherlands, where he got hit on the tuchus. Hamza got given LB earlier, one that certainly created a bit of debate. Yeah, commentators' laptops getting smashed. Rico had his laptop smashed to pieces in Croatia. Luckily I wasn't there for that, but I did see it. I've had a screen go once. It was an external screen, so it wasn't as expensive to replace. But yeah, I got the grumps. So I can't imagine how bad he was when his computer went down. Hyder faces up. Oh, high. Could be a golden duck here for Hyder. Dropped. And, well, we've seen the real mixed bag today. I mean, Jafar Raza is normally a pretty good fielder, but this is high, and it's, you know, the easier these high balls, the further they actually travel from the bat. He gets this kind of edge of the infield, but Hyder gets lucky, gets dropped first ball. Not the only one today. And Atif, he'll be disappointed, but he'll also know that he got dropped when he was batting on 2 absolute dollies today. On the Chargers, Hamza on account of the extra bounce of Atif. Yeah, so a painter got hit when he was painting a barn just over the boundary, hit the rope and hit him right in the backside. That's a good one. Now, Chris is slightly off topic, but yeah, first ever female play-by-play caller in the MLB. I wasn't aware of that. For the Oakland A's. Exciting news there. Hamza would have been nervous, but that one's not given, not even close. End of the first over. Well, that's what you want, isn't it? You're defending a low total, a total that we haven't even seen defended yet in this ECS. Only 2 off the first over. Just going down by a mile. So it's 2 without loss after 1. Well, those of you that are following along, this 113 might not be a lot, but 112 Pakakare scored in the ECS final last year, 16th of December. We're only talking 2 months ago. Canada Jaguar got there with 3 balls to spare. It was a close game. Ali Ahmed's going to bowl over number 2. Keep them coming. I'm loving Loving this. Hyder faces up. A little bit short, and this one is whacked away. Maximo. Not a great start from Ali Ahmed, really. Short and put away. Talked a bit earlier about the amount of games we do on ECN, but probably baseball is probably the only one I think you could almost compare, because they do 162 game seasons. Okay, the games are, they're kind of, I'll give them credit. I'll say double as long as our games, right? But still, if you're doing that in a season, what is it? Including playoffs, 400 of our games. I do 1,000 a year. Anyway, this one is up, and Hyder, he's played this shot well today. It's the old uppercut. Had a few boxing references today. This one has disappeared. Abracadabra. Nice shot, though, from Hyder. Yeah, well, the robots come in. About time, robot. We're talking about things you see on ECN that you wouldn't really see anywhere else. Johnny Grimm had a day to forget in Malta. Maybe my favourite clip ever. Only because I know Johnny. He's all right. But at the time, I won't show it. I'll definitely show it when we get to Malta, though. Side, well handled by Isan. He had a riser from Wazim Abbas that jumped up, and he was keeping back, but it hit him in the face. And then rather than just kind of go down like a regular person, he started jogging off, didn't want too much attention. Obviously, his peripheral vision was affected. He was kind of holding his eyes, and the medic meant to help him was looking the other way, just maybe looking back from where he came from. Isan gets a piece of this. Probably knows he should have got off his feet here, Isan. But it'll be 2 wides. And then basically the medic collided with Johnny as he was running off the field, and down he went. The camera quickly cut back to the off with them. That was November 2020. Different times back then. Social distancing gone awry. Put it that way. Yeah, I'm loving this. Come on, robot. Now you're here. Your turn to put up. It's amazing the robot would come here. Actually, it's not, you know. As this is cut away, and Hamza. There's a bit of a teaser for the fielder. We'll just get one. They do have the fielder back. That's one area you might be able to get him. An uncontrolled cut flying down to Khalil Ahmed, a deep third. So the reason I say it makes sense that robot's here. It's Valentine's Day, and robot, I know your true love is ECN cricket. That's why you're the ECN robot, if robots can have feelings, that is. So you definitely come to the right place. Chases a wide here, Hyder. Turns it into a dot. So, well, it's given Pakakera a glimmer of hope here. Hamza 2 off 6. Hyder 13 off 4. We saw it with a deal earlier on. 2 very different innings. Chris saying there's several smashed monitors. Yeah, that's true. It's not something you get in too many other sports companies. Now, this one is another good cut by Hyder. He almost motions the bowler saying, why would you keep bowling there? Haven't you been watching? I've been smashing these all day. 4 runs this time. Ali Ahmed bowled a poor over here. Really no other way to say it. He's banged it in. It's not a lot of help in this pitch. He'll be disappointed when he gets his opportunity that not able to make the most of it. Oh, robot. You've only given us one, but it's a good one. I'll give you that. Another uppercut, another 4, short, wide, probably not as bad, but it still goes to the boundary. So the Jags get their groove back in the second. That goes magical from Ali Ahmed. 24 off that, and it's 26 without loss. Yeah, keep coming. Keep them coming. Things you'd only see on ECN. Table-wise, we're starting to get a bit of a gap, aren't we? And for me, that gap is actually between 5th and 6th. So are we getting to a stage where maybe we've got... Look, there's lots of games to go. I say lots. 4 minimum games to go for those teams. But we're seeing a bit of a gap opening up between 5th and 6th. Remember, the top 4 get benefits. The top 2 get extra benefits. They're teams with benefits. Very difficult Valentine's Day for those people. Anyway, Hamza is there, and he might have been 2 off 6, but I noticed they put that 6 up before the ball even bounced. That's a huge one. Maximo. Let me just remind you, this is a guy that scored 193 not out in 1 innings last year. And in fact, he even had a chance. If he'd hit the last 2 balls out of the ground, he would have scored 200 by himself. I wonder if they're thinking about that. Take all the points, 7 overs. Have to go about 16, 17 and over pace to do that. Plays down the wrong line this time. Good battle this. I'm loving these one-on-ones. I'm racking my brain. I mean, I say golden ball, actually. I know golden ball's used in some competitions around Europe, even outside televised ECN cricket, because obviously a fair bit of 10-over cricket's being played now. I say golden ball. We've had 52 of them. Catching up on the Super Bowls. I think there's been 58 Super Bowls, 52 golden balls. Teeth is good. It's challenging Hamza. Well, we're going to side on here. Hamza wasn't sleeping, was he? Yeah. Teeth. Hey, don't get him out that way. I want to get him out a proper way. He wouldn't have been out there, would he? I wouldn't expect a player like Hamza to have such a brain fade. I guess we'll never know. Oh, Robot's got another one. Yeah, the Rico Vinny Ice Bucket Challenge. We did that when we hit 300,000 subscribers. Oh, not a great ball. Almost brings a wicket though. Hamza. One shot got him out of the doldrums, but yeah, that was a bit of an iffy moment. Yeah, so it was about 40 degrees. I've never been so happy to have a bucket of ice tipped over me my whole life. That was the series, actually, where, to be honest, I had to ditch the suit jacket. I had my nice shirts and some fancy shorts for that one. 40 degrees plus all the time. All right, Hamza walks at this, and looks like he's got it. Maximo. It's just enough as the battle continues. It's just one more ball from Atif in this game. Jags still turning this into a decent enough power play given the game circumstances. Yeah, so I used to normally actually just tip ice on myself when I could anyway. And it would just, in 10 minutes, we'd be dry. It was stinking hot, that series. Probably one of the hottest we've ever done. And dusty as well. I'll give you one. Last ball of the 3. Chipped up and over the top. Is that 4 or 6? It's pretty close. I think it's been given 4, but slimed up. He survives the storm, doesn't he, in the end? He'll get 4 there. 42. Let's try and get a shot of this where this bounces. I think it's just inside. Yeah, you can see the fake sand disappearing. So 42 without loss. So now, for 4 overs to get the runs, they need, what's that, 72? So that sounds like a lot, but it's 3 a ball pace. And to be honest, there's been some games today where that's been the going rate. Mills Boy saying the purpose and growth rate are unique. And that's true to ECN as a concept. There's nothing like the European Cricket Network. True. Jaffa. Short, wide. Well, I mean, you might as well just get Zulkarnain a new knife set for his birthday because he's been cutting mad here and they just continue to fly over that point region. They keep going short and wide to him. And they don't even put a fielder there, really. Not that it would have mattered. Jaffa needs to try and find that in-swinging Yorker down the line now. He's going to go to another tactic around the wicket. I mean, this can also be a pain. Better. Not a better result, though. It's going to be 4 as well. It's just not happening. Pack I care. Might as well pack up the van, come back tomorrow. And, well, I suppose if they get a point out of this, that's something. But yeah, hoodoo against the Jaguar continuing. And Chris saying that Charlie did do the Ice Bucket Challenge as well. That is true. He was on the night series at that time. Very good memory, Chris. Yeah, don't want to forget about Charlie. He's back to his studies at the moment. I think he's got 2 or 3 months to go. Yeah. Cream saying, what we do when we get to 400? Good question. Where are we at right now? checked in a little while. 381. Well, come on. Get us closer. I'll think about it in the 390s. This is another cut. They feed it. Oh, well. Have I got this stuck on loop at the moment? They go again short and wide to Hyder. I'd love to see Hyder's wagon wheel. It'll be a bit skewed offside. He's saying, get up. Yeah, he does. They put the fielder back there. Like I said, doesn't really make a big difference. That's 5 boundaries on the spin now. How's this for... What's this, the last 11 balls? 4-4-6, ... 6-4-6-4-6. Well, at least it's something different. Going down the leg side. And there's the dot. So we actually haven't had a single for... How many balls is that? 13 balls since the single. It's been dots, 4s or 6s. Getting to know their ends pretty well, figuratively speaking. Ground rule doubles. Yeah, that's when it bounces over the fence in baseball. We have these in Barcelona. Yeah, so here's the thing. That's actually played pretty well as well. Oh, they like that, don't they? But look, fuck I care. I mean, we might look back at this and I won't say laugh. We'll probably reflect when we see them at the ECL. These are the kind of the dark days at the moment. They're going to lose 5 in a row, you'd imagine, to the Jags here. Unless the Jags do a Jag-like collapse like they did against Bengali. Magical over. And while you're there, why don't you help yourself to 4 more? So 24 off the over. And Jafar Razat finding it tough going. Just bottom line, he's too short there. The line was another issue. That wasn't quite right either. But he's a swing bowler, really. So if he doesn't get the ball up, he's not going to get the movement. He'll learn, though. I still like him as a young player, but tough day at the office for Pack Eye Care at the moment. 66 for 4. 66 after 4, I should say. Jaguar haven't lost a wicket along the way. All right, I guess, we might not have long to go in this game, the way things are going. To get the point, they got 3 overs to get 48, so they need 16 and over to do that. I mentioned there's been quite a few games where Pack Eye Care haven't even got a point. Looks like Gorang Mayavanchi is going to bowl. This is going to be interesting because Hamza's going to go after him. It'll be classic shopping from Gorang. Let's see if Hamza's buying. He does. He makes him reach for it. And it's almost off the end of the bat. In fact, it's going to be dropped by a teeth. Unbelievable. Oh, well. Would that spark a collapse? That's what happened last time. We saw the Jags lose all 10 wickets. And now, well, Hamza Saleem Dar actually stays put. It's assumed he was out, so he doesn't run. And now he's just going to bump a 6 over the fence. Well, Gorang, he's being pretty calm, I think. Well, here's the robot going back a while. And I actually think this was Golden Ball 2 that you're talking about. So now they'll get a single here. Play's winding down here. We're running a bit behind, so probably the blue crew will be pretty happy if things finish a bit early tonight in this game. Yeah, I think talking about Golden Ball 2 on the 14th of July in Gothenburg in Sweden. Chases this one. Oh, wow. Cutsville, USA. Sign him up. Sulkanane cuts another one, moves to 49. Love to know how many of those were cut. There's a couple of kind of, I suppose, pull shots last over, but square of the wicket, he's been outstanding. Yeah, and so I think this is before our TV crew realised that the game wasn't over. It was only our second Golden Ball ever. All right, top heads on the slog sweep. How far is this travelling? Oh, it's going for 6. That brings up the 50 for Hyder. As the Jags are racing towards a victory, perhaps a 4-pointer. And, well, the robot, I think we're talking about the same one. We had to watch it from a long distance away, the Golden Ball. But we've seen plenty more. In fact, we've had 50 Golden Balls since then. That was a good one, Stuart. Oh, that's not good fielding, though. Tell you what, if there's a towel, you throw it in right now. It's just not happening. It's the end of the over. How many do they get off that? I think they take one. So it's 84 without loss after 5, just 30 required. Really, the question is, I need 15 and over in the next 2 to get the 30 required. So these are the upcoming events. Bet the robot's excited about Western Shield. True. Just answer Y or N if you could. And yeah, of course, Portugal, France, Italy, Russia. Firstly, we'll be in Rome later in the year. Estonia, then Greece, the upcoming events. Yes, no, the call. Okay, he thinks it's the Rome Golden Ball. I think I've seen that one, though. Bergamo versus Roma CC. That's why I think... Well, I definitely have seen it repeated. Don't know if it froze at the time. Anyway, that's the Wild West Days 2020. I suppose 2019 as well. Oh, wow. Sometimes... Oh. I think he stopped this, Harjot. He's saying, no, it's fine. Nilkesh's like, I'm suspicious. I do think, even though he swings at fresh air a couple of times, look. Like the old Zorro. Won't be 4. So Stuart made me laugh audibly, which isn't that easy to do, Stuart. We don't want to talk about this. All right. This is going to be caught. Well, even when they're catching him, they're dropping him. Jafar Raza will get the catch, and Ali Ahmed gets Hamza. That could be important. Remember, they've still got the point to play for here. And, well, Jafar has had a bit of a tough day in the field. Well, a bit of byplay between the players as well, but... Yeah, I'm trying to remember the context, but Stuart made me laugh. Because it was... We were talking about something like, you know, have you loved and lost or something like that? Or, oh, that's... Okay, I remember now. I think this was in Bologna, in Italy, in central Italy. It was a random question. Mirza, he's built for power. There you go. He gives it both barrels. He's going to get 4. Yeah, thick edge. He's off the mark. Gone are the days you have a look at the first one. Yeah, so the random question was, if you could relive one day of your life, what would it be? So I mean, immediately I'm thinking grand finals and great catches and, you know, games growing up. Just happy moments. Corey's answer was one word. Tell you after this ball. Oh, guess what? Instant replay. Need to put the fielder back. That'll be another 4. So he comes out swinging. Guy swinging this hard, I think the deep third's a must-have, especially if he's new in his innings. Less likely to be out of the middle. And if it's off the edge, that's where it's going. Yeah, so if you could relive one day in your life, what would it be? And Corey just said, Stephanie. Stephanie. Never found out if Stephanie was real or maybe changed the name. Very good one. Probably one of my favourites so far. Oh, well. Have they learnt yet? Well, yeah, well. I suppose there's no point putting fielders anywhere because they're just going to drop him anyway because Ahmed Khan puts it down. Mirza goes 4-4-1. All off edges. It's 94 for 1. But look, even with that over going a little bit off the rails towards the end, they need something magical here. They need 20 off this over to get the bonus point. To get a point. Heck, I care. The bonus point will be achieved by Jaguar if they can keep them below 20. Has anyone got one more to make me laugh before we finish? Stephanie. God, I sent that to Corey straight away. Loved it. Thank you, Stu. You brighten up our day. I mean, what are we into now? Almost 8 hours in. Gorang's going to come back. Well, interesting because, look, Gorang is sometimes a high-risk, high-return kind of player. for the wide. And he moves a bit. He's going to surprise me with one more. 19 to win. That'll be a dot. Sneaks in. One thing about Mirza, you can be sure he's got that bat in his hand to swing it. It's not just for show. Would have been a wide, but yeah, chased it. That's exactly what Gorang wanted. He's not going to get the result. I think from here, you just sit tight, Mirza, because Hyde is the man. He's on 57, and he's just hoping he can hit 3 of the next 4 balls out of the park. I think you can forget running. It won't be that one. Maybe we'll see some side on because Isan likes it. Isan's got that I don't really know look. Or do you think it's caught behind? I'll show him where he needs to bowl it. I didn't pick up an edge, but I mean, they're a lot closer. Watch that foot drag. Was there an edge there? It's not stumped. Unless, well, hold on. Does he ever break the stumps? Not out there. And yeah, not out for the caught behind. Okay, well, it's pretty much down to this. 3 sixes required. Mind the windows. Zulkarnain. Maximo or bust. Would have been a wide. Ah, he knows it. Ah, he knows it. Zulkarnain Hyde, he fell for it. Gorang. Looks like he's just taken the last cookie out of the cookie jar. That's clever bowling. It's going to get Pak Ikea a point, barring incident. And now he learns, but it's a bit too late. Clever bowling by Gorang. It's a genuine tactic, I think. Talked about it, I think, last year for the first time. Just deliberately bowling wides to see if batters chase them, especially in very batting-friendly conditions. And Hyder this time will go to the skies, and yeah, he will get them 6. Maximo. But like I said, I'm not going to do it in the 7 overs here. There you go. Chris has got a good one. Maybe to finish. The hitting of the big screen. Fun fact, the big screen at Cardamate is designed to be hit. It's got replaceable panels. 11 to win. Last ball, the 7th. This is going to be drilled into the gap. It will be 4. So Gorang, he goes for 13 in the over. And that means they do survive to the 8th, and it means Pak Ikea will earn a point in this one. They haven't always in their losses. Ellsboy is saying, anyone getting a bonus point tingle? I suppose the bonus point now is something you'll only see on ECN. Had a good question the other day. Well, what now, for example, if there was a 7 up here, this ball, would they get a bonus point? And the answer is no. As soon as that 8th over commences, then the fielding team have earned their point. Pak Ikea back in the morning, taking on Men in Blue, then Pak Barcelona versus Barcelona International in the afternoon. Rico will be back with Georgie Parker. Same time tomorrow. Yes, that was a good question. Your question I got. Saying, well, you're still winning 7 overs. That's true, but just to make it simple for everyone to understand, you've got to do it in the first 7 overs, not in 8th over, even if it is a legal delivery. Thanks for the question. Anyway, 7 required. Make that 6. They can win it with 1 swing of the bat now. Oh, Dave B, you've missed a real party here in the chat. In map 68, we're talking about, I'll give you a chance. Depends if this ball survives. It does. So, Dave, you have to be quick. Things you'll see on ECN that you won't see anywhere else in the world, in any other cricket. Or things you have seen on ECN that just you wouldn't see anywhere else. Over to you, Dave. But you might have to be quick, because Mirrors is going to try and hit this ball to another planet. And I think he does. Good enough. It's game, set, Maximo. Jags will do it in the 8th. Walk away with 3 points in this game. 6 in the afternoon. 6-2. The final point split in this doubleheader. And it's 5 in a row for the Jags over Pak Ikea. The hoodoo is real. Hamza comes back. And look, to be fair, Hamza had a bit to do with it, but I don't think it was all the Hamza show. I think if anyone was a one-man team, it was probably Pak Ikea today, with Isan being relied on in a big way for the runs. Also saw some questionable choices, I think, such as Uma McGall not being given a bat up the order after a coming-of-age kind of innings in the first game. But, Jags, I think they're pretty happy. And Zulkarnain Hyder, he's led the side well through some difficult circumstances here with personnel issues and even sometimes fielding a team. But, Jaguar turning the clock back to 2023 with that effort. Oh, well, Jaffa found himself under a steepler there. Couldn't hold on. Sign of things to come, really. And Pakai just didn't have the penetration. I suppose in the first thing, it was a runs on the board issue. And they just kept feeding the cut, didn't they? Like a fresh set of steak knives out there. Cuts galore. Hamza, this is probably the best shot he played today. Very Hamza. Reminds me of when he put our VIP zone in danger at the Cartama Oval. And, plenty of sixes flying out. 10 sixes in 7.4 overs in the end. And I guess we still have that same figure for lowest score successfully defended. Speaking of defending, nice little check drive there. If you can't get a bat on the field, maybe you have a go off the field. Mohamed Latif is the man that dropped that one. And in the end, it was a question of would they get the point or not. Finally, they held a catch, even though it was dropped a couple of times before it nestled in the hands. And Ali Ahmed. Yeah, I can put that under things you see in ECS cricket that you won't see anywhere else. Gets a bit of a love hug. And, close call there. But Hyder went past his 50, finished 68 not out. Led the side really well today. Bowled well, batted well. Mirza came out, and tell you what, if he connected with one of those, I don't think we were going to find it. 68 off 22 for Hyder, the star of the show in the second innings here of match 68. 6 Maximo 7-4s in there. Hamza, well, sign of what he could do there. We'll see him again on the weekend, though. Playing for Spain, 25 off 16. Good little hit out for him before the internationals this weekend. Mirza joined the party towards the end and got them over the line. 17 not out for him. Bowling-wise, Ali Ahmed 1 for 34. No one else able to break through, though. Atif, I think he bowled well without luck. I actually think he held his own with the ball today in difficult circumstances. But in the end, Pakai Care do get 2 single points out of the day, but they don't get that elusive win over Cataluna Jaguar. There's your summary. Jaguar going close to getting the point. They would have had to do it in the 7th over. They did it in the 8th in the end. Well, if you are leaving us, I want to say a big thank you. I'm going to be off for a few days. You'll probably hear from me maybe next Tuesday with a bit of luck when I get back to Barcelona. It'll actually be Georgie's last day, and Corey will be there as well. So that's the next time you'll probably hear from me on the microphone, unless there's something unplanned going on. But I do want to thank everyone. One more time, we can show you what's coming up tomorrow if you like. And Pakai Care, they need to regroup. They need to sort themselves out. Really, is the way things are looking. They're going to finish in that kind of second group of 4 teams, and they might need to win 4 matches to win the trophy. Remember, they've never won an ECS final in Spain, in Barcelona. So, tomorrow's fixtures, we'll have Pakai Care, Barcelona on deck. First up, at 69. Men in blue, and they're in form too, men in blue. They'll sense a bit of weakness in Pakai Care Badalona. In the afternoon, Barcelona will take on Barcelona International. But just finally, before we go, I want to say a big thank you to everyone for your company in the chat today. It's been sensational. Taking a bit of a trip down memory lane with you as well. And I know that it's been awesome to hear from so many friendly voices today, including the robot. He made a bit of a cameo. The robot's very busy at the moment, I think, planning for ECL. I want to remind you, if you haven't already, to make sure that you give a thumbs up, and also you can subscribe to us on YouTube. Don't forget to turn on notifications. We'll let you know when the cricket is. It's all the time. Just quickly as well, if you haven't already, make sure that you check out our social media at European Cricket. Some pretty good bits of today, I'm sure we'll make it up there. And one more reminder about our website, europeancricket.com. Check out any player. You can always Google their name and europeancricket.com, and you can get a link to their profile. Well, Dave, you can have the last word. He says that that his highlight was being invited up to the commentary box with myself and Rhino, and that was an amazing chase. So it's a world record chase still. 183, the Dutch knockout Team Spain from the Euros of cricket. Thanks to Julian Dawson, to Craig Element, to everyone that's saying goodbye, to Jeff Mobbs, to Dave B, of course, to Kroom, to Stuart, to anyone else that I might have missed. I want to say a big thank you. I want to hope you have a lovely few days. I'll be tuning in, of course, not only to the ECS, but also to the internationals over the weekend. I'll be back on deck early next week. I'll have a few days off, but I won't be too far away. Planning the ECL in full swing as well. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow. It'll be Rico Fool and the judge, Georgie Parker, back on deck for more European Cricket Series. For now, it's hasta pronto.